Digital Labor and Karl Marx. Christian Fuchs. 1. Introduction. 1.1. The need for studying digital labor. Muhangakaweya, an enslaved miner in North Kivu, Democratic Republic of Congo, who extracts minerals that are needed for the manufacturing of laptops and mobile phones, describes his work in the following way: as you crawl through the tiny hole, using your arms and fingers to scratch, there's not enough space to dig properly and you get badly grazed all over. And then, when you do finally come back out with the cassiterite, the soldiers are waiting to grab it at gunpoint. Which means you have nothing to buy food with. So we're always hungry. Finwatch 2007, 20. A Chinese engineer at Foxconn Shenzhen, where computers and mobile phones that are sold by Western companies are assembled, says, "We produced the first generation iPad. We were busy throughout a 6-month period and had to work on Sundays. We only had a rest day every 13 days. And there was no overtime premium for weekends. Working for 12 hours a day really made me exhausted." Sacom 2010, 7. In Silicon Valley, a Cambodian ICT, Information and Communications Technology, assembler exposed to toxic substances reports, "I talked to my co-workers who felt the same way that I did, but they never brought it up, out of fear of losing their job." Pello and Park 2002, 139. Mohan, a project manager in the Indian software industry who is in his mid-30s, explains, "Work takes a priority. The area occupied by family and others keeps reducing." D. Mello and Sahai 2007, 179. Another software engineer argues, "Sometimes you start at 8 a.m. and then finish at 10 to 11 p.m., 5 days a week. And anytime you can be called. Also you don't develop any hobbies, Ibid." A software engineer at Google describes the working situation there. Cons: because of the large amounts of benefits, such as free foods, there seems to be an unsaid rule that employees are expected to work longer hours. Many people work more than 8 hours a day and then will be on email or work for a couple hours at home, at night as well, or on the weekends. It may be hard to perform extremely well with a good work/life balance. Advice to senior management: give engineers more freedom to use 20% time to work on cool projects without the stress of having to do 120% work. www.glassdoor.com. The Amazon Mechanical Turk is a marketplace for work that gives businesses and developers access to an on-demand, scalable workforce. Workers select from thousands of tasks and work whenever it is convenient. www.mturk.com. Clients can advertise on the platform that they look for certain services for a certain wage, to which those who want to perform them can respond online. If the deal comes about, then the worker performs the task and submits the result to the client online. The work tasks almost exclusively involve informational work. A search for speech transcription tasks, conducted on November 20, 2012, resulted in 3 tasks that had, if one assumes that it takes on average 6 hours of work time to transcribe 1 hour of interview time, an hourly wage of A. $4, B. $4, and C. $3. In contrast, typical professional transcription services, e.g. www.fingertips-typing.co.uk/prices_and_turnaround.htm, www.franklin-square.com/transcription_per_line.htm, charge approximately $15 to $25 per hour. In February 2013, the German public service station broadcaster ARD aired the documentary Ausgeliefert. Leharbeiter bei Amazon, at Mercy 1. Contract workers at Amazon. The investigative reporters Diana Loblu and Peter Oniken documented that Amazon Germany employs 5,000 immigrants, from e.g. Poland, Romania, Spain, Hungary, and other countries, as contract workers in its warehouse. They showed that these workers are extremely low paid, live in groups of 6 or 7 workers who do not know each other in small cottages, where two people share tiny bedrooms. They only get temporary contracts and are employed by temp agencies. The contracts are written in German, although many workers do not understand this language. On one day, the warehouse workers often run up to 17 kilometers, which can negatively impact their feet and skin. The workers do not see and sign the contract before they come to Germany and then often have to find out that they earn less than initially promised. One contract shown in the documentary specifies €8.52 per hour, although the worker was initially promised €9.68, which is 12% more. These workers can be hired and fired as Amazon wishes. Trade Union Secretary Heiner Rehmann, with Trade Union Verdi, describes these Amazon workers as workers without rights, 1041 to 1046. A driver said, "Temp work. I am not in favor of the slave trade. They earn so little money, partly they have to beg for coffee in the canteen, 1420 to 1435. Selvina, a Spanish contract worker, said, "It is like a machine. We are a cog in this machine, 1712 to 1716. The documentary presented footage that indicated Amazon's supposed evasion of paying Social Security taxes for their employees. The workers have to commute long distances to their workplace in overcrowded buses supplied by Amazon. Often they wait and commute for hours. If the bus arrives late, they face wage deductions. The workers can be controlled anytime, even outside of the workplace, and there are security guards patrolling the housing estates, their dining rooms, and the factory premises. The art investigative journalists show that there are security forces from the HESS company and that security guards act and look like a paramilitary force, entering workers' homes while they are not there to control them by taking pictures. One worker says, "When we eat, they are always there. They enter the houses while the people are not there and also when the people sleep or take a shower," 1909 to 1925. Another one reports that the guards argue, "This is our house. You must do what we say. And here we are like the police," 1925 to 1938. The reporters show that some security guards wear clothes from Thorsteiner, a neo-Nazi brand. HESS stands for Hensel European Security Services. Rudolf Hess was Hitler's deputy. HESS sells, according to the art documentary, clothes that are considered to be right-wing extremist brands in Germany, Commando Industries. The documentary shows that some of the HESS employees and management personnel are part of the hooligan scene or have circles of right-wing extremist friends. In the days after the documentary was aired on ARD, February 13, almost every minute somebody posted a protest message on Amazon's Facebook page. Some example comments are, "Nazis, conditions like in a modern labor camp, unlimited greed for profits. Be ashamed. To modern slavery, but the main thing for you is that your profits are doing well. 3 Shame on you, bloody bastards, you'll never have my and my friends' money, I hope you'll go on default very quickly. Profits that are based on a new form of slavery should be confiscated just like profits from drug trafficking." 4. Work.shop.play is an online platform owned by CBS Outdoor Limited. It describes its purpose in the following way. "We are interested in your ideas, opinions, behavior, and general feedback on a variety of topics. One week we may send you surveys asking how you feel about topics in the news at the moment. The next, we might ask you how often you drink coffee, what brands you buy and which coffee shop you prefer. The week after that, it might be a survey about new technology, which gadgets you own and why you bought them." CBS Outdoor work with lots of big brands, telling them how to best advertise and market their products and services to consumers. Sometimes, the research team at CBS Outdoor will use survey results to create material for our sales teams to present to these brands. Other times we'll be using the results internally, to better inform our company about urban audiences. Occasionally we may post survey results on Twitter or Facebook. When we were setting up work.shop.play, we thought long and hard about how to reward our members. We developed a list of prizes that we think will appeal to everyone, such as cinema and theater tickets, shopping vouchers, magazine subscriptions, and guidebooks to UK cities. From time to time there will also be bigger prizes up for grabs, such as nights away at a top hotel, and sometimes there may be one prize, while others there may be 10 or more. Workshopplay.co.uk, accessed February 17, 2013. Facebook has asked users to translate its site into other languages without payment. Translation is crowdsourced to users. Javier Olivan, head of growth, engagement, mobile adoption at Facebook, sees user-generated platform translation as cool because Facebook's goal is to have one day everybody on the planet on Facebook, MSNBC 2008. Valentin Macias, 29, a Californian who teaches English in Seoul, South Korea, has volunteered in the past to translate for the nonprofit internet encyclopedia Wikipedia, but said he won't do it for Facebook. Wikipedia is an altruistic, charitable, information-sharing, donation-supported cause, Macias told the Associated Press in a Facebook message. Facebook is not. Therefore, people should not be tricked into donating their time and energy to a multimillion-dollar company so that the company can make millions more, at least not without some type of compensation. Ibid. These examples outline various forms of labor associated with the ICT industry. They differ in amount in regard to the levels of payment, health risks, physical, ideological, and social violence, stress, free time, overtime, and the forms of coercion and control the workers are experiencing, but all have in common that human labor power is exploited in a way that monetarily benefits ICT corporations and has negative impacts on the lives, bodies, or minds of workers. The forms of labor described in this book are all types of digital labor because they are part of a collective workforce that is required for the existence, usage, and application of digital media. What defines them is not a common type of occupation, but rather the industry they contribute to and in which capital exploits them. The kind of definition one chooses of categories such as digital labor or virtual work, their degree of inclusivity or exclusivity, are first and foremost political choices. The approach taken in this book advocates a broad understanding of digital labor based on an industry rather than an occupation definition in order to stress the commonality of exploitation, capital as the common enemy of a broad range of workers, and the need to globalize and network struggles in order to overcome the rule of capitalism. Some of the workers described in this book are not just exploited by digital media capital, but also and sometimes simultaneously by other forms of capital. It is then a matter of degree to which extent these forms of labor are digital labor and simultaneously other forms of labor. If we imagine a company with job rotation so that each worker on average assembles laptops for 50% of his/her work time and cars for the other half of the time, a worker in this factory is a digital worker for 50%. He is however an industrial worker for 100% because the content of both manufacturing activities is the industrial assemblage of components into commodities. The different forms of digital labor are connected in an international division of digital labor, IDDL, in which all labor necessary for the existence, usage, and application of digital media is disconnected, isolated, carried on side by side and ossified into a systematic division, Marx 1867 c. 456. Studies of the information economy, or what some term the creative or cultural industries, have been dominated by the capital side of the analysis, whereas the labor side has been rather missing. In this context, Nicholas Garnham already asserted in 1990 that the bibliography on the producers of culture is scandalously empty, Garnham 1990, 12, and that there is a focus on the analysis of media barons and their companies. 10 years later, he saw this problem as persisting. The problem of media producers has been neglected in recent media and cultural studies, indeed in social theory generally, because of the general linguistic turn and the supposed death of the author that has accompanied it. If the author does not exist or has no intentional power, why study her or him? Garnham 2000a, 84. Again 10 years later, Vincent Mosco, 2011, 230, argued that labor remains the blind spot of communication and cultural studies and that therefore labor needs to be placed high on the agenda or projects for the renewal of cultural studies. A particular problem of contemporary media and communication studies is the strong focus on the capital side of the creative and cultural economy and the neglect of the labor side. Richard Maxwell and Toby Miller make a similar assessment. Most writings in media studies constrict the ambit of media labor such that the industry mavens define production. This mirrors the growth ideology and apolitical enchantment with media technologies found in most trade publications, entertainment news outlets, and fan culture. Maxwell and Miller 2012, 16. They argue for critical scholarship into media labor that considers the physical nature of work and what it does to people and the environment. Ibid. Vicky Meyer, Miranda J. Banks and John Thornton Caldwell, 2009, 4, speak in this context of the need for media production studies that take the lived realities of people involved in media production as the subjects for theorizing production as culture. Juliet Webster, 2011, 2, observes that the study of ICE's role in society has often been guided by pragmatism rather than by social critique. In many countries, there is and has been for some 20 or more years, a discernible body of work which is concerned primarily with interpreting technological innovations as socially neutral processes or with the practicalities of ICT implementation. There are strong pressures on researchers, particularly in a context of economic crisis and restructuring, to retreat into this type of work. In this context, critical social research often becomes displaced by research which is driven by an over-optimistic technological agenda. Researchers find they have to survive in a world where economic growth and constant innovation are the leitmotifs underlying not only economic but social policy. She calls for resisting these tendencies and for engaged ICE and society research that is doing research and doing politics and is a form of activism. The task of this book is to develop a critical theorization of some of the labor performed in the capitalist ICT industry. The overall question of the book is, what is digital labor and how can its working conditions best be understood? For providing answers, more fundamental questions need to be asked. What is labor? What is economic value? How does labor create value? How is labor changing in the age of computers, the internet, and social media such as Facebook, Google, YouTube and Twitter? Labor and economic value are inherently connected. Labor takes place in certain spaces and is spent during certain time periods. Time and space are crucial dimensions of labor. Discussions about the spatial changes and spatial disembedding of labor have been discussed with concepts such as globalization, see Fuchs 2003, Ritzer and Adelaide 2010, outsourcing, offshoring and global/international division of labor, Grossman 1980, Mize 1986. Globalization has been theorized as time-space compression, Harvey 1989, timeless time and spaceless space, Castells 1996, and as time-space distanciation, Giddens 1990. This shows that time and space are crucial dimensions of societal changes. Given that labor is at the heart of the economy, both time and space are crucial for understanding labor. The labor needed for the production of a certain commodity is in many cases not confined to single places, but takes place in many interconnected spaces that are diffused around the globe so that capital tries to minimize investment costs for labor and resources and to maximize profits. But labor not only has spatial aspects, it also takes place in time, which is obvious when talking about working time, free time, spare time, working hours, production time, circulation time, distribution time, the turnover time of capital, the acceleration of production or the intensification of work. Labor time is so crucial for capitalism because labor power is organized as a commodity and therefore every second of labor costs money. This is the reason why capital has the interest to make workers work as long as possible for as little wages as possible and to make them labor as intensively as possible so that the highest possible profit, which is the outcome of unpaid labor time, can be achieved. Value in a Marxist approach, Marx's labor theory of value, is the amount of performed labor hours that are needed for the production of a certain commodity. There is an individual labor time for the production of every single commodity that is difficult to measure. What matters economically is therefore the average labor time that is spent during a certain time period, such as 1 year, for producing a commodity. Average labor values can be calculated for commodity production in one company, a group of companies, an entire industry in a country or internationally. Capital strives to reduce the value of a commodity in order to increase profits. A decrease of the value of a commodity means a speed up of production, i.e. the same labor time that costs a certain amount of money will suddenly produce a higher number of the same commodity, although the labor costs have not increased, which allows accumulating more profit per time unit. The outlined examples show the importance of labor time for the ICT industry. Slave mineral workers like Muhangakawaya work at gunpoint with the threat of being killed, which makes them work long hours for low or no wages so that a maximum of labor time remains unpaid. The workers at Foxconn are working long hours and unpaid overtime so that Apple and other ICT companies reduce labor costs. Foxconn workers have relatively low wages and work very long hours. Foxconn tries to lengthen the working day in order to increase the sum of hours that is unpaid. ICT assemblers in Silicon Valley, who are predominantly female immigrants, have quite comparable labor conditions, and many of them are exposed during working hours to toxic substances. In the Indian software industry and at Google, software engineers are overworked. They work very long hours and do not have much time for hobbies, relaxing, friends and family. Software developers at Google in India and in other countries are highly stressed because they work in project-based software engineering with high time pressure. Their lifetime tends to become labor time. The Amazon Mechanical Turk is a method of getting work done in the same time as in the case of regular employment by irregular forms of labor that are cheaper. It helps companies to find workers who work for the time a regular employee would take for a certain task, but for a lower payment. The idea is to crowdsource work over the internet in order to reduce costs, that is, to pay less for the same labor time as under regular working conditions. The temporary workers at Amazon Germany have temporary limited contracts, which put them under pressure to accept and not to resist the poor working conditions because they are afraid of losing their jobs. Many of them come from countries that were hard hit by the economic crisis, where they are facing unemployment. Crisis drives them into accepting work under early industrial conditions. Paramilitary control should make the employees work more and faster during the work time. It aims at an intensification of work. Low wages for temp workers who are facing economic hardship means that Amazon can make more profit than in employment relations that have collective bargaining, collective wage agreements and unionization. Time plays an important role in this example in the form of insecure temporary employment, work time intensification and the lowering of hourly wages. In return for their efforts to participate in surveys whose results are sold as commodities, users of work.shop.play can win prizes such as cinema and theater tickets, shopping vouchers, and special offers. Of course only a few win, most of the work is completely unremunerated. The idea of the work.shop.play platform is that users work in their free time and thereby have the chance to win vouchers and goods that enable shopping, entertainment, and play. Playing on social media becomes actual work and the promise is that users in return get opportunities for shopping and more play. Work.shop.play extends the capitalist logic of commodities and consumption to the home and play time. The boundaries between work and play as well as between work time and free/play time are liquid on work. Shop.play. Facebook translations are outsourced user work. The users are expected to perform the translation without remuneration. The idea is to transform usage time into work time. The lengthening of working day, unpaid working times, the intensification of work time by fascist security forces, overwork, spare time as labor time, overtime. The examples show that labor time is a crucial aspect of the capitalist ICT industry. The task of this book is to better understand labor and value generation in the context of digital media. Chapters 3 and 4 contextualize digital labor in the academic landscape. Chapter 3 shows how the field of contemporary cultural studies is positioning itself towards Karl Marx's works and studying labor and capitalism. Chapter 4 deals with the relevance of Dallas Smythe's work for understanding digital labor. Smythe was the founding figure of the field of critical political economy of media and communication, and he elaborated a labor theory of the media that sees viewing/reading/listening time on commercial media as audience labor that creates value. He coined in this context the notion of the audience commodity. This approach has in the context of the digital labor debate gained new relevance. Chapter 5 contextualizes digital labor in the debate on the concept of the information society. It asks whether we live in capitalism or an information society. Chapters 6 to 11 analyze various forms of labor in the International Division of Digital Labor, IDDL, in order to introduce concepts for a digital labor theory toolbox and show examples of how to apply such theoretical categories. Chapter 6 deals with slave workers in Africa who extract minerals that form the physical foundation of laptops, computers, mobile phones and other ICTs. Chapter 7 looks at the working conditions in Chinese hardware assemblage, specifically the situation in Foxconn factories. Chapter 8 discusses the labor conditions of Indian software engineers. Chapter 9 analyses work in Silicon Valley, especially software engineering at Google. Chapter 10 looks at precarious service work with the help of the example of call center work. Chapter 11 focuses on the unpaid digital labor of Internet prosumers using the example of Facebook. In order to avoid misunderstandings, I want to make clear that each of the chapters 6 to 11 does not define concepts that are specific for only one form of digital labor. The task is rather to introduce a multifaceted conceptual digital labor theory toolbox with theoretical notions such as absolute and relative surplus value production, commodity fetishism, formal and real subsumption, housewifization, labor aristocracy, modes of production, play labor, productive forces, prosumers commodification, slavery, the new imperialism, primitive accumulation, etc. Chapters 6 to 11 show examples of how to apply these categories. These chapters do not claim that a specific concept is only applicable to one of the specifically discussed forms of labor. I give examples of how to apply these concepts with the help of case studies. The point is that Marx's writings and Marxist theory provide a rich category system that can be applied for critically understanding digital labor and other forms of labor. Specific working conditions of specific types of digital labor are historical and dynamic, they do not stay fixed, but change with the development and crises of capitalism. The first task for developing a digital labor theory toolbox that needs to be undertaken and to which this book contributes is therefore to introduce concepts and to show examples of how to apply them. Chapter 12 draws conclusions from the preceding analysis and points out aspects of resistance against the exploitation of digital labor. It discusses in this context especially the Occupy movement as a new working class movement and its use of the Internet and social media. The approach taken in this book for critically theorizing and explaining social media and digital labor is grounded in the works of Karl Marx. Chapter 2 outlines as theoretical framework important concepts of Marx's theory. But why is Marx's theory a suitable framework? This question requires further discussion. 1.2. The disappearance and return of Karl Marx. Marx makes a comeback, Svenska Dagbladet, October 17, 2008. Crunch resurrects Marx, The Independent, October 17, 2008. Crisis allows us to reconsider left-wing ideas, The Irish Times, October 18, 2008. Marx exhumed, Capitalism buried, Sydney Morning Herald, October 23, 2008. Marx Renaissance, Korea Times, January 1, 2009. Was Marx right all along? The Evening Standard, March 30, 2009. Marx is fashionable again, declares Jorn Skutrumpf, head of the Berlin publishing house Dietz, which brings out the works of Marx and his collaborator Friedrich Engels. Sales have trebled, albeit from a pretty low level, since 2005 and have soared since the summer. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams, gave him a decent review last month. Marx long ago observed the way in which unbridled capitalism became a kind of mythology, ascribing reality, power, and agency to things that had no life in themselves. Even the Pope has put in a good word for the old atheist, praising his great analytical skill. The Times, Financial Crisis gives added capital to Marx's writings, October 20, 2008. No one claims that we're all Marxists now, but I do think the old boy deserves some credit for noticing that it's the economy, stupid, and that many of the apparently omniscient titans who ascend the commanding heights of the economy are not so much stupid as downright imbecilic, driven by a mad exploitative greed that threatens us all. Marx's work is not Holy Writ, despite the strivings of some disciples to present it as such. The Evening Standard, Was Marx Right All Along, March 30, 2009. Karl Marx is back. That, at least, is the verdict of publishers and bookshops in Germany, who say that his works are flying off the shelves. The Guardian, book lovers turn to Karl Marx as Financial Crisis bites in Germany, October 15, 2008. Policymakers struggling to understand the barrage of financial panics, protests and other ills afflicting the world would do well to study the works of a long-dead economist, Karl Marx. The sooner they recognize we're facing a once-in-a-lifetime crisis of capitalism, the better equipped they will be to manage a way out of it. Bloomberg Businessweek, Give Karl Marx a Chance to Save the World Economy, August 28, 2011. Time magazine showed Marx on its cover on February 2, 2009, and asked, in respect to the crisis, what would Marx think? In the cover story, Marx was presented as the savior of capitalism and was thereby mutilated beyond recognition. Rethinking Marx. As we work out how to save capitalism, it's worth studying the system's greatest critic. Time magazine Europe, February 2, 2009. These news clippings indicate that with the new global crisis of capitalism, we seem to have entered new Marxian times. That there is suddenly a surging interest in Karl Marx's work is an indication for the persistence of capitalism, class conflicts, and crisis. At the same time, the bourgeois press tries to limit Marx and to stifle his theory by interpreting Marx as the new savior of capitalism. One should remember that he was not only a brilliant analyst of capitalism, he was also the strongest critic of capitalism in his time. In short, the communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. In all these movements, they bring to the front, as the leading question in each, the property question, no matter what its degree of development at the time. Finally, they labor everywhere for the union and agreement of the democratic parties of all countries. The communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Proletarians of all lands unite. Marx and Engels 1848-2004, 94. In 1977, Dallas Smythe published his seminal article Communications, Blind Spot of Western Marxism, Smythe 1977a, in which he argued that Western Marxism had not given enough attention to the complex role of communications in capitalism. 35 years have passed and the rise of neoliberalism resulted in a turn away from an interest in social class and capitalism. Instead, it became fashionable to speak of globalization, postmodernism and, with the fall of communism, even the end of history. In essence, Marxism became the blind spot of all social science. Marxist academics were marginalized and it was increasingly career-threatening for a young academic to take an explicitly Marxist approach to social analysis. The declining interest in Marx and Marxism is visualized in figures 1.1 and 1.2, which show the number of articles in the Social Sciences Citation Index that contain one of the keywords Marx, Marxist or Marxism in the article topic description and were published in the 5 time periods 1968 to 1977, 1978 to 1987, 1988 to 1997, 1998 to 2007 and 2008 to 2012. Choosing these periods allows one to determine if there has been a change since the start of the new capitalist crisis in 2008 and also makes sense because social upheavals in 1968 marked a break that also transformed academia. Figure 1.1 shows that there was a relatively large academic article output about Marx in the period 1978 to 1987, 2,574. Given that the number of articles published increases historically, interest in the period 1968 to 1977 also seems to have been high. One can observe a clear contraction of the output about articles focusing on Marx in the periods 1988 to 1997, 1,713, and 1998 to 2007, 1,127. Given the earlier increase of published articles, this contraction is even more pronounced. This period has also been the time of the intensification of neoliberalism, the commodification of everything, including public service communication in many countries, and a strong turn towards postmodernism and culturalism in the social sciences. There are multiple reasons for the disappearance of Marx. The rise of neoliberal class struggle from above. The commodification of everything, including the commons and public universities. The rise of postmodernism. The lack of trust in alternatives. Due to the rising income gap between the rich and the poor, widespread precarious labor and the new global capitalist crisis, neoliberalism is no longer seen as common sense. The dark side of capitalism, with its rising levels of class conflict, is now recognized worldwide. Eagleton, 2011, notes that never has a thinker been so travestied as Marx and demonstrates that the core of Marx's work runs contrary to common prejudices about his work. But since the start of the global capitalist crisis in 2008, a considerable scholarly interest in the works of Marx has taken root. Zizek argues that the antagonisms of contemporary capitalism in the context of the ecological crisis, intellectual property, biogenetics, new forms of apartheid and slums show that we still need the Marxian notion of class and that there is a need to renew Marxism and to defend its lost causes in order to render problematic the all-too-easy liberal democratic alternative that is posed by the new forms of a soft capitalism that promises but fails to realize ideals like participation, self-organization, and cooperation, Zizek 2008, 6. Moreover, Zizek, 2010b, argues that the recent world economic crisis has resulted in a renewed interest in the Marxian critique of political economy. Hobsbawm, 2011, 12-13, argues that for understanding the global dimension of contemporary capitalism, capitalism's contradictions and crises and the existence of socio-economic inequality we must ask Marx's questions. 13. Economic and political liberalism, singly or in combination, cannot provide the solution to the problems of the 21st century. Once again the time has come to take Marx seriously, Ibid. 419. Jameson argues that global capitalism, its crises and the catastrophes appropriate to this present and global unemployment show that Marx remains as inexhaustible as capital itself, Jameson 2011, 1, and Make Capital, Volume 1, Marx 1867c, a most timely book. Monetary crises, independent of real crises or as an intensification of them, are unavoidable in capitalism, Marx 1894, 649. For Marx, financial crises are not avoidable by regulated financial markets or moral rules that limit greed because greed is for him a necessary structural feature of capitalism that derives from the necessity of capitalists to accumulate ever more capital and to increase profit rates or to perish. Competition between capitals and the need to expand accumulation result in attempts to create financial innovations that have a high risk but allow very high short-time revenue rates. The fictitious value of commercial papers stands in no direct relation with the actual value created in the companies that is signified by the fictitious value. Financial bubbles are the effect, i.e. share prices that do not reflect the actual profitability and which fall heavily once a burst of the financial bubble is triggered by events that destroy the investor's expectations for high future returns. The New World economic crisis that started in 2008 is the most obvious reason for the return of the interest in Marx. This shift is, however, multidimensional and has multiple causes. The New World economic crisis has resulted in an increasing interest in the dynamics and contradictions of capitalism and the notion of crisis. Neoliberalism and the precarization of work and life can best be analyzed as phenomenon class, exploitation, and commodification. New social movements, the anti-corporate movement, global justice movement, Occupy movement, have an interest in questions of class. The financialization of the economy can be analyzed with categories such as the new imperialism or fictitious capital. New global wars bring about an interest in the category of imperialism. Contemporary revolutions and rebellions, such as the Arab Spring, give attention to the relevance of revolution, emancipation, and liberation. The globalization discourse has been accompanied by discussions about global capitalism. The role of mediatization, ISTs, and knowledge work in contemporary capitalism was anticipated by Marx's focus on the general intellect. A whole generation of precariously working university scholars and students. Indicative of an increased interest in capitalism as an object of study in media and communication studies is the circumstance that several special issues have focused on the role of communication, media, and culture in the capitalist crisis. Triptych, Communication, Capitalism and Critique, www.triple-c.at, Journal for a Global Sustainable Information Society. Triptych Journal for a Global Sustainable Information Society, Capitalist Crisis, Communication and Culture 8, 2, 2009 193-309, edited by Christian Fuchs, Matthias Schafranek, David Hacken, and Marcus Breen. International Journal of Communication, Global Financial Crisis 4, 2010, edited by Paula Chakravarty and John D.H. Downing. Cultural Studies, The Economic Crisis and After 24, 3, 2010 283-444. Ifran Erdogan, 2012, has analyzed 210 articles that mentioned Marx and that were published in 77 selected media and communication journals between January 2007 and June 2011. He found that mainstream studies ignore and liberal Democrats generally appreciate Marx, whereas the main criticisms of Marx come from so-called critical or alternative approaches, whose alternatives are alternatives to Marx and critical in the sense of a criticism directed against Marx. 382. At the same time as there are sustained attempts to downplay the importance of Marx for the study of society, media, and communication, there are indicators of a certain degree of new engagement with Marx. One of them is the special issue of Triptych, www.triple-c.at, Marx is Back: The Importance of Marxist Theory and Research for Critical Communication Studies Today, Fuchs and Moscow 2012, which features 29 articles on more than 500 pages. Another one was the conference Critique, Democracy and Philosophy in 21st Century Information Society, Towards Critical Theories of Social Media, at which a sustained engagement with Marx and communication today took place, especially by and among PhD students, see Fuchs 2012a, 2012d. Whereas Marx was always relevant, this relevance has not been much acknowledged in media and communication studies in recent years. It has rather been common, as Erdogan, 2012, shows, to misinterpret and misunderstand Marx, which partly came also from a misreading of his works or from outright ignorance of his works. Terry Eagleton, 2011, discusses 10 common prejudices against Marx and Marxism and shows why Marx was right and why these prejudices are wrong. We have added to the following overview a media and communication dimension to each prejudice. These communication dimensions point towards common prejudices against Marx within media and communication studies. I want to counter each of the anti-Marxian prejudices with a counterclaim that is grounded in the analyses presented in this book, which show the importance of Marx for understanding society and the media critically. 1a. Marxist outdatedness. Marxism is old-fashioned and not suited for a post-industrial society. 1b. Marxist topicality. In order to adequately and critically understand communication in society, we need Marx. 2a. Marxist repression. Marxism may sound good in theory, but in practice it can only result in terror, tyranny, and mass murder. The feasibility of a socialist society and socialist media are illusionary. 2b. Capitalist repression. Capitalism neither sounds like a good idea/theory nor does it work in practice, as the reality of large-scale inequality, global war, and environmental devastation shows. The feasibility of socialism and socialist media arises out of the crises of capitalism. 3a. Marxism equals determinism. Marx believed in deterministic laws of history and the automatic end of capitalism that would also entail the automatic end of capitalist media. 3b. Marxism equals dialectics and complexity. Marxian and Hegelian dialectics allow us to see the history of society and the media as being shaped by structural conditioning, open-ended struggles, and a dialectic of structure and agency. 4a. Marxist do-goodism. Marx had a naive picture of humanity's goodness and ignored that humans are naturally selfish, acquisitive, aggressive, and competitive. The media industry is therefore necessarily based on profit and competition, otherwise it cannot work. 4b. Capitalist wickedness. The logic of individualism, egoism, profit maximization, and competition has been tried and tested under neoliberal capitalism, which has also transformed the media landscape and made it more unequal. 5a. Marxist reductionism. Marx and Marxism reduce all cultural and political phenomena to the economy. They do not have an understanding of non-economic aspects of the media and communication. 5b. Marxist complexity. Contemporary developments show that the economy in capitalism is not determining but a special system that results in the circumstance that all phenomena under capitalism, which includes all media phenomena, have class aspects and are dialectically related to class. Class is a necessary, although certainly not sufficient, condition for explaining phenomena of contemporary society. 6a. Marxist anti-humanism. Marx had no interests in religion and ethics and reduced consciousness to matter. He therefore paved the way for the anti-humanism of Stalin and others. Marxism cannot ground media ethics. 6b. Marxist humanism. Marx was a deep humanist and communism was for him practical humanism, class struggle practical ethics. His theory was deeply ethical and normative. Critical political economy of the media necessarily includes a critical ethics of the media. 7a. The outdatedness of class. Marxism's obsession with class is outdated. Today, the expansion of knowledge work is removing all class barriers. 7b. The importance of class. High socio-economic inequality at all levels of societal organization is indicative of the circumstance that contemporary society is first and foremost a multileveled class society. Knowledge work is no homogeneous category but rather a class-structured space that includes internal class relations and stratification patterns. Both a manager and a precariously employed call center agent or data entry clerk are knowledge workers. 8a. Marxists oppose democracy. Marxists favor violent revolution and oppose peaceful reform and democracy. They do not accept the important role of the media for democracy. 8b. Socialism equals democracy. Capitalism has a history of human rights violations, structural violence, and warfare. In the realm of the media, there is a capitalist history of media support for anti-democratic goals. Marxism is a demand for peace, democracy, and democratic media. Marx in his own journalistic writings and practice struggled for free speech, democratic journalism, and democratic media, and to end to censorship. 9a. Marxist dictatorship. Marxism's logic is the logic of the party that results in the logic of the state and the installation of monstrous dictators that control, monitor, manipulate and censor the media. 9b. Capitalist dictatorship. Capitalism installs a monstrous economic dictatorship that controls, monitors, manipulates and censors the media by economic and ideological means. Marxism's logic is one of a well-rounded humanity fostering conditions that enable people to be active in many pursuits and includes the view that everyone can become a journalist. 10a. Non-class-oriented new social movements. New social movements, feminism, environmentalism, gay rights, peace movement, youth movement, etc., have left class and Marxism behind. Struggles for alternative media are related to the new social movements, not to class struggles. 10b. Class-oriented new social movements. The new movements resulting from the current crisis, such as the Occupy movement, as well as recent movements for democratic globalization, are movements that are bound together by deep concern for inequality and class. Contemporary struggles are class struggles that make use of a multitude of alternative media. A Marxist theory of communication should demonstrate how communication and culture are material practices, how labor and language are mutually constituted, and how communication and information are dialectical instances of the same social activity, the social construction of meaning. Situating these tasks within a larger framework of understanding power and resistance would place communication directly into the flow of a Marxian tradition that remains alive and relevant today. Moscow 2009, 44. A Marxist theory of communication sees communication in relation to capitalism, placing in the foreground the analysis of capitalism, including the development of the forces and relations of production, commodification, and the production of surplus value, social class divisions and struggles, contradictions and oppositional movements. Ibid. 94. Marxist media and communication studies are not only relevant now, but have been so for a long time because communication has always been embedded into structures of inequality in class societies. With the rise of neoliberalism, Marxist communication theory has suffered a setback because it had become common to marginalize and discriminate against Marxist scholarship, see Erdogan 2012, and to replace Marxism with postmodernism. So Marx was always relevant, but being Marxist and practicing Marxism were always difficult, in part because Marxist studies lacked a solid institutional base. What we can see today is a rising interest in Marx's work. The question is whether it will be possible to channel this interest into institutional transformations that challenge the predominant administrative character of media institutions and strengthen the institutionalization of critical studies of media and communication. Some scholars have said that Marx never commented on networked media, McLuhan 2001, 41, which is refuted by not only Marx's discussions of the telegraph, but also the one in which Marx describes a global information network, in which everyone attempts to inform himself on others and connections are introduced, Marx 1857-1858b, 161. Such a description not only sounds like an anticipation of the concept of the Internet, it is also an indication that Marx's thought is relevant for media/communication studies and Internet studies. This passage in the Grundrisse is an indication that although the Internet as technology was a product of the Cold War and Californian counterculture, its concept was already anticipated by Marx in the 19th century. Karl Marx invented the Internet. Christian Fuchs and Nick Dyer Wytheford, 2013, have argued that 10 concepts especially make Marx's works crucial for understanding the Internet and social media. 1. Dialectics. 2. Capitalism. 3. Commodity/commodification. 4. Surplus value, exploitation, alienation, class. 5. Globalization. 6. Ideology/ideology critique. 7. Class struggle. 8. Commons. 9. Public sphere. 10. Communism. The outlined concepts allow one to formulate an incomplete research agenda for critical Internet studies that includes the following questions. 1. How can the creation, the development, and the contradictions of the Internet be understood within a dialectically informed historical perspective? 2. What exactly is the role of the Internet in capitalism? How can this role be theorized and empirically measured? Which Internet-based capital accumulation models are there? 3. Which forms of commodification do we find on the Internet and how do they work? 4. Which different forms of surplus value creation are there on the Internet? How do they work? What do users think about them? 5. How does the Internet interact with globalization processes? 6. Which myths and ideologies are there about the Internet? How can they be uncovered, analyzed, and criticized? 7. What is the role of the Internet in class struggles? What are the potentials, realities, and limits of struggles for an alternative Internet? 8. What are Internet commons? How does the commodification of the Internet commons work? Which models for strengthening the Internet commons are there? 9. What are the potentials and limits of the Internet for bringing about a public sphere? 10. What is a commons-based Internet in a commons-based society? Which germ forms and models of a commons-based Internet are there? How can the establishment of a commons-based Internet and corresponding struggles be strengthened? A number of scholars have conducted important work for trying to overcome the labor blind spot of media and communication studies. Vincent Mosco and Catherine McKercher have edited a series of collections about communicative labor, McKercher and Mosco 2006, 2007, Mosco, McKercher, and Hus 2010, as well as a monograph, Mosco and McKercher 2008. Ursula Hus editing of the journal Work Organization Labor and Globalization, see www.analyticapublications.co.uk, has resulted in the establishment of an important platform for the publication of critical studies of labor in the context of knowledge, ISTs, and the media. A number of conferences have contributed to the emergence of a discourse on digital labor, workers, authors, citizens, Western University, London, Ontario, Canada, October 16–18, 2009, cir.lib.uwo.ca/digital labor, Burston, Dyer Witherford, and Hearn 2010, The Internet as Playground and Factory, New York, New School, November 12–14, 2009, see digitallabor.org, Scholes 2013, and the 4th ISTS and Society Conference, Critique, Democracy, and Philosophy in 21st Century. Information Society, Towards Critical Theories of Social Media, Uppsala University, Uppsala, Sweden, May 2–4, 2012, see www.ists-and-society.net/events/Uppsala2012, Fuchs and Sandoval 2014, Fuchs 2012a, 2012d. The journal Triplicate has increasingly moved towards publishing Marxist works on digital media and informational capitalism, as with the special issue Marx is Back: The Importance of Marxist Theory and Research for Critical Communication Studies Today, Fuchs and Mosco 2012. The EU Cost Action IS 1202 Dynamics of Virtual Work, 2012–2016, dynamicsofvirtualwork.com, points out the need to refocus the study of the creative and cultural economy on issues such as the global division of labor in this industry, the working conditions involved in the international division of digital labor, IDDL, precarious cultural labor, the problem of free digital labor and challenges to theorizing digital labor's value creation, the challenge of prosumption, productive consumption, and play labor, for knowledge work, policy perspectives on virtual work, the role of trade unions, watchdog and civil society projects such as Make IT Fair, policy problems and challenges for the regulation of virtual work, etc., and occupational identities in knowledge work. Marx, capitalism, labor, and digital labor have become more important in media and communication studies, although the mainstream is still dominated by administrative research. The task is to further institutionalize these studies so that a new generation of Marxist media and communication scholars can emerge, blossom and rise to become the new mainstream. Part I. Theoretical Foundations of Studying Digital Labor. 2. An Introduction to Karl Marx's Theory. This chapter introduces basic theoretical categories that are used throughout the book. As the basic theoretical framework is Marx's theory, the chapter explains some of the categories that Marx used. After an introduction, 2.1, the terms labor and work are discussed and I explain how Marx uses these terms, 2.2. This exposition is followed by an explanation of basic concepts of Marx's labor theory of value, 2.3 use value, value, exchange value, money, price, value and price of labor power, surplus value. The categories developed in this chapter will help the reader in later chapters to understand how concrete cases of digital labor, such as Facebook usage, slave mineral workers, hardware assembly, software engineering, and call center work, can be theoretically explained in a critical manner. For understanding digital labor, one needs to understand what labor and work are. Karl Marx has established the most influential modern theory of labor. It therefore makes sense to engage with his theory. If we want to answer the question what is digital labor, then reading Marx can be very helpful. In this chapter, I make the argument that we need to ask related questions: what is work? What is labor? What is digital work? What is digital labor? 2.1. Introduction. A question that has thus not been given much focus in the digital labor debate is how to best define digital labor. This chapter makes a contribution to finding answers. For doing so, it is necessary to engage with two related questions: what is labor? What is work? If answers to these questions can be given, then based on them one can think about how to define digital labor/work. This chapter is structured in such a way that it first gives a systematic overview of Marx's discussion of the terms labor and work, section 2.2, and then explains the labor theory of value, section 2.3. First, a more agency-based/subjective approach is taken, which is then connected to a more structural view that connects labor to value generation in the form of the labor theory of value. This book uses Marxist political economy as a theoretical approach. This means that it grounds the notions of work and labor in a systematic reading of Karl Marx's works. But why should one use Karl Marx's theory for better understanding what labor and work are and not any other theory? Aristotle made a distinction between poiesis, the creation of works from nature, and praxis, self-determined action. This philosophical distinction certainly reflects the class structures of ancient Greek society at the time of Aristotle, where slave work, poiesis, enabled the idle activity, politics, and philosophical thinking of Greek citizens, praxis, theoria. In the philosophy of Christian religion, work was seen as a virtue, as expressed in Paulus' ethics of labor: the one who is unwilling to work shall not eat, 2 Thessalonians 3:10, NIV. Thomas Aquinas took up these ethics of labor in his concept of the vita activa but added a dual pole, the vita contemplativa, as religious element. In Protestant ethics, the dualism between vita activa and vita contemplativa was challenged by Martin Luther and others who saw labor itself as a religious practice and the vita contemplativa not as a higher religious form of existence detached from labor. John Locke considered labor as unpleasant necessity that is opposed to art and thought and argued that the poor should be forced to work. For Adam Smith, the poverty of labor and the wealth of capital are connected. They are for him not God-given as assumed in earlier Christian philosophy, but a social relation that is a necessary condition for progress. Hegel described work in the context of an estate-based society, in which peasants, citizens, and civil servants have different forms of work that are structured in the form of a hierarchy of recognition and a division of labor. In contrast to this conception, in which the modern class relation between capitalists and workers is invisible, Hegel also described the dialectic of master and slave that reflects the contours of capitalist class relations. In Christian philosophy, the existence of alienated labor and class relations was always considered God-given. In classical political economy, the idea of the God-given nature of toil and poverty was given up and class relations were conceived as social relations. This relation was however considered necessary for progress. Its potential sublation was not seen as a historical potential enabled by the development of the productive forces. Classical political economy refused to clarify its claim that the current state of the capitalist mode of production is eternal. As a consequence, it saw the form of labor that exists in capitalism and that is characterized by a division of labor, private property, and class relations as eternal and naturalized it thereby. In contrast, Marx was critical of such views. Therefore, his approach is a critique of political economy and not only a contribution to political economy. Marx was the first author who described the historical character of work as a crucial point for understanding political economy. Marx 1867 c. 131-132. When discussing what work and labor are, Marx offers the most thorough analysis that is available. In encyclopedias and dictionaries of economics, entries such as labor, labor power, labor process or labor theory are therefore often predominantly associated with Marx and Marxist theory, c.e.g. the corresponding entries in Eatwell, Milgate, and Newman 1987. 2.2. Marx on work and labor. One can distinguish three levels of Marx's works, on which we analyze how he conceives the concepts of work and labor: society in general, 2.2.1, class societies and capitalism, 2.2.2, and communism, 2.2.3. 2.2.1. Work and labor in society. Marx gave an anthropological characterization of work. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels, 1845-1846, 37, argue that work is a conscious productive activity that transforms and organizes nature so that humans produce their means of subsistence in order to satisfy human needs, which constitutes the production of material life itself. Ibid. 47. Real labor is purposeful activity aimed at the creation of a use value, at the appropriation of natural material in a manner which corresponds to particular needs. Marx 1861-1863. Humans are producing beings that produce both physical resources and ideas. For organizing production and society, humans enter definite social and political relations. Marx and Engels 1845-1846, 41. In the introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, Ibid. 1-23, Marx explains that the economy involves in all societies processes of production, distribution, and consumption, and that work is an activity embedded into the system. In Capital, Volume 1, Marx begins the discussion of capitalism with an exposition of the commodity form. After defining two aspects of a commodity, namely use value and exchange value, he switches from the analysis of objective structures in section 1.1 to the analysis of subjectivity, i.e. the world of work, in section 1.2, the dual character of the labor embodied in commodities. In this chapter, Marx argues that work has both an anthropological and a historical character. In all societies, it is an activity that produces goods that satisfy human needs. In concrete societies, work takes on specific historical characteristics, such as slave work, housework, wage work, and so on. In the contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx says, as useful activity directed to the appropriation of natural factors in one form or another, labor is a natural condition of human existence, a condition of material interchange between man and nature, quite independent of the form of society. On the other hand, the labor which posits exchange value is a specific social form of labor. Marx 1859. A basic question that we have to pose when discussing the concepts of work and labor is whether work/labor is an essence of human society or a specific expression of economic domination. Let us for this purpose compare two quotes from Marx, in which he talks about work and which show the importance of clearly defining the anthropological and historical dimension of work. 1. Labor, then, as the creator of use values, is useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. It is an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself. Marx 1867 c. 133.1. 2. The realm of freedom really begins only where labor determined by necessity and external expediency ends. It lies by its very nature beyond the sphere of material production proper. Marx 1894, 958-959, 2. In the first quotation, Marx sees work as a necessary element of all societies. The second quotation is more ambiguous. It can on the one hand mean that in a communist society alienation ceases to exist and that therefore work no longer exists because it is always alienated. Or it can mean that labor as an alienated form of work comes to an end and work takes on a humane character. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels, 1845-1846, argue that communism abolishes the division of labor and enables the transformation of labor into self-activity, 97, and that the communist revolution does away with labor, 60. After the word labor, Arbeit in the German original, Marx crossed out the words the modern form of activity under the rule of Ibid, which shows that he was not so sure if he should use the formulation that communism does away with Arbeit or does away with the modern form of the organization of Arbeit. So given these different passages from various works, it is not clear if Marx thought that work/labor exists in a communist society or not. The problem is further complicated by the fact that he wrote in German, where there is one common word for work and labor, Arbeit, although there is also the term Werktätigkeit, the activity of creating works. That is a much more general concept but tends to be hardly used in German. The term Arbeit was translated sometimes as work and sometimes as labor. Engels has pointed out in a footnote to Marx's Capital that the English language allows one to make a semantic differentiation. The English language has the advantage of possessing two separate words for these two different aspects of labor. Labor which creates use values and is qualitatively determined is called work as opposed to labor. Labor which creates value and is only measured quantitatively is called labor, as opposed to work. Marx 1867 c. 138. In this book, I will use this distinction for discerning digital labor from digital work. Adopting this terminology allows one to avoid confusion. Labor is a necessarily alienated form of work, in which humans do not control and own the means and results of production. It is a historic form of the organization of work in class societies. Work in contrast is a much more general concept common to all societies. It is a process, in which humans make use of technologies for transforming nature and society in such a way that goods and services are created that satisfy human needs. Given this distinction, the translation of the passage in the German ideology where Marx and Engels say that communism does away with labor is feasible, whereas the other cited passages should better be translated as communism enabling the transformation of work organized as labor into work as self-activity. The passage in Capital, Volume 3, is especially ambiguous, both in the German original and the English translation, and this ambiguity could best be resolved by translating the sentence the following way: the realm of freedom really begins only where labor, which is a form of work that is determined by necessity and external expediency, ends. Raymond Williams, 1983, 176-179, argues that the word labor comes from the French word labor and the Latin term laborum and appeared in the English language first around 1300. It was associated with hard work, pain, and trouble. In the 18th century, it would have attained the meaning of work under capitalist conditions that stands in a class relationship with capital. The term work comes from the Old English word werk and is the most general word for doing something, ibid. 334. In capitalism the term on the one hand has, according to Williams, ibid. 334 to 337, acquired the same meaning as labor, a paid job, but would have in contrast also kept its original broader meaning. In order to be able to differentiate the dual historical and essential character of work, it is feasible to make a semantic differentiation between labor and work. Herbert Marcuse, 1933, 123, argues that the modern economic concept of labor as wage labor has influenced the general understanding of work and has resulted in the narrowing of the concept. Marcuse distinguishes between a general form of labor, work, that is an essential and foundational category that describes productive human activities in all societies, and the economic concept of labor as it is typical for modern societies. Work has for Marcuse three dimensions: Arbeiten, working as a process, das Gearbeitet, the object of work, and das Ziel arbeitend, the goal of work. Marcuse argues that work has three important characteristics: duration, permanence, and burden. The essential duration of work means that it is never finished. Work is an enduring being at and being in work, ibid. 129. Work is permanent because an object as the result of production is worked into the world, ibid. 130. That work involves a burden does not necessarily mean for Marcuse that it is toil, but the abstinence from individual pleasure. In work man is always taken away from his self-being and towards something else, he is always with another and for another, ibid. Marcuse stresses that work is not just producing a world of goods, but it organizes the economics of life, ibid. 134. The first and final purpose of work is to bring about the being of Dasein itself, in order to secure its duration and permanence, ibid. 135. Work involves the production of physical use values, such as food, housing, clothes, and non-physical use values, such as social relations, communications, happiness, that satisfy human life. In the economic manuscripts of 1861 to 1863, Marx, 1861 to 1863, argues that the means of labor contain the material of labor and the means of labor. This formulation is still somewhat inept because it uses the term means of labor twice. In the Grundriss, Marx, 1857/1858b, 300, makes clear that the labor activity, the labor material, the labor instrument and the labor product are inherently connected aspects of production. Labor is a sublation of sublation, Marx 1857/1858a, 222, 3. Labor is a form-giving activity, Marx 1857/1858b, 301, that sublates itself in the production process and sublates the material. Thereby it creates a new objective form, ibid, a new product. This means that labor is a process of productive consumption, it consumes natural products and labor power and in this process creates a new product. Labor uses up its material elements, its objects, and its instruments. It consumes them, and is therefore a process of consumption. Thus the product of individual consumption is the consumer himself, the result of productive consumption is a product distinct from the consumer, Marx 1867c, 290. The outcome of this process are use values, Marx 1857/1858b, 301. This shows that here Marx uses the term use value in a general anthropological sense. In Capital, Marx, 1867c, makes a threefold distinction between labor power, the object of labor and the instruments of labor. The simple elements of the labor process are, 1. Purposeful activity, 2. The object on which that work is performed, and 3. The instruments of that work, 284. Marx's discussion of the production process can be presented in a systematic way by using Hegel's concept of the dialectic of subject and object. Hegel, 1991, has spoken of a dialectical relation of subject and object, the existence of a producing subject is based on an external objective environment that enables and constrains, i.e. conditions, human existence. Human activities can transform the external, social, cultural, economic, political, natural, environment. As a result of the interaction of subject and object, new reality is created. Hegel terms the result of this interaction subject-object. Figure 2.1 shows that Hegel's notion of subject, object, and subject-object form a dialectical triangle. Hegel, 1991, characterizes the subjective concept as formal notion, 162, a finite determination of understanding, a general notion, 162, altogether concrete, 164. He defines the subject as the posited unseparatedness of the moments in their distinction, 164. Hegel characterizes objectivity as totality, 193, external objectivity, 208, external to another, 193, the objective world in general that falls apart inwardly into an undetermined manifoldness, 193, immediate being, 194, indifference vis-a-vis the distinction, 194, realization of purpose, 194, purposive activity, 206, and the means, 206. The idea is the subject-object, 162, absolute truth, 162, the unity of the subjective and the objective, 212, the absolute unity of concept and objectivity, 213, the subject-object understood as the unity of the ideal and the real, of the finite and the infinite, of the soul and the body, 214. Hegel also says that the idea is essentially process, 215. Marx applied Hegel's dialectic of subject and object on a more concrete level to the economy in order to explain how the process of economic production works. There is the purposeful activity of human subjects' labor power. We mean by labor power, or labor capacity, the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in the physical form, the living personality, of a human being, capabilities which he sets in motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind, Marx 1867 c. 270. Labor is the use of labor power, the use of labor power is labor itself. Labor is, first of all, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature, Ibid. 283. Labor power is used on an object. The object of labor, Arbeitsgegenstand, the land, is the universal material for human labor, Ibid. 284, and the object of labor counts as raw material only when it has already undergone some alteration by means of labor, Ibid. 284 to 285. For transforming nature by labor, instruments of labor, technologies, are needed. An instrument of labor is a thing, or a complex of things, which the worker interposes between himself and the object of his labor and which serves as a conductor, directing his activity onto that object. He makes use of the mechanical, physical, and chemical properties of some substances in order to set them to work on other substances as instruments of his power, and in accordance with his purposes, Ibid. 285. The result of the labor process is the labor product. In the labor process, therefore, man's activity via the instruments of labor, affects an alteration in the object of labor which was intended from the outset. The process is extinguished in the product. The product of the process is a use value, a piece of natural material adapted to human needs by means of a change in its form. Labor has become bound up in its object, labor has been objectified, the object has been worked on, Ibid. 287. All three moments of the process, whose subject is labor and whose factors are the material on which and the means of labor with which it operates, come together in a neutral result, the product, Marx 1861 to 1863. In the economic philosophic manuscripts, Marx argues that the relationship of subject and object results in the objectification of labor in a new product. The product of labor is labor which has been congealed in an object, which has become material. It is the objectification of labor, Marx 1844, 71. Marx terms this whole system the productive forces. See what I term the dialectical triangle of the work process in figure 2.2. Human subjects have labor power that in the labor process interacts with the means of production, object. The means of production consist of the object of labor, natural resources, raw materials, and the instruments of labor, technology. In the labor process, humans transform the object of labor, nature, by making use of their labor power with the help of instruments of labor. The result is a product of labor, which is a Hegelian subject-object, or, as Marx says, a product, in which labor has become bound up in its object. Labor is objectified in the product and the object is as a result transformed into a use value that serves human needs. The next figure summarizes the dialectical subject-object process in the economy. The productive forces are a system in which subjective productive forces, human labor power, make use of technical productive forces, part of the objective productive forces, in order to transform parts of the natural productive forces, which are also part of the objective productive forces, so that a labor product emerges. One goal of the development of the system of productive forces is to increase the productivity of labor, that is, the output, amount of products, that labor generates per unit of time. Marx therefore defined the concept of the development of the productive forces, equals the increase of the productivity of labor, as an alteration in the labor process of such a kind as to shorten the labor time socially necessary for the production of a good, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. Marx 1867 c. 431. Another goal of the development of the productive forces can be the enhancement of human self-development by reducing necessary labor time and hard work, toil. Working class societies, equals labor, is organized in such a way that the products of labor and surplus labor, i.e. labor that goes beyond the time necessary for satisfying basic human needs, are appropriated and owned by a dominant class that exploits the producers of surplus. Capital did not invent surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the worker, free or unfree, must add to the labor time necessary for his own maintenance an extra quantity of labor time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owner of the means of production, whether this proprietor be an Athenian Kalaskea Gadas aristocrat, an Etruscan theocrat, a civis Romanus, a Norman baron, an American slave owner, a Wallachian boyar, a modern landlord or a capitalist. Marx 1867 c. 334-335. Marx 1857-1858 b. 238, says that in class society, labor will create alien property and property will command alien labor. Marx focused much of his intellectual efforts on the analysis of capitalism and the role that labor plays therein. The Grundriss's first part, the chapter on money, does not have any specific focus on labor. The term is used here and there, but not in a systematic way and mainly in such a way that it is subsumed to the terms money and commodity. The first real appearance of labor is in the Grundriss's second part, the chapter on capital, namely in a section titled Exchange Value Emerging from Circulation, a presupposition of circulation, preserving and multiplying itself in it by means of labor, Ibid. 264-265. Marx here makes clear that capital and labor stand in a contradictory dialectical relationship in capitalism, a class relationship. The labor which stands opposite capital is alien labor, and the capital which stands opposite labor is alien capital. Ibid. 266. The existence of capital depends on the existence of and connection with not capital, the negation of capital, that is, labor. Therefore the real not capital is labor. Ibid. 274. The effect of this class relation is that labor faces a dialectic of poverty and wealth. It is absolute poverty as object, labor does not own what it produces, and at the same time the general possibility of wealth, only labor, not capital, produces and is a necessary condition of wealth. Ibid. 296. The wealth that labor creates is the wealth of capital and therefore the poverty of labor. Marx points out that in capitalism the worker sells his/her labor power as commodity to the capitalist and thereby works during one part of the day, necessary labor time, for creating the value of his labor power, i.e. the value of his means of subsistence, Marx 1867 c. 324, and another part of the day not for himself but for the capitalist. During this time, he creates surplus value, ibid. 325. Marx calls this part of the day surplus labor time, and to the labor expended during that time I give the name of surplus labor, ibid. 325. The specific characteristic of capitalism is that labor power becomes a commodity that does not own the means and results of production and is compelled to work a certain share of the day without payment, i.e. to conduct surplus labor, so that surplus value is created that is transformed into capital and monetary profit in the moment the commodity, in which this labor is objectified, is sold on the market. Labor is therefore alienated in a manifold sense. Marx, 1844, 69-84, has for the first time used the notion of alienation in a detailed manner in the Economic Philosophic Manuscripts section on estranged labor. He there identifies four forms of alienation: a. Alienation from the product, b. Alienation from the labor process in the form of forced labor, ibid. 74, c. Alienation from himself/herself. Estranged labor turns thus: 3. Man's species being, both nature and his spiritual species property, into a being alien to him, into a means to his individual existence. It estranges man's own body from him, as it does external nature and his spiritual essence, his human being, ibid. 77-78, and d. The alienation from other humans and society. On the one hand, the exposition of alienation in the Economic Philosophic Manuscripts is not as systematic as in the Grundrisse and Capital. On the other hand, Marx focuses more on the anthropological consequences of alienation for the human being and thereby employs the notion of the species being in his early work. He formulated the foundations of the concept of alienation in the Economic Philosophic Manuscripts and elaborated later systematically and in more detail the economic foundations of alienation. For Althusser, 1969, 249, Marx's notion of alienation is an ideological concept used in his early works. In his later works, however, the term appears very rarely. Althusser 1969, 249. Althusser speaks of an epistemological break that divides Marx's thought into two long essential periods, the ideological period before, and the scientific period after, the break in 1845, ibid. 34. This means that Althusser considers the notion of alienation and works such as the Economic Philosophic Manuscripts as esoteric. In contrast, we will show that Marx did not give up the notion of alienation, but rather that it is a concept that he first created in his early works and that is present also in his major writings. In a passage in the Grundrisse, Marx makes clear which elements of alienation there are in capitalism. The worker is alienated from a. herself/himself because labor is controlled by capital, b. the material of labor, c. the object of labor and d. the product of labor. The material on which it labor works is alien material, the instrument is likewise an alien instrument, its labor appears as a mere accessory to their substance and hence objectifies itself in things not belonging to it. Indeed, living labor itself appears as alien vis-a-vis living labor capacity, whose labor it is, whose own life's expression it is, for it has been surrendered to capital in exchange for objectified labor, for the product of labor itself. Labor capacity's own labor is as alien to it and it really is, as regards its direction etc. as our material and instrument. Which is why the product then appears to it as a combination of alien material, alien instrument, and alien labor as alien property. Marx 1857-1858b, 462. These four elements of alienation can be related to the labor process that consists in a Hegelian sense of a subject, an object and a subject-object, as shown in figure 2.2. Alienation is alienation of the subject from itself. Labor power is put to use for and is controlled by capital. Alienation from the objects of labor and the instruments of labor, and alienation from the subject-object, the products of labor. The alienation process is visualized in figure 2.3. Alienation in capitalism means that workers do not control their labor power, the means of production and the results of production, and are compelled to work part of the day for capital in order to survive. The four forms of alienation constitute together the system of the exploitation of labor. Labor power, because of its manifold alienations, is compelled to work without payment for capital, which results in the production of surplus value and monetary profit. Exploitation takes place within specific relations of production, class relations. Production and the development of the productive forces do not form an abstract process. Although production is a common process in the economy of all societies, it can in reality only take place within concrete historical conditions, in which humans enter certain social relations with each other. Marx speaks in this context of the relations of production. He says that in societies that are based on a division of labor, the relations of production develop into class relations. A dominant class exploits the labor power of a dominated class, which works to a certain extent for free, produces a surplus for others, and does not own the fruits of its own labor. The system is enabled by the circumstance that the dominant class privately owns the means of production and has means of violence, physical force, the state, and laws, the dull economic compression that forces workers to work for others in order to be able to obtain in return products or money that allow them to consume and to survive, at hand, that force the dominated class into being exploited. Alienation in capitalism makes the worker double free forced to sell his/her labor power on the labor market and property less. The confrontation of, and the contact between, two very different kinds of commodity owners, on the one hand, the owners of money, means of production, means of subsistence, who are eager to valorize the sum of values they have appropriated by buying the labor power of others; on the other hand, free workers, the sellers of their own labor power, and therefore the sellers of labor. Free workers, in the double sense that they neither form part of the means of production themselves, as would be the case with slaves, serfs, etc., nor do they own the means of production, as would be the case with self-employed peasant proprietors. The process, therefore, which creates the capital relation can be nothing other than the process which divorces the worker from the ownership of the conditions of his own labor. It is a process which operates two transformations, whereby the social means of subsistence and production are turned into capital, and the immediate producers are turned into wage laborers. Marx 1867 c. 874. In capitalism, the capitalist class owns the means of production and holds the power to exploit the labor of the proletariat. The latter is forced to sell its labor power as commodity to the capitalists. The proletariat cannot survive without selling its labor power to the capitalists in order to obtain wages. Capitalists need the labor power of the proletariat in order to produce commodities that are sold on markets and contain unpaid surplus value, unpaid labor time, that is transformed into profit so that capital is accumulated. Marx characterizes the capitalist class relation of production as constituting the antagonistic character of capitalist accumulation, which means that class relations produce bourgeois wealth, i.e. the wealth of the bourgeois class, only by continually annihilating the wealth of the proletariat. Ibid. 799. Proletarians and capitalists are dialectically connected. The relative deprivation of the proletariat and the plenitude of capital match each other exactly. Ibid. 1062. The proletariat is a machine for the production of surplus value, and capitalists are a machine for the transformation of this surplus value into surplus capital. Ibid. 742. For Marx, capitalism is based on the capitalist's permanent theft of unpaid labor from workers. This is the reason why he characterizes capital as vampire and werewolf. Capital is dead labor which, vampire-like, lives only by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. Ibid. 342. The production of surplus value forms the specific content and purpose of capitalist production. Ibid. 411, it is the differentia specifica of capitalist production, the absolute law of this mode of production. 769, the driving force and the final result of the capitalist process of production. 976. In capitalism, labor is subsumed under the power of capital. This natural power of labor appears as a power incorporated into capital for the latter's own self-preservation, just as the productive forces of social labor appear as inherent characteristics of capital, and just as the constant appropriation of surplus labor by the capitalists appears as the constant self-valorization of capital. All the powers of labor project themselves as powers of capital, just as all the value forms of the commodity do as forms of money. Ibid. 755 to 756. Marx speaks in this context also of the formal subsumption of labor under capital, which means that the labor process becomes the instrument of the valorization process so that the capitalist intervenes in the process as its director, manager, and engages in the direct exploitation of the labor of others. Ibid. 1019. Based on this formal subsumption, there is also the real subsumption of labor under capital, where command and coercion are built into machines and the application of science. Ibid. 1023 to 1015, so that productivity increases and labor is indirectly commanded by capital and directly faces the speed and speed up of production caused by machinery. Within capitalist relations of production, the productive forces are not just means for producing human wealth and use values, they are means for the exploitation of the labor of the proletariat and for intensifying this exploitation so that more labor is exploited per unit of time, which results in the production of more commodities in the same time period and in the creation of more surplus value and more profit. Marx therefore speaks of the capitalist antagonism between the productive forces and the relations of production. Within the capitalist system, all methods for raising the social productivity of labor are put into effect at the cost of the individual worker. All means for the development of production undergo a dialectical inversion so that they become means of domination and exploitation of the producers. Ibid. 799. In capitalism, dead labor, capital, dominates living labor. The sole antithesis to objectified labor is non-objectified, living labor. The one is present in space, the other in time, the one is in the past, the other in the present, the one is already embodied in a use value, the other, as human activity in process, is currently engaged in the process of self-objectification. The one is value, the other is value creating. Marx 1861 to 1863. In section 1.2 of Capital, Volume 1, Marx introduces the distinction between abstract and concrete labor. This distinction reflects the fact that Marx wrote both a critique of capitalism and an economic theory in the same book, and that these two levels have resulted in two series of categories that are both constituents of capitalism, but they represent on the one hand that which is specific for capitalism and on the other hand that which forms the essence of all economies and therefore also exists in capitalism and interacts dialectically with capitalism's historic reality. These categories are shown in Table 2.1 and constitute for Marx the dual character of capitalism. Marx explains that concrete labor is the use-value generating aspect of labor, work, and that abstract labor creates value. While, therefore, with reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively, with reference to value it counts only quantitatively, once it has been reduced to human labor pure and simple. In the former case it was a matter of the how and the what of labor, in the latter of the how much, of the temporal duration of labor. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents nothing but the quantity of labor embodied in it, it follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. Marx 1867 c. 136. Abstract labor is that kind of labor which makes the privately spent use value producing work comparable. Abstract labor describes a specific quality of a capitalist mode of production. Marx says, equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristic they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor power, of human labor in the abstract, ibid. 166. In the concept of abstract labor, several abstractions from the concrete are involved. These abstractions mirror real social relations that are established by commodity exchanges in capitalism. By exchanging commodities, producers abstract their activities from the specific quality of the work that was involved to produce a commodity. This means that there is, a, an abstraction from the physical properties of goods, their use values, b, an abstraction from single products so that social relations between commodities in exchange are established, c, an abstraction from simple labor activities to more complex tasks, and d, an abstraction from specific qualities under which specific labor processes took place, such as bad working conditions, low payment, etc., so that common properties of commodities are foregrounded by the value concept. Abstract human labor is the substance of value, it is a common characteristic of commodities. Abstract human labor creates the value of a commodity, that is, it is the performance of the average labor in a certain time span that is needed for producing a commodity. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified vergenstandlicht or materialized in it, ibid. 129. The values of commodities are determined by their cost of production, in other words by the labor time required to produce them, ibid. 137. The magnitude of value is measured by means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days, etc. Ibid. 129. The value of commodities as determined by labor time is only their average value, Marx 1857/1858b, 137. If we consider commodities as values, we consider them exclusively under the single aspect of realized, fixed, or, if you like, crystallized social labor, Marx 1865. Marx distinguishes between productive and unproductive labor. Productive labor is only that which produces capital. Labor becomes productive only by producing its own opposite, Marx 1857/1858b, 305. The only worker who is productive is one who produces surplus value for the capitalist, or in other words contributes towards the self-valorization of capital, Marx 1867c, 644. In this context, the question arises if only wage labor is productive or if also non-wage labor can be productive. Marx gave an answer in the Grundriss. In the section Exchange Value Emerging from Circulation, a presupposition of circulation, preserving and multiplying itself in it by means of labor, Marx 1857/1858b, 264 ff. In the Grundriss chapter on money, Marx argues that capital and labor confront each other in an exchange relationship, in which the use value of labor power is exchanged with money. It thereby becomes clear that Marx's main focus in the Grundriss is on wage labor. Antonio Negri, 1979/1988, 165, argues in this context that in the Grundriss, labor can only be defined in terms of the relations of exchange and the capitalist structure of production. The only concept of labor that we find in Marx is that of wage labor. Work would therefore be nothing to be reformed, reinstated, liberated, or sublimated, it exists only as a concept and a reality to be abolished, ibid. Negri does not distinguish between work and labor, but conceives both as necessarily alienated. Negri, 1979/1988, also sees that Marx focused his attention in the Grundriss on wage labor, but does not further problematize this circumstance, although the Grundriss is Marx's work that Negri most cherishes. The German language, just like English, allows in principle one to make a distinction, namely between Werktätigkeit, work as the activity of bringing about works, and Arbeit, labor. but there is also a formulation in the Grundrisse where Marx sees labor as communal or combined labor, Marx 1857/1858b, 470, as collective worker, Gesamtarbeiter. This idea was also taken up in Capital, Volume 1, where he defines the collective worker as a collective laborer, i.e. a combination of workers, Marx 1867c, 644, and argues that labor is productive if it is part of the combined labor force. In order to work productively, it is no longer necessary for the individual himself to put his hand to the object, it is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer, and to perform any one of its subordinate functions, ibid. The collective worker is an aggregate worker whose combined activity results materially in an aggregate product, ibid. 1040. The activity of this aggregate labor power is the immediate production of surplus value, the immediate conversion of this latter into capital, ibid. This means that in capitalism, the collective worker is a productive worker that creates value, surplus value, and capital. The notion of the collective worker allows an interpretation of Marx that is not wage labor centric because the collective worker as combined workforce also contains all those activities that are unpaid but directly or indirectly serve capital's needs. Labor power needs to be reproduced, in other words, there are certain activities during a certain time period of the day that help the worker recreate and sustain his/her labor capacity. The value of labor power is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labor time necessary for the production, and consequently also the reproduction, of this specific article, ibid. 274. This includes means of subsistence for workers and their families, practice, training, education, and so on, Marx 1861-1863. This means that there are activities that need to be performed by someone and that reproduce labor power. One can in this context speak of reproductive labor, which is a form of labor that is mostly unpaid. Non-wage labor ensures the reproduction of labor power and living conditions, Mies, Benhold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, 18. It is labor spent in the production of life, or subsistence production, ibid. 70. 2.2.3. Work in communism. Based on the distinction between work and labor, one can say that for Marx communism is a society without labor because alienation ceases to exist. There are passages in his works where he points out what the conditions of non-alienated work look like. The main condition of communism is that the means of production are collectively owned. Let us finally imagine, for a change, an association of free men, working with the means of production held in common, and expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single social labor force, Marx 1867c, 171-172. In the Grundrisse's fragment on machines, Marx 1857/1858b, 690-712, Marx argues that the development of capitalism's productive forces results in an increased role of technology, fixed constant capital, and thereby historically increases the importance of science and knowledge work in the economy and society. One can read this section of the Grundrisse as an early forecasting of the emergence of what is nowadays called information society. Marx also points out the transformation of work in a communist society. It would not be based on the theft of alien labor time, ibid. 705, but on the free development of individualities enabled by the general reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, which then corresponds to the artistic, scientific etc. development of the individuals in the time set free, and with the means created for all of them, ibid. 706. If technology reduces necessary labor time to a minimum and class relations are abolished, a new source of wealth would emerge. The measure of wealth is then not any longer, in any way, labor time, but rather disposable time, ibid. 604. The Grundrisse make clear the importance of technology and science for raising productivity to levels that enable communism. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels stress that high productivity allows overcoming the division of labor and the transformation of work in such a way that it becomes well-rounded manifold activity. In communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. Marx and Engels 1845-1846, 53. Once the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, Marx 1875, a communist society that is based on the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, Ibid, can be established. In another passage in the Grundrisse, Marx introduces the idea that work becomes general in communism and speaks of general work. This includes the participation of the individual in the communal world of products, Marx 1857-1858b, 171, communal production, 172, an organization of labor whose consequence would be the participation of the individual in communal consumption, 172. This means that in a communist society, workers control the production process together and collectively own the instruments and products of labor. In communism, work is general and universal because ownership and control of the conditions, instruments, objects, and products of work have been generalized so that there is universal control and ownership of production. As in the German ideology, Marx employs the notion of well-rounded development, Marx 1857-1858a, 105, Marx 1857-1858b, 1724, that depends on economization of time so that economy of time is that to which all economy ultimately reduces itself, Marx 1857-1858a, 173. Communism requires a labor-saving economy achieved with the help of highly productive technologies. General labor operates in the context of such an economy. Common ownership and high productivity give a new character to work in a communist society. Work is no longer labor and no longer alienated, the labor process and all its elements are rather commonly controlled, foreign ownership is eliminated, self-determined time is maximized, work can become manifold and an expression of manifold creative activities that do not primarily satisfy human necessities, but rather human pleasures that go beyond necessity and do not know the phenomenon of scarcity. Labor is transformed into work. Herbert Marcuse, 1955, argues that the performance principle means that then ethos governs humans and society and that alienation unleashes aggressive drives within humans, repressive desublimation, which result in an overall violent and aggressive society. Due to the high productivity reached in late modern society, a historical alternative would be possible, the elimination of the repressive reality principle, the reduction of necessary working time to a minimum and the maximization of free time, an eroticization of society and the body, the shaping of society and humans by eros and the emergence of libidinous social relations. Such a development would be a historical possibility but one incompatible with capitalism and patriarchy. In a communist society, work, and society as a whole, could become libidinous and pleasurable. Labor would not rule the pleasure principle but the pleasure principle would shape work, the economy, and all of society. In a communist society, work no longer has to organize the necessities of life, but rather productivity is so high that human survival is guaranteed by very little necessary work, which enables a maximum of free time for creative activities. The realm of necessity turns into a realm of freedom. The realm of freedom really begins only where labor determined by necessity and external expediency ends, it lies by its very nature beyond the sphere of material production proper. 5, Marx 1894, 958-959. The realm of freedom is the specific mode of Daseins praxis beyond material production and reproduction, Marcuse 1933, 144. Freed from the necessity of production, the character of labor has changed, it no longer serves the purpose of making mere Dasein happen, it is no longer a constant effort to establish and secure life space. Its course has altered, as it were. Labor no longer aims at the formation and fulfillment of Dasein as something that it first has to bring about and secure, instead, it proceeds from the form and plenitude of Dasein as its realization. Marcuse 1933, 144. The realm of freedom abolishes the division of labor that severs the essential union of freedom and necessity. Ibid. 149. Given this overview of the concepts of work and labor, we can next have a look at Marx's labor theory of value. 2.3. Marx's labor theory of value. Section 2.3.1 presents an entry point into the debate on the labor theory of value, namely an overview of the contemporary German debate on this approach. In section 2.3.2, I provide my own conceptualization of the value concept that is based on a Hegelian dialectical interpretation of Marx's works. 2.3.2.1, Use value and value. 2.3.2.2, Exchange value. 2.3.2.3, Money and price. 2.3.2.4, The value and price of labor power. 2.3.2.5, Surplus value. 2.3.1. The German debate on Marx's labor theory of value. There has been a profound and controversial debate on Marx's concept of value in the German-speaking world. The reason why I have chosen this debate as an entry point into discussing Marx's concept of value is not only that the involved scholars have profound knowledge of Marx's works, but also that most of the contributions are only available in German, so that such a discussion opens up this debate to an international audience. The German political economist Michael Heinrich, 2012, 55, argues that only with the act of exchange does value obtain an objective value form. He is a representative of a school of Marxist thought known as the New Reading of Marx, Neue Marx lecture, that formed in Germany and is grounded in the works of Hans-Georg Backhaus, 2011, and Helmut Reichelt, 2001-2008, who interpret Marx's value form analysis in a logical way, oppose a historical interpretation, and have argued for a monetary value theory. Their main works have not been translated to English. The authors prefer to publish in German, so this discourse has stayed very Germanic in character. This Tutumlay, German jingoism, also has to do with the circumstance that these authors think that the widely read edition of Capital, Volume 1, Marx 1867a, c., which is grounded in Marx's second German edition from 1872 and Engels' third and fourth editions, is undialectical and a regression behind the status of the first German edition, and that it contains a popularized and wrong version of the value form analysis. They therefore think that studies of Marx's critique of the political economy should be limited to the first German edition of Capital, Marx 1867b, the Grundriss, and a fragment known as the Urtext, original text, that Marx, 1858, wrote at the time when he put together a contribution to the critique of political economy in 1858. Backhaus and Reichelt have advanced a monetary theory of value that Heinrich has taken up and further elaborated. Marx's value theory is rather a monetary theory of value. Without the value form, commodities cannot be related to one another as values, and only with the money form does an adequate form of value exist. Substantialist conceptions of value, which attempt to establish the existence of value within individual objects, are pre-monetary theories of value. The usual Marxist value theory that alleges that value is already completely determined by socially necessary labor time is also a pre-monetary value theory. Heinrich 2012, 63-64. Heinrich's, 1999, main book is Die Wissenschaft vom Wert, The Science of Value. It was first published in 1991 and in a second edition in 1999 and was, unsurprisingly, written in German. He argues that an interpretation of Marx's labor theory of value as a quantitative theory of labor quantities reduces Marx to the level of a socialist Ricardian. Heinrich 1999, 208, translation from German. Heinrich's basic point is that value does not exist in the individual commodity, but only in exchange, and therefore is dependent on the money form. The labor product's objective form of value exists only as the common objectivity of value in exchange, and the all-sided exchange of commodities, in contrast to the exchange of isolated products, exists only as reference of commodities to money. Ibid. 250, translation from German 6. Commodities would not have value before they are exchanged. Ibid. 216. Money is not simply a formal translation of an immanent magnitude of value that has already measured the quantity of value. It is rather the necessary and above all the only possible form of the appearance of the commodity value. There can be no form of appearance of value that is independent of exchange. Ibid. 242, translation from German 7. Heinrich, 1999, 280, argues that in his approach the transformation problem of how prices are related to values does not exist. Also Slavoj Žižek propagates a concept of value that is similar to Heinrich's. He argues that abstract labor is a value relationship which constitutes itself only in exchange. It is not the substantial property of a commodity independently of its relations with other commodities. Žižek 2010b, 213. Value would not exist as essence, but only as appearance in exchange. Ibid. 214. Heinrich, 1999, argues that this exchange and money concept of value correctly conceptualizes value as a social relationship. Private labor transforms itself into social labor only in exchange, it becomes value-creating labor. But then it also follows, as already mentioned above, that the commodities only obtain value and the magnitude of value within exchange. Ibid. 232, translation from German 8. In the first German edition of Capital, Volume 1, money is not part of the value form analysis. Marx introduced the money form as part of the value form analysis in the second German edition. Heinrich, 1999, 228, agrees with Gerhard Göhler, 1980, that this resulted in a reduced dialectic. Backhaus and Reichelt, 1995, have written a discussion of Heinrich's, 1999, Science of Value, in which they say that Heinrich assumes logical difference and temporal identity of value and price. Backhaus and Reichelt 1995, 68, and repeat their opinion that the widely read edition of Capital, Volume 1, contains a popularization and reduction of the value form analysis. In Marx's, 1867b, 15-44, original value form analysis in the first edition of Capital that Heinrich, Reichelt, Backhaus, and their followers foreground, there are four forms of value. I. The simple form of value, X commodity A equals Y commodity B. 2. The expanded form of value, Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals V commodity C equals W commodity D equals X commodity E equals Y commodity F equals etc. 3. The inverted or reflexive form of value, U commodity B equals Z commodity A, V commodity C equals Z commodity A, W commodity D equals Z commodity A, X commodity E equals Z commodity A, Y commodity F equals Z commodity A, etc. 4. The general equivalent form of value. Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals V commodity C equals W commodity D equals X commodity E equals Y commodity F equals etc. U commodity B equals Z commodity A equals V commodity C equals W commodity D equals X commodity E equals Y commodity F equals etc. V commodity C equals Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals W commodity D equals X commodity E equals Y commodity F equals etc. W commodity D equals Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals V commodity C equals X commodity E equals Y commodity F equals etc. X commodity E equals Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals V commodity C equals W commodity D equals Y commodity F equals etc. Y commodity F equals Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals V commodity C equals W commodity D equals X commodity E equals etc. Starting with the second edition of Capital, Marx 1872, and in subsequent editions, the first version of the value form analysis was replaced by the following one: Marx 1867a, 62-85, Marx 1867c, 138-163, Marx 1872, 81-113. A. Simple/isolated/accidental form of value. X commodity A equals Y commodity B. B. Total/expanded form of value. Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals V commodity C equals W commodity D equals X commodity E equals etc. C. General form of value. U commodity B equals Z commodity A, V commodity C equals Z commodity A, W commodity D equals Z commodity A, X commodity E equals Z commodity A, etc. D. Money form. Ounces of gold equals Z commodity A, ounces of gold equals U commodity B, ounces of gold equals V commodity C, ounces of gold equals W commodity D, ounces of gold equals X commodity E, etc. Dieter Wolf, 2008, 94, argues that Heinrich's thesis that there is a break in the presentation of the value form between the first and the second edition of Capital, Volume 1, is incorrect because the general equivalent form is almost identical with the money form, although it is also different because money is a monopolized form of the general equivalent, Ibid. 98, and Marx included the general form already in the first edition in the value form analysis. One can add that the original German edition contains a contradictory presentation of the value form because Marx added an annex called Die Worth form, the value form, Marx 1867b, 764-784, in which the money form is presented as the fourth form of value, I simple form of value, 2. Expanded form of value, 3. General form of value, 4. Money form, which is already the form of presentation that Marx later chose to move in the second edition from the annex into chapter 1.1. Dieter Wolf, 2004, 46, argues that Reichelt and Backhaus only select specific passages from the Grundrisse and the Urtext, based on which they claim that Marx later in Capital regressed behind a certain status of knowledge. They would ignore the shortcomings of both works and thereby constitute a new dogmatism that presents itself as non-dogmatic criticism of Capital. Marx's value form analysis can be interpreted with the help of Hegel's dialectic of the one and the many and of attraction and repulsion, see figures 2.4 and 2.5. Repulsion means a distinguishing of the one from itself, the repulsion of the one, it makes many ones, Hegel 1830, 97. The one manifests an utter incompatibility with itself, a self-repulsion, and what makes itself explicitly be, is the many, Ibid. But repulsion turns into attraction, the one, as already remarked, just is self-exclusion and explicit putting itself as the many. Each of the many however is itself a one, and in virtue of its so behaving, this all-rounded repulsion is by one stroke converted into its opposite attraction, Ibid. But the many are one the same as another, each is one, or even one of the many, they are consequently one and the same. Or when we study all that repulsion involves, we see that as a negative attitude of many ones to one another, it is just as essentially a connective reference of them to each other, and as those to which the one is related in its act of repulsion are ones, it is in them thrown into relation with itself. The repulsion therefore has an equal right to be called attraction, and the exclusive one, or being for self, suppresses itself, Ibid. 98. Marx shows in the value form analysis that commodities attract and repulse each other. They repulse each other because they have different natural forms, qualities, materials and use values. They are many different commodities. But abstract labor equalizes them in the production process, and money, or another general equivalent, equalizes them in the exchange process. They all contain quanta of human labor and are therefore objectifications of value that is in the exchange process assessed as representation of equal human labor. Qualitative different commodities that repulse each other attract each other via a general equivalent in the exchange process. The general form of value constructs a unity of the diversity of commodities. Marx describes it as the form of value that is common to all commodities and that therefore is general in character. Marx 1867 c. 157. Wolfgang Fritz Haug, 2003 b. 2007, argues that the new reading of Capital assumption that Marx popularized the presentation of the value form analysis because of the political influence of the labor movement on his thinking and that a non-scientific analysis resulted from it results in a Marx interpretation that is distant from political praxis and has no grounding in actual reality, and that Marx, 1867 c. 105, himself described later versions of Capital as epistemological progress that has scientific value. The problem of Heinrich, Backhaus, Reichelt, and their followers for Haug is that they assume there is an abiogenesis of the commodity characters in the moment of sale. Haug 2007, 562, translation from German 9, and that Marx's value form analytical theory of money is inverted into a money theoretical, monetary, theory of value that is ahistorical. Ibid. 563, translation from German 10. Heinrich's exchange and money theory of value is circulation-oriented and decenters the value concept from the realm of production. It cannot account for the fact that capitalists may not be able to sell commodities because of market problems, are therefore not able to realize profit, but nonetheless have exploited their employees' labor in the production process. From Heinrich's, 1999, 232, formulation that commodities only obtain value and the magnitude of value within exchange, it follows that a commodity that is not successfully exchanged with money, sold, does not have value and therefore also has no surplus value, which logically implies that the workers who produced it have not been exploited. The logical consequence is that Heinrich considers work only as being exploited if, a. it is remunerated and, b. the produced goods are successfully sold on the market. In contrast, it is feasible to assume that if humans contribute to the production of a commodity that shall be sold in order to accumulate capital and realize profit, they create value and are exploited if their remuneration lies below the price that can be achieved for the produced commodities on average on the market. This does not presuppose that commodities are actually sold, but that they are produced with the intention to be sold in order to accumulate capital. Value is created in the production process. If the commodity is sold, value changes its form in the circulation process from the commodity form to the money form. There can be realization problems, e.g. a drop in wages that results in less demand, different production conditions that allow one company to sell its commodities cheaper than other companies in the same industry, etc., so there is never a guarantee that value changes from the commodity form to the money form. Heinrich ignores the dynamic and crisis-prone character of capitalism and underestimates the role of the production process in the exploitation of labor and class relations. Robert Coors, 2012, has provided the most extensive critique thus far of Heinrich's approach. He argues that Heinrich and the new reading of Capital approach, by denying that value is a substance constituted in production, advance a circulation ideological and exchange ideological, Ibid. 9, approach that is compatible with both neoclassical economics and postmodern thinking, 155 to 156, 171, 185. As one consequence of his approach, Heinrich would assume an automatic regeneration capacity of capitalism in crises, Coors 2012, chapters 13, 15, and postulate an automatic washing machine of capital, Ibid. 306. Based on this discussion, I next want to provide my own thoughts about Marx's labor theory of value that will in a further step be connected to the realm of the media. 2.3.2. A reconstruction of Marx's labor theory of value. Dieter Wolff, 2008, 70, argues that Marx focuses in Capital, Volume 1's Chapter 1.1 on the analysis of commodity structures with abstraction from human practices and introduces the practical labor process that is mediated with the level of commodity structures in Chapter 1.2. One can say that Chapter 1 follows a dialectical structure. See Figure 2.6. First an objective view is taken, the commodity, then a subjective one, labor, which is then combined in the value form analysis that shows how subjects exchange objects that represent objectified subjectivity, human labor. 2.3.2.1 Use value and value. Marx argues in Chapter 1.1 of Capital, Volume 1, Marx 1867 c. 125 to 131, that a commodity, the elementary form of capitalism, IBID, 125, has two factors, use value and value. The usefulness of a thing makes it a use value, IBID, 126. Abstract human labor is the substance of value, it is a common characteristic of commodities. The value of a commodity is the average labor time that is needed for producing it. Labor time is the measure of value. Value has both a substance and a magnitude and is in these characteristics connected to human labor and labor time. The substance of value, value is a social system, which is common to all commodities, the common factor in the exchange relation, IBID, 128. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified vergegenstandlicht or materialized in it, IBID, 129. The values of commodities are determined by their cost of production, in other words by the labor time required to produce them, IBID, 137. The measure or magnitude of value, the magnitude of value is measured by means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days, etc. IBID, 129. To be precise, socially necessary labor is the substance of value, socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. What exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production, IBID. The value of commodities as determined by labor time is only their average value, Marx 1857/1858b, 137. If we consider commodities as values, we consider them exclusively under the single aspect of realized, fixed, or, if you like, crystallized social labor, Marx 1865. Socially necessary labor determines an average commodity value that is to be viewed on the one hand as the average value of the commodities produced in a particular sphere, Marx 1894, 279. Every commodity has an individual value, production time. What counts on the market and in the industry is however the average production time. On the market in one industry, average labor times needed for producing similar commodities compete with each other. Socially necessary labor time is the average labor time that is needed in the entire economy for producing a commodity based on average skills and an average level of productivity. An individual capital has its own productivity, its workforce has a specific skill level and so forth. So the average value of a commodity produced may deviate from the socially necessary labor required to produce the commodity on average in the entire industry. The law of value has to do with the speed of production and the level of productivity. The higher the productivity used to create a commodity, the lower its value. In general, the greater the productivity of labor, the less the labor time required to produce an article, the less the mass of labor crystallized in that article, and the less its value. Inversely, the less the productivity of labor, the greater the labor time necessary to produce an article, and the greater its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity, and inversely as the productivity, of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity, Marx 1867 c. 131. Value is the essence of a commodity. Expressing it in another way, one can also say that abstract labor is the essence of value, Cleaver 2111. Exchange value is the form of the appearance of value, Wolf 2002 157, Cleaver 2111. In other words, work for capital only has meaning and only appears as a social relation when it is embodied in a product that is exchanged, and, ultimately, that earns surplus value, Cleaver 2111. Money is a specific form of the appearance of value, the highest form of value. Christopher J. Arthur, 2004, 108-109, argues in this context by applying Hegel's dialectical logic to Marx's Capital that value is the commodity's essence, value in itself, the value forms the form of the appearance of value, value for itself, and money the actuality of value, value in and for itself. Figure 2.6 The dialectic of structure and agency in Chapter 1 of Marx's Capital, Volume 1. Harry Cleaver, 2000, argues that the distinction of the two factors of the commodity use value and value in Chapter 1.1 of Marx's Capital, Volume 1, should be read as being connected to the class relation between capital and labor. The view of the commodity as use value is the perspective of the working class. It sees commodities, e.g. food or energy, primarily as objects of appropriation and consumption, things to be used to satisfy its needs. Capital sees these same commodities primarily as exchange values, mere means toward the end of increasing itself and its social control via the realization of surplus value and profit. 99. But in order to survive in capitalism, humans must sell their labor power and thereby become interested in exchange value, whereas capitalists in order to achieve profit need the use value of labor power. Whereas labor is first interested in the qualitative side and capital in the quantitative side of the commodity, in order to obtain these goals each side has to turn into the other. Marx described this connectedness of value and the class relationship between capital and labor in the following way: the separation of property from labor, Marx 1857-1858b, 295, includes also a separation from the ownership of value. Labor time is not the worker's time, but time under the command of capital. Labor is therefore not value, not capital, not raw material, not instrument of labor, not raw product, but it is absolute poverty, which means an exclusion from objective wealth, Ibid. 296. But at the same time, private owners require labor in order to possess capital, value, raw materials, and wealth. They require them as subjects that produce capital and value. So labor is not value and at the same time value, not capital and at the same time capital, it is the living source of value, the general possibility of wealth, Ibid. Labor is absolute poverty as object, on one side, and is, on the other side, the general possibility of wealth as subject and as activity, Ibid. Labor and value have contradictory existences that are related to each other. Wolf, 2008, 106, argues against Heinrich that all commodities and their values have a societal and social character before they are exchanged because they all have the same general characteristic, that they are products of human labor that is organized in society. Marx sees value and labor as social categories in a threefold sense. 1. Individual labor produces value that all economic producers in society create, in the form of commodity values. All labor is expressed as equal human labor, Marx 1867 c. 152. Therefore the labor of different individuals is equal, Marx 1859. 2. Labor time is a characteristic of all production processes in society. The labor time of a particular individual is directly represented as labor time in general. It is the labor time of an individual, his labor time, but only as labor time common to all, Ibid. 3. The outcome of value-generating labor performed in society is a product that is traded based on a universal equivalent of exchange, in capitalism, money, that all use in the exchange process. Universal labor time finds its expression in a universal product, a universal equivalent, a definite amount of materialist labor time, for which the distinct form of the use value in which it is manifested as the direct product of one person is a matter of complete indifference, ibid. In modern society, human labor is in most cases not an individual process but a social process. Many workers act together as a combined worker. This is another reason why modern labor and value production is always a social process. Wolf, 2002, 151-165, criticizes that Backhouse conceives price and money as the third thing that commodities have in common. In contrast, Wolf stresses that price and money are expressions of value and that value itself is the third concept the two commodities have in common. 2.3.2.2 Exchange value. In exchange, humans set values of commodities as something equal, and different use values get a common denominator in the form of money, or another general equivalent of exchange. Many things are getting united as a unity of diversity of commodities is created by the general form of value. Exchange value appears first of all as the quantitative relation, the proportion, in which use values of one kind exchange for use values of another kind. Marx 1867 c. 126. Exchange value is the necessary mode of expression, or form of appearance, of value, ibid. 128. In exchange, concrete use values that satisfy human needs are set as equals. They are all different in that they satisfy different human needs, but setting them as equals, X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or, X commodity equals a units of money, Y commodity B equals a units of money, abstracts from this difference and constructs an equality by establishing an exchange relationship between two quantities of different commodities. The equalized commodities are considered to represent the same amount of value. The exchange relationship that in capitalism is organized with the help of money, which acts as a general equivalent of exchange, constructs a unity in diversity, a unity of the different use values of commodities. In the exchange process, commodities are reduced to that which they have in common value. Value is the third commonality of commodities, Wolf 2008, 104. Commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor. Their objective character as values is therefore purely social. Marx 1867 c. 138-139. Value has an objective form in the sense that certain quanta of abstract human labor are objectified in it on average. This objectivity is social and societal because all commodities are products of human labor that is organized in society, and the production process is itself a social process. But value is not only objective and in this objectivity societal, but it is also social as an exchange relationship itself. In the exchange relationship X commodity A equals Y commodity B, the value of commodity A is expressed in the use value of commodity B and the value of commodity B in the use value of commodity A. Wolf 2002, 131. By means of the value relation, therefore, the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A. In other words, the physical body of commodity B becomes a mirror for the value of commodity A. Commodity A, then, in entering into a relation with commodity B as an object of value, Wertkorper, as a materialization of human labor, makes the use value B into the material through which its own value is expressed. The value of commodity A, thus expressed in the use value of commodity B, has the form of relative value. Marx 1867 c. 144. If one says, for instance, 1 yard of linen is worth 2 pounds of coffee, then the exchange value of linen is expressed in the use value of coffee, and it is moreover expressed in a definite quantity of this use value. Marx 1859. The contradiction between value and use value of a commodity, the double character of a commodity as use value and value that is created by concrete labor and abstract labor, is sublated in the form of the exchange value, that is, by the fact that the value of the commodity is expressed in the use value of another commodity via the exchange relationship. Value has at the same time an objective and social form. Therefore Heinrich's attempt to ridicule those who argue that value exists in production and prior to exchange and the money form, as substantialists and Ricardians that neglect the social form of value, is one-sided and does not see the double character of value. For Hegel, 1830, 90, quality means being with a character or mode. And as reflected into itself in this its character or mode, determinate being is a somewhat, as existent. Quantity is the exclusive unit, and the identification or equalization of these units, Ibid, 100. Quantity, essentially invested with the exclusionist character which it involves, is quantum, or how much, i.e. limited quantity, Ibid, 101. The dialectical unity of quantity and quality is called the measure. Measure is the qualitative quantum, in the first place as immediate a quantum, to which a determinate being or a quality is attached, Ibid, 107. We measure, e.g. the length of different chords that have been put into a state of vibration, with an eye to the qualitative difference of the tones caused by their vibration, corresponding to this difference of length. Similarly, in chemistry, we try to ascertain the quantity of the matters brought into combination, in order to find out the measures or proportions conditioning such combinations, that is to say, those quantities which give rise to definite qualities. In statistics, too, the numbers with which the study is engaged are important only from the qualitative results conditioned by them, Ibid, 106. In the equation 1 computer equals 500 euros, we have qualities of the economy, computer, money, that are present in certain quantities, 1 computer, 500 units of money. In their exchange, we measure a relationship between the two commodities. A certain quantity, value, of one commodity is expressed in the use value of the other. The next figure shows Hegel's dialectic of quality, quantity, and measure. It is followed by a figure that applies this dialectic to Marx's notions of use value, value and exchange value. Price is the money name of the labor objectified in a commodity, Marx 1867 c. 195 to 196. A commodity expresses its value in the money price. Money is a measure of the value of a commodity. It is the most developed form of value. The money price is a specific monopolized form of the appearance of value that shapes exchange in capitalist society by acting as generalized medium of exchange in, almost, all market relations in which commodities are exchanged. Money has a social monopoly, to play the part of universal equivalent within the world of commodities, Ibid, 162. Money is related to the class conflict between labor and capital, Cleaver 2000, 156 to 158. Capital aims at lowering the price of labor, wages, and increasing the price of commodities in order to increase profits. Workers can refuse work in the form of strikes and thereby attack the wage mediation and money profit, and they can refuse or eliminate prices by trying to obtain use values below market prices or for free, e.g. by refusing to buy certain products and producing them together with others. So money is not only a medium of circulation, but also a mediator between the classes, Ibid, 158, and an object of class struggle. That two commodities have the same price does not mean that they necessarily have the same value, only that they are assessed as having the same value. Marx argues that value and price do not necessarily coincide. There can be incongruences and oscillations. The magnitude of the value of a commodity therefore expresses a necessary relation to social labor time which is inherent in the process by which its value is created. With the transformation of the magnitude of value into the price, this necessary relation appears as the exchange ratio between a single commodity and the money commodity which exists outside it. This relation, however, may express both the magnitude of value of the commodity and the greater or lesser quantity of money for which it can be sold under the given circumstances. The possibility, therefore, of a quantitative incongruity between price and magnitude of value, i.e. the possibility that the price may diverge from the magnitude of value, is inherent in the price form itself. Marx 1867 c. 196. Socially necessary labor time is the center of gravity around which price turns. Marx 1894, 279. Value is the center of gravity of market prices, the axis round which these fluctuate. Bidet 2009, 81. The commodities whose individual value stands below the market price will realize an extra surplus value or surplus profit, while those whose individual value stands above the market price will be unable to realize a part of the surplus value which they contain. Marx 1894, 279. The market value is always different, is always below or above this average value of a commodity. The price of a commodity constantly stands above or below the value of the commodity, and the value of the commodity itself exists only in this up and down movement of commodity prices. Marx 1857-1858, 137. In Hegelian dialectical language, one can say that the price is a constant negation of the negation, i.e. of itself as negation of real value, ibid. Robert Coors, 2012, 184, argues that prices cannot be read off commodity values, but that values and prices are also not independent. For example, the price of a toothbrush would always be much lower than the one of a car because the socially necessary labor to produce a toothbrush would necessarily be much lower than the one required for a car. At the same time, there would be no guarantee that the desired price can be achieved on the market because heavy competition could force capitalists to sell their commodities below the commodity's value. Ibid. 185. The transformation problem deals with the question of how values are transformed into prices. Based on Moishe Postone, 1993, one can argue that the engagement with this problem is based on the assumption that Marx's theory can be used for deriving a price theory and on the assumption that this was also Marx's intention. Postone, 1993, 134, in contrast argues that the divergence of prices from values is integral to Marx's analysis. Marx's intention is not to formulate a price theory but to show how value induces a level of appearance that disguises it. Ibid. The price form veils the specificities of value. 2.3.2.4. The value and price of labor power. Imagine two situations. 1. There is only one company in the world producing computers and there is a significant demand for this type of good. There is almost unlimited supply of the workforce and a securitization of work by military means. Workers who resist working are shot. There is no labor legislation, i.e. the owners of the computer company are free to choose the standard work time, wages, rest times, etc. It takes on average 15 minutes to assemble one computer and the price of one computer is €500. There are fixed constant capital costs of €100. The price depends on the investment costs. Given that the labor supply is limited, capitalists will try to reduce the labor costs to a minimum in order to maximize profits. In the example, they can, as a result of the fascist conditions of production, enslave the workers, pay no wages, and thereby maximize the profit to the possible maximum of €400. 2. There is a regime change and labor legislation is introduced. There is now a minimum wage that requires the capitalist in the first example to pay €200 in wage costs for the production of one computer. The production conditions remain unchanged, the constant capital costs are still €100. The capitalist is used to making €400 profit per computer. Based on the calculation that he makes a profit of 400% per computer, he has acquired a luxurious lifestyle that he does not want to give up. If he demands the same price for each computer, the profit per commodity will have from €400 to €200. Given that there is no competition but a high demand for computers, he decides to increase the price of one computer from 500 to 700 euros, which allows him to continue to achieve a profit of 400 euros. The examples aim to show that prices cannot simply be derived and calculated from labor values, but depend on the politics of class struggle. Jacques Bidet, 2009, therefore speaks of the socio-political concept of value that is coupled to the political economic concept of value. In capitalism, labor as the substance of value is coupled to the social compulsion for the expenditure of labor that is exercised over the workers by the capitalist class, Ibid, 51. Labor is therefore a class concept and value is connected to labor's class relation to capital. Capital has to secure the command over labor, which is a political task. Labor can try to resist this command, which would be a political answer to this command. If the substance of value is abstract labor, expenditure, it is coupled in the mode of production with its correlative, the social compulsion for this expenditure, a market compulsion exercised over the workers by the capitalist class, with which it forms, in the unity of the concept, a social and class relationship, Ibid. The concepts of value and abstract labor are therefore simultaneously an expression of political economy and socio-political class struggle. Also Marx stressed this connection in relation to the value and price of labor, during the time of the anti-Jacobin War, undertaken, as the incorrigible tax-eater and sinecurist, old George Rose, used to say, to save the comforts of our holy religion from the inroads of the French infidels, the honest English farmers, so tenderly handled in a former chapter of ours, depressed the wages of the agricultural laborers even beneath that mere physical minimum, but made up by poor laws the remainder necessary for the physical perpetuation of the race. This was a glorious way to convert the wages laborer into a slave, and Shakespeare's proud yeoman into a pauper, Marx 1865. The socio-political concept of class has led Bidet, 2007, to stress that capitalism really poses the market and the organization, the two mediations, the two forms of rational reasonable coordination at social scale, as its logical presuppositions. It poses them while turning them into the two class factors which are combined in the modern class relation. Although coming from another background, namely autonomous Marxism, Harry Cleaver, 2000, argues like Bidet for a political reading of Marx's Capital. Like Bidet, Cleaver also sees class relations as an important aspect of value. The exchange value of labor power is, as we have seen, the money which the working class receives for its sale. Yet for the working class this exchange value is at once income and a source of power in its struggle with capital, while for the latter it is a cost and a deduction from total value produced, a threat to surplus value and thus to capital's power. Because of these differences there is often a struggle over the form in which the working class will receive the exchange value of its labor power, money wages, wages in kind, social services, welfare, unemployment benefits, pensions, and so forth. Cleaver 2101. What is the value of labor power? The value of labor power is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labor time necessary for the production, and consequently also the reproduction, of this specific article. The value of labor power is the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of its owner, Marx 1867 c. 274. The means of reproduction of a worker include his/her own subsistence costs and the ones of her/his family, education for obtaining skills, and health care for maintaining in a physical and mental status that allows the continuance of work. Harry Cleaver stresses in this concept the autonomous Marxist concept of the social worker and the social factory. Both housework and schoolwork are intended to contribute to keeping the value of labor power low. Cleaver 2123. The more unpaid labor time is available in the reproduction of labor power, the more the amount of variable capital necessary for the reproduction of the working class decreases, so that the social worker in the social factory contributes to the expansion of surplus value, Ibid. The technical changes of capitalism, i.e. the technical increase of productivity or what Marx termed relative surplus value production, result, as Mario Tronti, 1962, argues, in the emergence of a social factory. The factory extends its boundaries into all areas of society. The more capitalist development proceeds, i.e. the more the production of relative surplus value asserts and extends itself, the more the cycle production distribution exchange consumption closes itself inevitably. The societal relation between capitalist production and bourgeois society, between factory and society, between society and the state become more and more organic. At the highest level of capitalist development, the societal relation becomes a moment of the relations of production, and the whole of society becomes cause and expression of production, i.e. the whole society lives as a function of the factory, and the factory extends its exclusive domination to the whole of society. When the factory raises itself to the master of the whole of society, the entire societal production becomes industrial production. Then the specific characteristics of the factory get lost inside of the general characteristics of society. Tronti, 1962, 30-31, translation from German. As the example has tried to show, the price of labor, wages, depends on the politically set working conditions, which are the actual, temporal, and dynamically changing result of the class struggle between capital and labor. Organizations of the working class, such as the trade unions, aim at nothing less than to prevent the reduction of wages below the level that is traditionally maintained in the various branches of industry. That is to say, they wish to prevent the price of labor power from falling below its value. Marx, 1867 c. 1069. In the first example, the wages are driven by the power of capital in class struggle to an absolute minimum, below the subsistence level of wage labor, i.e. below the value of labor power. In the second example, class struggle empowers worker organizations and allows them to raise the price of labor power. The examples show that value is established in a class struggle defined by the question of the price of labor power, Bidet 2009, 101. By comparing the standard wages or values of labor in different countries, and by comparing them in different historical epochs of the same country, you will find that the value of labor itself is not a fixed but a variable magnitude, even supposing the values of all other commodities to remain constant. Marx, 1865. 2.3.2.5. Surplus value. Workers are forced to enter class relations and to produce profit in order to survive, which enables capital to appropriate surplus. The notion of exploited surplus value is the main concept of Marx's theory, by which he intends to show that capitalism is a class society. The theory of surplus value is in consequence immediately the theory of exploitation, Negri, 1991, 74, and, one can add, the theory of class, and as a consequence the political demand for a classless society. Enrique Dussel argues that in his work on the Grundrisse, Marx had for the first time in his work, discovered the category of surplus value. Dussel, 2008, 77, in December 1857, if the worker needs only half a working day in order to live a whole day, then, in order to keep alive as a worker, he needs to work only half a day. The second half of the day is forced labor, surplus labor. Marx, 1857-1858b, 324. Surplus value means that workers are compelled to work more than necessary for satisfying their immediate needs. They produce an excess for free that is appropriated by capitalists. What appears as surplus value on capital's side appears identically on the worker's side as surplus labor in excess of his requirements as worker, hence in excess of his immediate requirements for keeping himself alive. Ibid. 324-325. The surplus value which capital obtains through the production process consists only of the excess of surplus labor over necessary labor. The increase in productive force can increase surplus labor, i.e. the excess of labor objectified in capital as product over the labor objectified in the exchange value of the working day, only to the extent that it diminishes the relation of necessary labor to surplus labor, and only in the proportion in which it diminishes this relation. Surplus value is exactly equal to surplus labor, the increase of one is exactly measured by the diminution of necessary labor, ibid. 339. In Capital, Volume 1, Marx defines surplus value in the following way: the capitalist wants to produce a commodity greater in value than the sum of the values of the commodities used to produce it, namely the means of production and the labor power he purchased with his good money on the open market. His aim is to produce not only a use value, but a commodity, not only use value, but value, and not just value, but also surplus value. The cotton originally bought for £100 is, for example, resold at £100 plus £10, i.e. £110. The complete form of this process is therefore MCM, where M equals M plus M, i.e. the original sum advanced plus an increment. This increment or excess over the original value I call surplus value. Marx 1867 c. 293, 251. Capital is not money but money that is increased through accumulation, money which begets money, ibid. 256. Marx argued that the value of labor power is the average amount of time that is needed for the production of goods that are necessary for survival, necessary labor time, which in capitalism is paid for by workers with their wages. Surplus labor time is all of labor time that exceeds necessary labor time, remains unpaid, is appropriated for free by capitalists and is transformed into money profit. Surplus value is in substance the materialization of unpaid labor time. The secret of the self-valorization of capital resolves itself into the fact that it has at its disposal a definite quantity of the unpaid labor of other people, ibid. 672. Surplus value costs the worker labor but the capitalist nothing, but nonetheless becomes the legitimate property of the capitalist, ibid. Capital also developed into a coercive relation, and this compels the working class to do more work than would be required by the narrow circle of its own needs. As an agent in producing the activity of others, as an extractor of surplus labor and an exploiter of labor power, it surpasses all earlier systems of production, which were based on directly compulsory labor, in its energy and its quality of unbounded and ruthless activity, ibid. 425. For Marx, capitalism is based on the permanent theft of unpaid labor from workers by capitalists. This is the reason why he characterizes capital as vampire and werewolf, ibid. 342, 411. 2.4. Conclusion. For theorizing digital labor, a labor theory of value is needed. Based on Marx's theory, we can distinguish between work and labor as anthropological and historical forms of human activity. This distinction is reflected in capitalism in the dual character of the commodity that is both use value and exchange value at the same time. The notion of alienated labor is grounded in a general model of the work process that has been conceptualized based on a dialectic of subject and object in the economy that has been presented in the form of a model, the Hegelian Marxist dialectical triangle of the work process. This model is based on Hegel's dialectic of the subject and the object that Marx used for theorizing the labor process as dialectical process. Various aspects of a Marxist theory of work and labor, such as the notions of abstract and concrete labor, double free labor, productive labor, the collective worker and general work, have been presented. Work is a dialectical interconnection of human subjects, labor power, that use instruments on objects so that products emerge that satisfy human needs. Labor is based on a fourfold alienation of the human being from labor power, the objects of labor and the tools of labor, as well as the results of labor. Alienation in capitalist societies is alienation of workers from all poles of this dialectic and from the whole process itself that constitutes class relations and exploitation. This chapter has also discussed Marx's concept of value by introducing the contemporary German debate on Marx's labor theory of value, Michael Heinrich, Hans-Georg Backhaus, Helmut Reichelt, Wolfgang Fritz Haug, Dieter Wolff, Robert Kurz. In a reconstruction of Marx's labor theory of value, a Hegelian interpretation of the concepts of use value, value, exchange value, money, price, the value and price of labor power, and surplus value has been given. I have stressed the role of politics and class struggle in the relationship of wages and prices and thereby argue, like Harry Cleaver and Jacques Bidet, for a political interpretation of the value concept. Value is an objective concept determined by the amount of working hours needed on average for the production of a commodity. The transition from the level of value to the level of commodity prices and the degree of profits is established in and through class struggle. This struggle is focused on the capitalist class's attempt to reduce wage costs, that is, to make the proletariat work a larger part of the working day without pay, and potential resistance against wage reductions and the intensification and extension of work. The price of labor, wages, depends on the politically set working conditions, which are the actual, temporal, and dynamically changing result of the class struggle between capital and labor. The purpose of Chapter 2 was to set out foundations of Marx's labor theory of value as context for the discussion of digital labor. The next two chapters will focus on the academic context, namely on the question how media and communication studies is positioning itself towards Marx and Marx's topics. This is achieved by first having a look at Marx in cultural studies and then at contemporary discussions on the relevance of Dallas Smythe's works. 3. Contemporary Cultural Studies and Karl Marx. Cultural studies is a field that analyses culture and has its origins in the works of thinkers such as Richard Hoggart, Raymond Williams, and Edward P. Thompson, who were influenced by Marxist thinking. This chapter takes a look at what role Marx plays in contemporary cultural studies, which means that it discusses what role is assigned to capitalism, class, labor, and value in specific approaches. The introduction, 3.1, discusses the role of Marx for early cultural studies, Stuart Hall, and the controversy between Nicholas Garnham and Lawrence Grossberg in the mid-1990s. The subsequent sections discuss three contemporary cultural studies books: Lawrence Grossberg's Cultural Studies in the Future Tense, 3.2, John Hartley's Digital Futures for Cultural and Media Studies, 3.3, and the collected volume The Renewal of Cultural Studies, 3.4, which was edited by Paul Smith. All three approaches argue for the importance of giving attention to the economy in cultural studies but differ widely in what role Marx should have in such a refocusing. 3.1. Introduction. The works of Karl Marx had an important influence on early cultural studies. So, for example, Raymond Williams stated in one of his earliest books, Culture and Society, 1780 to 1950, that he is interested in Marxist theory because socialism and communism are now important. Williams 1958, 284. Williams argued for and worked on a Marxist theory of culture that recognizes diversity and complexity, takes account of continuity within change, allows for chance and certain limited autonomies, but takes the facts of the economic structure and the consequent social relations as the guiding string on which a culture is woven, and by following which a culture is to be understood. Ibid. 269. Edward P. Thompson argued for a Marxism that stresses human experience and culture. He defended such a Marxism politically against Stalinism, Thompson 1957, theoretically on the left against Althusserian structuralism, Thompson 1978a, and against the right-wing reactions against Marx led by thinkers like Leszek Kolakowski, Thompson 1973. Thompson argued that this form of Marxist thinking was present, first, in Marx's writings on alienation, commodity fetishism, and reification, and, second, in his notion of man, in history, continuously making over his own nature, Thompson 1978a, 165. The political perspective underlying Thompson's political and theoretical interventions is socialist humanism, a position that is humanist because it places once again real men and women at the center of socialist theory and aspiration, instead of the resounding abstractions the party, Marxism-Leninism, Stalinism, the two camps, the vanguard of the working class so dear to Stalinism. It is socialist because it reaffirms the revolutionary perspectives of communism, faith in the revolutionary potentialities not only of the human race or of the dictatorship of the proletariat but of real men and women, Thompson 1957, 109. In the 1990s, a controversy between cultural studies and critical political economy developed that culminated in an exchange between Nicholas Garnham, 1995 A, B, and Lawrence Grossberg, 1995. The basic points of criticism are summarized in Table 3.1. Garnham, 1995 A, 64, summarizes the criticism of cultural studies by saying that the latter refuses to think through the implications of its own claim that the forms of subordination and their attendant cultural practices to which cultural studies gives analytical priority are grounded within a capitalist mode of production. The discussion between Garnham and Grossberg is an indication that something fundamentally changed in cultural studies since the time Williams and Thompson had written their major works, namely a profound move away from Marxism, and the analysis of culture in the context of class and capitalism. The contemporary return of Marx was preceded by a disappearance of Marx. In 1990, it was announced that Stuart Hall's keynote talk at the conference Cultural Studies, Now and in the Future would have the title The Marxist Element in Cultural Studies, Sparks 1996, 72. The program finally announced him as talking about cultural studies and its theoretical legacies, which is also the title of the published version of the presentation, Hall 1992/1996. Hall describes the troubled relationship of his version of cultural studies to Marx. He says that there was never a moment when cultural studies and Marxism represented a perfect theoretical fit because Marx's work has great inadequacies. According to Hall, Marx did not talk about culture, ideology, language, the symbolic. A certain reductionism and economism and Eurocentrism would be intrinsic to Marxism, Ibid, 265. Therefore, the encounter between British cultural studies and Marxism has first to be understood as the engagement with a problem, Ibid. The 1990s and 2000s were decades of the disappearance of Marx in the humanities and social sciences in general. Hall generalizes and constructs a homogeneity of British cultural studies that never existed. Whereas his own encounter with Marx may always have been troubled and at the time, when he felt more attracted by Marx's works, was mainly an encounter with Althusser's structuralism, other representatives of cultural studies, namely Edward P. Thompson and Raymond Williams, were much attracted by humanist Marxism. Whereas Hall took up Althusser's work, Edward P. Thompson at the same time employed his theoretical and literary skills for writing a bitter satirical critique of Althusser from a Marxist-humanist standpoint, Thompson 1978a, and for writing a defense of Marx and Marxism against Leszek Kolakowski, a former humanist Marxist who published a book against Marx and Marxism, Kolakowski 2005. So the identification and depth of engagement with Marxism has definitely been different in various strands of cultural studies. Stuart Hall gives, against his own epistemology, a quite non-complex, non-contextualized, and reductionistic reading of cultural studies and Marxism that too much generalizes his own experiences and worldview. Vincent Mosco, 2009, argues that Hogarth, Williams, Thompson, Willis, and Hall maintained a strong commitment to an engaged class analysis, Mosco 2009, 233, but that later cultural studies became less than clear about its commitment to political projects and purposes, 229, and that it is hard to make the case that cultural studies has devoted much attention to labor, the activity that occupies most people's waking hours, 214. Colin Sparks describes the relationship between Stuart Hall's version of cultural studies and Marxism as a move towards Marxism and move away from Marxism, Sparks 1996, 71. He argues that Hall in the 1970s engaged with structural Marxism, which culminated in the Policing the Crisis book, Hall et al. 1978, and that then there was a slow movement away from any self-identification with Marxism, Sparks 1996, 88, in the 1980s that was influenced by the uptake of Escobedo-Lacaze approach. The resulting distance between cultural studies and Marxism is for Sparks a retrograde move, Ibid, 98. Marrying Marxism and cultural studies would remain an important and fruitful project, Ibid, 99. Ekobedo Laka has in a trialogue with Judith Butler and Slavoj Zizek admitted that in postmodern approaches it is a common language game to transform class into one more link in an enumerative chain, race, gender, ethnicity, etc., and class, Butler, Laka and Zizek 2297, and to put class deliberately as the last element in the chain in order to stress its unimportance. Laka speaks of deconstructing classes, Ibid. 296. Zizek has in this context in my opinion correctly said that postmodernism, cultural studies, and post-Marxism have, by assuming an irreducible plurality of struggles, accepted capitalism as the only game in town and have renounced any real attempt to overcome the existing capitalist liberal regime, Ibid. 95. Colin Sparks, 1996, 92, holds that the Lacanian move in cultural studies was to give equal weight to each of the members of the holy trinity of race, class, and gender. According to Laka himself, the task of his approach was to deliberately ignore and downplay the importance of class in favor of other forms of power. Given that we today live in times where the interest in Marx's works and the economic in general has returned, the question arises as to which role Marx should play in the analysis of media, communication, and culture and which role his works actually do play in such studies. In order to contribute to the discussion of this question, this chapter addresses the role of Marx in current works of selected representatives of cultural studies and argues for a renewed reading and interpretation of Marx's works in the context of studying the media, communication, and culture. I discuss the role of Marx's theory in 3 books published by prominent representatives of cultural studies: Lawrence Grossberg's Cultural Studies in the Future Tense, Section 3.2, John Hartley's Digital Futures for Cultural and Media Studies, Section 3.3, and the collected volume The Renewal of Cultural Studies, which features 27 contributions and was edited by Paul Smith, Section 3.4. Many approaches in contemporary cultural studies agree that the economic has to be taken more into account, although there is no agreement on how this engagement with the economy should look. The position taken in this chapter is that the analysis of media, communication, and culture requires a profound engagement with, discussion of and interpretation of Karl Marx's works, Section 3.5. I have taken a look at how the 3 selected books have discussed the relationship of cultural studies to Marx and Marxist theory. The books were published in the past 3 years, so all are relatively recent, and have set themselves the task to reflect on the future of cultural studies. This is already indicated in the titles of the 3 works: Cultural Studies in the Future Tense, Grossberg 2010, Digital Futures for Cultural and Media Studies, Hartley 2012, and The Renewal of Cultural Studies, Smith 2011b. Grossberg's title choice indicates that the book sets the stage for the future of cultural studies. Hartley goes one step further and includes a specific statement on what the future of cultural studies should look like in the title. He wants this field to focus on the analysis of digital media. Paul Smith's book title is also oriented on the future of cultural studies, but unlike Grossberg and Hartley it makes a quite normative statement, namely that something is wrong with cultural studies and therefore it needs to be renewed. I conducted a book title search covering the years 2010 to 2013 for the keyword cultural studies in the British Library's catalogue, date, February 2, 2013. It produced 47 results that have both words in their title and refer to the academic field named cultural studies. Many of these books are introductions and have titles such as Introducing Cultural Studies, Introduction to Cognitive Cultural Studies, Cultural Studies, A Practical Introduction, or American Cultural Studies, An Introduction to American Culture. So most of these books are oriented on documenting specific aspects of the history of cultural studies, whereas only a few are concerned with assessing the current status and the potential futures of cultural studies. In contrast, the 3 selected books have exactly the purpose of critically assessing the present and helping to construct the future of cultural studies and are therefore suited for further analysis. The 3 books have in common that they see a problem in contemporary cultural studies and a task for the future. For Grossberg, The problem is that too much of the work that takes place under the sign of cultural studies has simply become too lazy. Grossberg 2010, 2. For Hartley, the problem is that media and cultural studies was founded on and would stick to a broadcasting model of the media that sees everyday cultural practices, beset on all sides by darker forces that seem to be exploiting the pleasure-seeking consumer for quite different ends, both political and corporate. Hartley 2012, 1. For Smith, the problem is that cultural studies on the one hand has always had this kind of residual desire for some form of political efficacy, Ross and Smith 2011, 245, but on the other hand by its institutionalization this desire would have turned into something like a phantom limb, Ibid, 246. So all three books have in common that they perceive a crisis of cultural studies and the need to change something in this field of studies. The profound crisis of contemporary society is on the academic level accompanied by a profound crisis of cultural studies. This is at least the impression that one gets from reading the books of these authors, who can all be considered among the most influential contemporary figures in cultural studies. All three books identify a future task for cultural studies. For Grossberg, the task is to construct a vision for cultural studies out of its own intellectual and political history, Grossberg 2010, 3. His book is an attempt to set an agenda for cultural studies work in the present and into the future and to produce a cultural studies capable of responding to the contemporary worlds and the struggle constituting them, Ibid. For Hartley, the task is to reform cultural studies so that it takes into account digital media and the dialogic model of communication, Hartley 2012, 2. The task for Paul Smith's collected volume is to help define a new kind of identity for cultural studies, Smith 2011a, 2, and to give answers to the question, what can and should cultural studies be doing right now? Ibid, 3. These tasks vary in the way they want to transform cultural studies but have in common that in the situation of the crisis of cultural studies they want to contribute to its reconstruction. I discuss the books in chronological order of publication and therefore start with Lawrence Grossberg. 3.2. Lawrence Grossberg, Cultural Studies in the Future Tense. Grossberg, 2010, 16. Argues that cultural studies focuses on complexity by refusing to reduce the complexity of reality to any single plane or domain of existence. It would be decidedly anti-reductionist, Ibid, 17, contextual and opposed to universalism and completeness, Ibid. Radical contextualism is the heart of cultural studies, Ibid, 20. This contextuality is expressed in the use of Stuart Hall's concept of articulation, the transformative practice or work of making, unmaking, and remaking relations and contexts, of establishing new relations out of old relations or non-relations, Ibid, 21. It focuses on discovering the heterogeneity, the differences, the fractures, in the wholes, Ibid, 22. Power has multiple axes and dimensions that cannot be reduced to one another, Ibid, 29. Contexts are always in relations to other contexts, producing complex sets of multidimensional relations and connections, Ibid, 31. The commitment to complexity, contingency, contestation, and multiplicity is a hallmark of cultural studies, Ibid, 54. Grossberg sees an important role for economics in cultural studies today. He argues that cultural studies should take on and take up economic questions without falling back into forms of reductionism and essentialism, Ibid, 101, which logically implies that previously there was a neglect and ignorance of economic questions. Grossberg argues that cultural studies does need to take questions of economics more seriously, Ibid, 105. He says that it should do so in a way which would not reproduce the reductionism of many forms of political economy, Ibid. Looking back on the debate between cultural studies and Marxist/critical political economy of the media, he says that cultural studies opposes economic and class reductionism and refuses to believe that the economy could define the bottom line of every account of social realities, Ibid. Paul Smith argues in this context from within the cultural studies field that the claim by certain cultural studies scholars that Marxism is reductive and economically determinist is a rhetoric used to eschew the economic. Smith 2006, 337. The result would be an anarchist or nihilistic stance in relation to the object. Ibid. 338. As a result, cultural studies would have followed numerous dead ends and crises and would have been held back from realizing its best intellectual and political aspirations. Ibid. 339. Grossberg's own approach of reconciling economics and cultural studies starts with a discussion of Marx's labor theory of value. Grossberg 2010, 151-165. He argues for a radically contextual theory of value and, hence, a radically contextual reading of Marx's labor theory of value. Ibid. 156. Grossberg aims at decentering the value concept from the labor concept and therefore interprets it in its broader meaning as representation, desire, measure of a degree of singularity and what is good and desirable. Ibid. 158-159. He suggests a general theory of value. Ibid. 159, that is based on the assumption of a multiplicity, dispersion, and contingency of values. 122. Value would involve the production of all types of surplus so that the real is always greater than, in excess of, the actual. Ibid. 160. The contemporary crisis would be constituted by manifold crises of commensuration. Ibid. And the inability to measure/value various differences, which would have resulted in religious, political, economic, intellectual, and financial fundamentalisms. 167-168, that demand the extermination of the other. 168. The financial crisis would have been caused by the existence of an enormous set of financial, toxic, assets that cannot be commensurate, that is to say, their value cannot be calculated. Ibid. 167, but it would just form one of many simultaneous crises of commensuration. The research assessment exercise, RAE, is an assessment of research conducted in the United Kingdom that aims at producing quality profiles for each submission of research activity. www.rae.ac.uk. It tries to measure the quality of research and to thereby compare and rank higher education institutions and departments. The results have implications for budget allocation. In the 2008 RAE, 45% of the submissions of Middlesex University in the Unit of Assessment Area of Philosophy were classified as 3*, internationally excellent, and 20% as 4*, world leading, which makes a total of 65% excellent, 4* plus 3*, research. 7 institutions received better, 8 the same, including the universities of Cambridge and Oxford, and 26 worse results. According to this assessment, philosophy at Middlesex University was very good. In April 2010, Middlesex University announced that it would close all philosophy programs and terminate further recruitments in this area for simply financial reasons and based on the fact that the university believes that it may be able to generate more revenue if it shifts its resources to other subjects. 1. The announcement was followed by protests, an occupation, the suspension of staff members and students, many protest letters to the university's administration signed by such leading intellectuals as Etienne Balibar, Judith Butler, David Harvey, Martha Nussbaum, or Jacques Rancière, and the institutional relocation of the Center for Research in Modern European Philosophy from Middlesex University to Kingston University. In 2012, no courses and research in the area of philosophy were indicated on Middlesex University's website, see www.mdx.ac.uk, accessed August 30, 2012, philosophy had formally ceased to exist at the university. In 2011, philosophy at London Metropolitan University and the University of Greenwich was facing similar debates as at Middlesex University. Modern universities are based on an Enlightenment ideal. They accumulate systematic knowledge that aims at advancing the status of human knowledge about the world as well as society. In this accumulation, universities compete with each other. Capitalist industry and governments apply the accumulated scientific knowledge, whereas the workforce and management in the modern economy apply the accumulated educational skills created by higher education. The Nobel Prize, established in 1895, is characteristic for the modern competitive assessment of knowledge, and universities in the areas of chemistry, economics, literature, medicine, peace, and physics. Modern universities are inherently shaped by an economic logic of accumulation, competition, and ranking. At the same time, the university has also been a locus and space for the formation of counterculture, critical ideas, and political protests that question the very logic of accumulation and resulting inequalities in society at large. An important step in the institutionalization of quality assessment was the establishment of the Science Citation Index in 1960 that is today owned by a commercial publishing company, Thomson Reuters. The index originated in the natural sciences but was later extended to cover the humanities, Arts and Humanities Index, and the social sciences, Social Sciences Citation Index. Nationwide research assessments, such as the RAE, and global university rankings are more recent developments. The first RAE was conducted in 1986 under the Thatcher government. The first Times Higher Education World University Ranking was published in 2004. The academic ranking of world universities has been conducted since 2003. These phenomena are indications that economic logic is one imminent feature of the modern university system, and that in neoliberal times, the economization of higher education and research has become an even stronger feature of universities. The closing of philosophy at Middlesex University is an indication that fields, programs, and people engaged in areas that are difficult to subsume under the logic of revenue generation and industry are prone to being dropped. In this example, the contradictions of economization became fully apparent. Although receiving very good results in one form of economization, research assessment, philosophy at Middlesex University was closed because of another form of economization, monetary revenue. The university management thought that the department does not generate enough monetary revenue. I have chosen this example because it shows how modern culture and contemporary modern culture in particular are shaped by economic logic. It shows that the central, moral, value of modern society is economic value. The radical contextuality that Lawrence Grossberg propagates does not allow grasping the particular role that the economic logic of accumulation and money plays in modern society. It advances a peculiar kind of relativism disguised under headlines such as contextuality, multidimensionality, heterogeneity, and difference. Modern society definitely is complex in that it is made up of many interacting and interdependent spheres: the economy, politics, everyday life, private life, the public sphere, the media, higher education, health and care, nature, arts, entertainment, sports, etc., but there is a need for a conceptual apparatus that allows one to analyze the power relations between these spheres. It is unlikely that all spheres and actors in a state, phase, or conjuncture of society have the same power. There are indications that the economic sphere has in capitalism always been the dominant, although not determining, sphere. A radical contextualism results in a dualistic relativism that cannot adequately analyze power relations and power distributions, and as a consequence power struggles, and sees power as independently constituted in multiple spheres. Rejecting such a position does not mean that struggles against capitalism and domination are impossible, but it does mean that in modern society all struggles necessarily have an economic dimension that is of particular importance. It is important not only that there are multiple spheres of power, but that these spheres are related to each other in variable dimensions that are determined in struggles. Radical contextualism risks conceiving and analyzing power as independent containers, not as power relations. Grossberg propagates the equal importance of all societal spheres, which results in a concept of multiple values that dissolves Marxian theory into a general theory of value and classifies all attempts to stress a particular importance and shaping role of the economic, which has in media and cultural studies especially been stressed by Marxist political economy, as economic and class reductionism, economism, capitalocentrism, essentialism, and so forth. Grossberg calls for respecting each other as allies, Grossberg 2010, 201, but at the same time continues to uphold old prejudices against Marxist political economy that were most fiercely expressed in the debate between him and Nicholas Garnham, in which he concluded that he must decline the invitation to reconcile cultural studies and the political economy of culture and the media, stating, "We don't need a divorce because we were never married." Grossberg 1995, 80, see also Garnham 1995a. B. Grossberg calls for giving more attention to the economy in cultural studies. He does so himself by engaging with economics, including Marx's labor theory of value, which he introduces and dismisses with the argument that the value concept needs to be broadened in order to avoid economic reductionism and to conceive, based on Marx's dialectic, the economy as contradictory. So he sets up a Marxist camouflage argument, the importance of contradictions, in order to dismiss Marx and the labor theory of value and instead use a relativist approach on cultural economy. Toby Miller argues in this context that Grossberg caricatures the political economy approach and asks him to rethink the anti-Marxism because it is the wrong target. Miller 2011, 322. A recent book by John Hartley represents another prominent approach that advances the idea of connecting cultural studies to economics. 3.3. John Hartley, Digital Futures for Cultural and Media Studies. John Hartley, 2012, describes the emergence of a dialogical model of communication, 2, in which everyone is a producer, 3, and discusses the implications of this model for media and cultural studies. His general argument is that with the rise of online platforms that support social networking and user-generated content production and diffusion, journalism, the public sphere, universities, the mass media, citizenship, archives, and other institutions have become more democratic because people have more say in producing as well as consuming. Ibid. 14. These developments would be advanced by the emergence of consumer entrepreneurship, Ibid. 25, social network markets, 48, and microproductivity, 52. Hartley shares with Grossberg the assessment that cultural studies is in crisis. It would have lost steam and adventurousness and would have gotten lost in infinitely extensible micro-level analyses that do not pay enough attention to the macro level, Ibid. 28. Like Grossberg, Hartley ascertains that cultural studies has not enjoyed a sustained dialogue with economics and has remained aloof from the turbulent changes within economics, Ibid. 35. Hartley acknowledges that Marxist political economy has given attention to the economics of culture. He mentions Chomsky, Garnham, Miller, and Schiller, Ibid., but claims that this approach was too challenging, knowing what was wrong in advance, 46, and assumes single-cause determinations of entire systems, 55. Hartley's version of introducing economics into cultural studies is called Cultural Science 2.0 and wants to achieve this aim by using evolutionary economics. It stresses that value in the cultural industries today emerges dynamically from the co-creativity of citizens and users in social networks. Hartley metaphorically uses the language of evolutionary systems theory, complexity theory, and self-organization theory, but fails to systematically apply concepts of this theory approach, such as control parameters, critical values, fluctuations, feedback loops, circular causality, nonlinearity, bifurcation, autopoiesis, order out of chaos, emergence, openness, symmetry breaking, synergism, unpredictability, etc., to the Internet. For a different approach that is critical in intention, see Fuchs 2008. Hartley also does not seriously engage with the fact that thinkers like Friedrich August Hayek, the concept of spontaneous order, and Niklas Luhmann, the concepts of functional differentiation and self-reference, have used the language of self-organization and complexity for ideologically legitimatizing neoliberalism, see Fuchs 2008, chapters 2 and 3. Hartley, 2012, 57, only briefly asks if his approach is stalking horses for neoliberalism. He has a negative answer to this question, grounded in the fact that Adbusters magazine once also referred positively to evolutionary economics. Just like with one of Hartley's, 2005, earlier works, one gets the impression that Digital Futures for Cultural and Media Studies is a PowerPoint presentation by a management consultant that has the goal to nourish the entrepreneurial self, McGuigan 2006, 373. Hartley says that cultural analysis has been shaped on the one hand by an approach that is critical in the Williams/Hall tradition and on the other a romantic approach represented by the Fisk/Hartley tradition that propagates as widely as possible the emancipationist potential of participatory media, Hartley 2012, 182. The opposition of critical and romantic logically implies that Hartley considers his own approach as being uncritical. Consequently, he propagates staying in the romantic tradition and the thought that cultural studies turns from critique as a method to evolution as a methodological goal, Ibid. 183. The focus of theory shall, according to Hartley, shift from critical studies to evolution. He argues for what one could term uncritical evolutionary cultural studies. Hartley's bottom line is that the Internet is a self-organizing network, in which everyone is networked with everyone else, Ibid. 196, and that this system constitutes a new source of democracy and dialogic communication. He does not take into account the simple counter-argument that not everybody has access to this democratic self-organizing network. 32.7% of the world population and only 13.5% of all Africans had access to the Internet in August 2012. www.internetworldstats.com/stats.htm, accessed August 30, 2012. Nor does he take into account the argument that on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and so on, some especially large companies, established political actors and celebrities are more equal than others, have more views, clicks, friends, connections, which reflects the actual power inequalities of society. For a detailed form of this argument, see Fuchs 2011a, Chapter 7, Fuchs 2013. Hartley, 2012, 56, mentions that social network markets may have hubs and be dominated by elites, but this analysis is not systematically connected to power inequalities in society. It rather seems that Hartley assumes that such markets are nonetheless a realm of democracy because many have communicative tools available that can, if they are lucky and hard-working, enable them to become part of this elite, at least for a short time. This logic is at the heart of neoliberalism's stress on performance, individualism, and personal responsibility for success, failures and downfall. Hartley shows no sympathy with the outcasts and exploits of the social media age, people like Tian Yu, a Foxconn worker, who in 2010 at the age of 17 attempted suicide by jumping from a building because he could no longer stand the bad working conditions in the factory that produces among other gadgets iPods and iPads and as a result is now paralyzed from the waist down, or the children, who as slaves extract conflict minerals such as cassiterite, wolframite, coltan, gold, tungsten, tantalum, or tin in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo that are used as raw materials for the production of ices. Not only are such stories missing in Hartley's account of contemporary digital media, he rather speaks the language and conveys the same messages as business manifestos that claim that we see the emergence of a new economic democracy, Tapscott and Williams 2007, 15, in times of high socio-economic inequality and youth unemployment. Hartley represents the interests of the owners of the likes of Facebook and Google. Paul Smith has edited a collected volume that also discusses, among other things, the relationship of cultural studies and economics. 3.4. Paul Smith, The Renewal of Cultural Studies. The Renewal of Cultural Studies is a collection edited by Paul Smith, 2011b, that features 27 contributions. Most of the contributors share with Grossberg and Hartley the conviction that the economic needs to be taken serious by cultural studies and has in the past too often been neglected. But there is a profound difference between this volume and the books by Grossberg and Hartley, namely the relationship to Marx and critical political economy. Smith holds that British cultural studies is a narrative of ever-increasing suspicion of Marxist thinking, Smith 2011a, 5. Cultural studies has an extreme desire not to be seen as Marxist, Ross and Smith 2011, 252. The result would have been an increasing irrelevance of cultural studies practice, Kudry 2011, 10. Paul Smith argues that cultural studies has become politically irrelevant and is therefore like a phantom limb, Ross and Smith 2011, 246. In the introduction, Smith, 2011a, asks the question what cultural studies should be doing right now. An answer that he suggests and that many of the contributors in the volume agree on is that an increased attention to political economy is a sine qua non for a revived cultural studies, Ibid. 6. Almost all the authors in Smith's collected volume share the insight that cultural studies has ignored labor and the economic and has to take them seriously. So for example, Andrew Ross says, whether or not this is a reductive narrative, it's clear that labor, work, and the politics of the workplace have been constantly neglected in cultural studies, Ross and Smith 2011, 252. Nick Kudry supports this view. After 3 decades of neoliberal discourse and a particular version of globalization based on inequality, exclusion, and market fundamentalism, the issue of labor foregrounded by Andrew Ross is clearly central. It is difficult to imagine any meaningful project of cultural studies understood politically and socially that does not address the broader questions of how people experience the economy and society in which they work, or seek work, perhaps vote, and certainly consume. Kudry 2011, 10-11. Vincent Mosco, 2011, 230, argues that labor remains the blind spot of communication and cultural studies and that therefore labor needs to be placed high on the agenda or projects for the renewal of cultural studies. Escharishila, 2011, 177, says that it is a perennial claim that cultural studies does not pay enough attention to economy. Given this analysis, many contributors in Smith's 2011 volume hold that cultural studies should explicitly reorient itself as Marxist cultural studies that works based on Marxist theory, the analysis of labor and class and critical political economy. So, for example, Max Gulayaz, 2011, argues that cultural studies needs a Marxist methodology, which would require one to revisit Marxist labor theory, but much non-Marxist cultural studies would stay preoccupied with the sign systems constituted by consumer spectators and disregard the labor of humans in capitalism, Ibid. 149. Randy Martin, 2011, argues that financialization is a key topic for renewing cultural studies and grounding it in Marxism. Marcus Breen says that in the era of neoliberalism and capitalist crisis, for cultural studies the time has come to reassert the primacy of political economy, by re-articulating economy with culture instead of pretending that some sort of indeterminacy will magically give cultural studies credibility. Breen 2011, 208. The impression that one gets from the books by Grossberg, Hartley, and Smith is that paradoxically the crisis of capitalism is accompanied by a crisis of cultural studies. At the same time, there are indications for a renewal of Marxism. The implication is that the time is ripe for taking Marx seriously, reading Marx, using Marx for thinking about media, communication, and culture, introducing Marx and Marxism to our students, and especially institutionalizing Marx and Marxist studies in the courses about media, communication, and culture taught at universities as well as in the research we conduct and the projects we apply for and help fund. It is time to no longer introduce students to small excerpts from Marx and Engels as alleged examples of economic reductionism, but to rather read together with them full works of Marx and Engels, such as Capital, the economic and philosophic manuscripts, the Grundriss, the German ideology, the Communist Manifesto, the condition of the working class in England, the poverty of philosophy, the Holy Family, the class struggle in France, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, the Civil War in France, the dialectics of nature, the articles published in Reinigungszeitung, and so on. Marx is too often seen and treated as the outside and outsider of the study of media, communication, and culture. It is time that he takes center stage, which requires resources, institutions, positions, and therefore the struggle to change academia. Smith's 2011 book shows that besides the class/labor relativist approach of Grossberg and the celebratory approach of Hartley, there is also a true interest in Marx and the notions of class and labor in cultural studies. Speaking about cultural studies, Toby Miller, 2010, 99, notes that although labor is central to humanity, it is overall largely absent from our field. He argues that in the cultural industries, a cognitariat has emerged that has high levels of educational attainment, and great facility with cultural technologies and genres, and is facing conditions of flexible production and ideologies of freedom. Ibid, 98. He therefore suggests this equation, culture plus labor equals precariat. Andrew Ross, 2008-2009, in a similar vein stresses the role of precarious labor in the cultural industries. Creativity would for many come at a heavy sacrificial cost: longer hours in pursuit of the satisfying finish, price discounts in return for aesthetic recognition, self-exploitation in response to the gift of autonomy, and dispensability in exchange for flexibility. Ross 2008, 34. Employees in the IT industry would often describe their workplaces as high-tech sweatshops. Ibid, 43. Related work has in the field of cultural studies, for example, been advanced by Maxwell, 2001a, and Maxwell and Miller, 2005/2006. Hess-Mondalg and Baker, 2011, show the ambivalence of much creative industry work that is precarious but cherished because of the fun, contacts, reputation, creativity and self-determination that it may involve. Such engagement with labor and class within cultural studies complements the concern within the political economy of the media and communication with issues relating to class, exploitation, value and labor in the context of the media, culture, and communication that have been strongly inspired by Karl Marx's works. See Burston, Dyer, Witherford and Hearn 2010, Fuchs and Moscow 2012, Hus 2003, McKercher and Moscow 2006, 2007, Moscow and McKercher 2008, Moscow, McKercher and Hus 2010. The problem of cultural studies is, as Robert Babe says, that its post-structuralist turn instigated the separation, Babe 2009, 9, from economics. A reintegration requires first and foremost setting aside post-structuralist cultural studies, Ibid, 196, and seriously engaging with Marx and Marxism. Various entry points into the discussion of Marx today can be taken. One of them is via the concept of value. One can equally choose other concepts such as labor, commodity, or capital as entry points because all of these notions are dialectically connected. Commodities have value and are produced by labor in order to produce capital that enables the production of more commodities. 3.5. Conclusion. Graham Turner, 2012, 158, in providing answers to the question "What's become of cultural studies?" argues that this field has lost power as a political project and turned into a genre of academic performance that is merely self-serving. One of my arguments in this chapter has been that one cause of this circumstance is that cultural studies has had a troubled relationship with Karl Marx's works. Early representatives like Raymond Williams and Edward P. Thompson were strongly influenced by and contributed to humanist Marxism, whereas Stuart Hall at times was influenced by structural Marxism and at times moved away from Marxism. The move away from Marx occurred especially in the past 3 decades under the influence of postmodern thinking. The analysis of 3 contemporary cultural studies works showed that there is a broad agreement that cultural studies needs to engage more with the economic today. How such an engagement shall look and how it relates to the works of Karl Marx are contested. John Hartley argues for the replacement of a critical and Marxian approach in cultural studies by evolutionary economics. Lawrence Grossberg uses Marx against Marx in order to argue for a radically contextualist interpretation of the value concept and a theory of crisis that is based on a general theory of value. Paul Smith and others make a point for the renewal of a genuine Marxist cultural studies. My own position is that not only do we today need to take seriously how the economic interacts with culture and the media, but that we can gain much from reading, discussing and interpreting the multitude of Karl Marx's original works. I argue for an institutional revolution that buries prejudices against Karl Marx. See Eagleton 2011 for a brilliant invalidation of the 10 most common prejudices against Marx, and starts to take him seriously in the study of the media and culture. There is a generation of students and young scholars today who have been growing up under post-welfarist conditions and know the reality of precarious labor and precarious life. At the same time, we are living in a world with multidimensional global inequalities. Interpreting and changing this world requires us to think about class, crisis, critique, and capitalism. If we are in this context interested in critically studying the role of communication in the context of crisis, class, and capitalism, the engagement with the ideas of the thinker who has had the largest intellectual and practical influence on the study of these phenomena is an absolute necessity. Only an engagement with Marx can create a cultural and media studies that is topical, politically relevant, practical, and critical, in the current times of global crisis and resurgent critique. Such an engagement requires not just interested scholars and students, that anyway already exist, but also institutional changes of universities, funding agencies, journals, conferences, academic associations, and entire research fields. Academia has experienced an administrative and neoliberal turn. Marxism is not just the resulting answer to these changes, but also the solution to the resulting problems. A step forward in taking Marx serious again is to engage with the works of the founding figure of the critical political economy of media and communication, Dallas Smythe, whose work has recently been revitalized in the context of the digital labor debate. 4. Dallas Smythe and audience labor today. Dallas Smythe was the founder of the approach of critical political economy of the media and communication. He argued for a Marxist theory of communication and introduced the notions of audience labor and audience commodification that show how commercial mass media that use advertising work. In recent years, Smythe's works have again become quite influential because corporate internet platforms such as Facebook and Google make use of the unpaid labor of users. This chapter first gives an introduction, 4.1, then argues why Dallas Smythe is important today, 4.2, discusses the renewal of the audience commodity category, 4.3, and argues that internet prosumer commodification is a new form of audience commodification on social media, 4.4, and that play is a specific form of ideology on social media, 4.5. It also presents criticisms of critics of the application of Dallas Smythe's works to digital labor, 4.6, and draws some conclusions, 4.7. The chapter overall argues that Dallas Smythe's works in combination with Karl Marx's theory are a helpful tool for critically understanding digital labor. 4.1. Introduction. In 1977, Dallas Smythe published his seminal article Communications, Blind Spot of Western Marxism, Smythe 1977a, in which he argued that Western Marxism has not given enough attention to the complex role of communications in capitalism. The article's publication was followed by an important foundational debate of media sociology that came to be known as the Blind Spot Debate, Murdoch 1978, Levant 1979, Smythe answered with a rejoinder to Murdoch, Smythe 1994, 292-299, and by another article of Smythe's on the same topic, on the audience commodity and its work in, Smythe 1981, 22-51. More than 30 years have passed and the rise of neoliberalism resulted in a turn away from the interest in class and capitalism and brought about the rise of postmodernism and the logic of the commodification of everything. Marxism became the blind spot of the social sciences. The task of this chapter is to explore perspectives for the Marxist study of media and communication today. First, I discuss the importance of taking a Marxist approach for studying media and communication, section 4.2. Second, I give a short overview of the audience commodity, its audience labor debate and its renewal, section 4.3. Dallas Smythe made important contributions to a labor theory of the audience that can today be used for grounding a digital labor theory of value. In section 4.4, I analyze social media capital accumulation with the help of the notion of Internet prosumer commodification. Section 4.5 provides an overview of ideological changes that relate to digital media, perceived changes, and the relationship between play and labor in contemporary capitalism, Playbor. Section 4.6 presents a critique of criticisms of the digital labor debate. Finally, I draw some conclusions. 4.2. The importance of critical political economy, critical theory, and Dallas Smythe. Dallas Smythe was a founding figure in the establishment of critical/Marxist political economy of communication and taught the first course in the field, Moscow 2009, 82. He stressed the importance of studying media and communication in a critical and non-administrative way. By critical researchable problems we mean how to reshape or invent institutions to meet the collective needs of the relevant social community. By critical tools, we refer to historical, materialist analysis of the contradictory process in the real world. By administrative ideology, we mean the linking of administrative type problems and tools, with interpretation of results that supports, or does not seriously disturb, the status quo. By critical ideology, we refer to the linking of critical researchable problems and critical tools with interpretations that involve radical changes in the established order, Smythe and Din 1983, 118. In the article on the political economy of communications, Smythe defined the central purpose of the study of the political economy of communications as the evaluation of the effects of communication agencies in terms of the policies by which they are organized and operated and the analysis of the structure and policies of these communication agencies in their social settings, Smythe 1960, 564. He identified various communications policy areas in this article. Whereas there are foundations of a general political economy in this chapter, there are no traces of Marx in it. Janet Wasko, 2004, 311, argues that although Smythe's discussion at this point did not employ radical or Marxist terminology, it was a major departure from the kind of research that dominated the study of mass communications at that time. Wasko points out that it was in the 1970s that the political economy of media and communications, PE/C, was explicitly defined again, but this time within a more explicitly Marxist framework, Ibid. 312. She mentions in this context the works of Nicholas Garnham, Peter Golding, Armand Matlart, Graham Murdoch, and Dallas Smythe, as well as the blind spot debate, Ibid. 312-313. Later, Smythe, 1981, formulated explicitly the need for a Marxist political economy of communications. He spoke of a Marxist theory of communication, Smythe 1994, 258, and that critical theory means Marxist or quasi-Marxist theory, Ibid. 256. He identified 8 core aspects of a Marxist political economy of communications, Smythe 1981, 16, 18. 1. Materiality. 2. Monopoly capitalism. 3. Audience commodification and advertising. 4. Media communication as part of the base of capitalism. 5. Labor power. 6. Critique of technological determinism. 7. The dialectic of consciousness, ideology, and hegemony on the one side and material practices on the other side, and 8. The dialectics of arts and science. Smythe reminds us of the importance of the engagement with Marx's works for studying the media in capitalism critically. He argued that Gramsci and the Frankfurt School advanced the concepts of ideology, consciousness, and hegemony as areas saturated with subjectivism and positivism, Ibid. 17. These Marxist thinkers would have advanced an idealist theory of the communications commodity, Smythe 1994, 268, that situates the media only on the superstructure of capitalism and forgets to ask what economic functions they serve in capitalism. In a review of Hans Magnus Enzensberger's, 1974, book The Consciousness Industry, Smythe on the one hand agreed with Enzensberger that the mind industry wants to sell the existing order, but on the other hand disagreed with the assumption that its main business and concern is not to sell its product. Enzensberger 1974, 10. Enzensberger's theory that every social system's communications policy serves the controlling class interest in perpetuating that system is of course correct, but to say that the mass media and consciousness industry have no product would mean to identify commodity production with crude physical production. Smythe 1977b, 200. Smythe, 1977b, characterizes Enzensberger's views as bourgeois, idealistic, and anarcho-liberal. For Smythe, 1994, 266-291, the material aspect of communications is that audiences work, are exploited and are sold as commodity to advertisers. He was more interested in aspects of surplus value generation of the media than their ideological effects. So Smythe called for analyzing the media more in terms of surplus value and exploitation and less in terms of manipulation. Nicholas Garnham, 1990, 30, shares with Smythe the insight that the political economy of communications should shift attention away from the conception of the mass media as ideological apparatuses and focus on the analysis of their economic role in surplus value generation and advertising. The analysis of media as vehicles for ideological domination is for Garnham, 2004, 94, a busted flush that is not needed for explaining the relatively smooth reproduction of capitalism. Given the analyses of Smythe and Garnham, the impression can be created that Frankfurt School critical theory focuses on ideology critique and the political economy of media/communications on the analysis of capital accumulation by and with the help of the media. This is however a misunderstanding. Although widely read works of the Frankfurt School focused on ideology, Adorno, Frankel Brunswick, Levinson, and Sanford 1950, Horkheimer and Adorno 2002, Marcuse 1964, other books in its book series Frankfurter Beitrag zur Soziologie dealt with the changes of accumulation in what was termed late capitalism or monopoly capitalism, for example, Pollock 1956, Friedman 1959. The Marxist political economist Henrik Grossmann was one of the most important members of the Institut für Sozialforschung in the 1920s and wrote his main work at the Institute, Grossmann 1929. Although only few will today agree with Grossmann's theory of capitalist breakdown, it remains a fact that Marxist political economy was an element of the Institut für Sozialforschung right from its beginning and had in Pollock and Grossmann two important representatives. After Max Horkheimer became director of the Institute in 1930, he formulated an interdisciplinary research program that aimed at bringing together philosophers and scholars from a broad range of disciplines, including economics, Horkheimer 1931. When formulating their general concepts of critical theory, both Horkheimer, 2002, 244, and Marcuse, 1941, had a combination of philosophy and Marx's critique of the political economy in mind. Just like critical political economy was not alien to the Frankfurt School, ideology critique has also not been alien to the approach of the critical political economy of the media and communication. For Graham Murdoch and Peter Golding, 1974, 4, the media are organizations that produce and distribute commodities, are means for distributing advertisements and also have an ideological dimension by disseminating ideas about economic and political structures. Murdoch, 1978, 469, stressed in the blind spot debate that there are non-advertising based culture industries, like popular culture, that sell explanations of social order and structured inequality and work with and through ideology selling the system. See also Arts 2008, 64. Murdoch, 1978, argued in the blind spot debate that Smythe did not enough acknowledge Western Marxism in Europe and that one needs a balance between ideology critique and political economy for analyzing the media in capitalism. Smythe himself acknowledged the importance of ideology when talking about the consciousness industry. Smythe 1981, 4-9, 270-299. Although critical of Hans Magnus Enzensberger's works, Smythe 1977b, Smythe took up Enzensberger's concept of the consciousness industry and interpreted it in his own way. In contrast to the Frankfurt School, Smythe does not understand ideology as false consciousness but as a system of beliefs, attitudes, and ideas. Smythe 1981, 171. The task of the consciousness industry is for Smythe to make people buy commodities and pay taxes. Smythe 1994, 250. Its further task is to promote values that favor capitalism and the private property system. Ibid. 251-253. One role of the capitalist media would be the pervasive reinforcement of the ideological basis of the capitalist system, assumptions like human nature is necessarily selfish and possessive. It has always been this way, you can't change human nature. Smythe 1994, 251. So while Smythe criticized the Frankfurt School, he advanced and confirmed the importance of ideology critique himself. Robert Babe, 2000, argues in this context that although Smythe stressed the need for a materialist theory of culture that sees audience power as the media's main output, his concept of the consciousness industry is idealist in Smythe's sense of the term. 133-134. The circumstance that Smythe took up Enzensberger's terminology and gave space to discussing the attempts of the media to ideologically distort reality shows that although he used fierce words against some representatives of the Frankfurt School, idealist, bourgeois, etc., he did not altogether dismiss ideology critique. Rather, he wanted to open up the debate for also giving attention to the media's capital accumulation strategies that are coupled to its role as mind manager. A difference between the critical political economy of media and communications and critical theory is that the first is strongly rooted in economic theory and the second in philosophy and social theory. Dallas Smythe acknowledged this difference. While the cutting edge of critical theory lies in political economy, critical theory in communications has the transdisciplinary scope of the social sciences, humanities, and arts. Smythe 1984, 211. Smythe defined critical theory broadly as criticism of the contradictory aspects of the phenomena in their systemic context. Smythe and Din 1983, 123, and therefore concluded that critical theory is not necessarily Marxist. The historical critical theory of the Frankfurt School has its roots in Marxist political philosophy, so the question is if one should really have a broad definition of the term critical that does not focus on systemic critique. The approaches of the Frankfurt School and of critical/Marxist political economy of media and communication should be understood as being complementary. There has been a stronger focus on ideology critique in the Frankfurt School approach for historical reasons. For Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno, the rise of German fascism, the Stalinist praxis and American consumer capitalism showed the defeat of the revolutionary potentials of the working class. Habermas 1984, 366-367. They wanted to explain why the revolutionary German working class followed Hitler, which brought up the interest in the analysis of the authoritarian personality and media propaganda. As communists and coming from Jewish families, Horkheimer and Adorno, as well as their colleagues, were directly threatened by the violence of National Socialism and therefore had to escape from Germany. The violent consequences of Nazi ideology may partly explain the relevance that the notion of ideology had throughout their lives in their works. The Anglo-American approach of the political economy of the media and communications was developed by people such as Dallas Smythe and Herbert Schiller in countries that during the Second World War fought against fascism. Whereas North American capitalism was after 1945 based on liberal ideology, anti-communism and a strong consumer culture that certainly also had fascist potentials, German post-war capitalism was built on the legacy of National Socialism and a strong persistence of fascist thinking in everyday life and politics. The lives of Smythe and Schiller themselves were not, as in the case of Horkheimer and Adorno, directly threatened by fascist regimes. But both showed a lot of concern about fascism, which shaped their thought. Vincent Mosco, 2009, 83, writes in this context that contacts with anti-fascists who fought in the Spanish Civil War had profound political effects on Smythe's thinking. Serving in the U.S. Army in World War II and working for the U.S. government in Germany after the war had substantial formative influence, Ibid, 85, on Herbert Schiller. The works of the American economist Robert A. Brady influenced both Smythe's and Schiller's thinking, Schiller 1999. Brady had contacts with Franz Neumann, a representative of the Frankfurt School who was in exile in the United States and just like Brady, 1937, wrote an analysis of National Socialism, Neumann 1942. Brady was especially concerned with fascist potentials of capitalism, as in the form of media propaganda and public relations. Neumann, 1942, stressed that National Socialism was a form of monopoly capitalism that was based on a leadership cult. Dan Schiller, 1999, 100, argues that Brady endowed the study of the political economy of communications with a critical intellectual legacy. The fascist threat was a concern for both German critical theorists and North American critical political economists. Horkheimer's, 1947, notion of instrumental reason and Marcuse's, 1964, notion of technological rationality open up connections between the two approaches. Horkheimer and Marcuse stress that in capitalism there is a tendency that freedom of action is replaced by instrumental decision-making on the part of capital and the state so that the individual is expected only to react and not to act. The two concepts are grounded in George Lukács, 1923-1972, notion of reification that is a reformulation of Marx's, 1867 concept of fetishism. Reification means that a relation between people takes on the character of a thing and thus acquires phantom objectivity, an autonomy that seems so strictly rational and all-embracing as to conceal every trace of its fundamental nature, the relation between people, Lukács 1923-1972, 83. The media in capitalism are modes of reification in a multiple sense. First, commercial media reduce humans to the status of consumers of advertisements. Second, culture is in capitalism to a large degree connected to the commodity form. There are cultural commodities that are bought by consumers and audience and user commodities that media consumers and internet prosumers become themselves. Third, in order to reproduce its existence, capitalism has to present itself as the best possible, or only possible, system and makes use of the media in order to try to keep this message, in all its differentiated forms, hegemonic. The first and the second dimension constitute the economic dimension of instrumental reason, the third dimension the ideological form of instrumental reason. Capitalist media are necessarily means of advertising and commodification and spaces of ideology. Advertisement and cultural commodification make humans an instrument for economic profit accumulation. Ideology aims at instilling the belief in the system of capital and commodities into human subjectivity. The goal is that human thoughts and actions do not go beyond capitalism, do not question and revolt against the system and thereby play the role of instruments for the perpetuation of capitalism. It is of course an important question to what extent ideology is always successful and to what degree it is questioned and resisted, but the crucial aspect about ideology is that it encompasses strategies and attempts to make human subjects instrumental in the reproduction of domination and exploitation. For Marx, the analysis of capitalism starts with the analysis of the commodity, the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities, the individual commodity appears as its elementary form, Marx 1867 c. 125. Marx therefore begins the analysis of capitalism with the analysis of the commodity, its use value, exchange value, the labor embodied in it, the value forms of the commodity, including the money form, X commodity A equals Y amount of money. After this analysis, Marx turns in chapter 1.4, The Fetishism of the Commodity and Its Secret, of Capital, Volume 1, to the analysis of ideology as an immanent feature of the commodity. The mysterious character of the commodity form is that human social relations that create commodities are not visible in the commodity, but appear as the socio-natural properties of these things. The definite social relation between men themselves take in ideologies, the fantastic form of a relation between things, Marx 1867 c. 165. Ideologies legitimatize various phenomena by creating the impression that the latter exist always and naturally and by ignoring the historical and social character of things. So for Marx, ideology and commodification are interconnected aspects of capitalism. A Marxist theory of communication should therefore, besides the focus on struggles and alternatives, have a double focus on the role of media and communication in the context of ideology and commodification. Smythe said that the starting point for a general Marxist theory of communications is, the theory of commodity exchange, Smythe 1994, 259. Adorno acknowledged that the concept of exchange is, the hinge connecting the conception of a critical theory of society to the construction of the concept of society as a totality, Adorno 2000, 32. Commodity and commodity exchange are crucial concepts for critical political economy and critical theory. As the commodity concept is connected to both capital accumulation and ideology, both approaches should start simultaneously with the value aspects and the ideology aspects of media commodities. Accumulation and ideology go hand in hand. An example, social media. After the dot-com crisis in 2000, there was a need to establish new capital accumulation strategies for the capitalist internet economy. Investors were reluctant to invest finance capital as venture capital into digital media companies after the crisis. So the discourse on social media became focused on new capital accumulation models for the internet economy. Nobody knew if the users were interested in microblogs, social networking sites and the like. The rise of social media as a new capital accumulation model was accompanied by a social media ideology, that social media are new, Web 2.0, pose new opportunities for participation, will bring about an economic democracy and enable new forms of political struggle, Twitter revolution, and more democracy, participatory culture. The rise of new media was accompanied by a techno-deterministic and techno-optimistic ideology. This ideology was necessary for convincing investors and users to support the social media capital accumulation model. The political economy of surplus value generation on social media and ideology heavily interacted here in order to enable the economic and discursive rise of social media. Some scholars tend to say that Frankfurt School and the critical political economy of media and communication are pessimistic and elitist and neglect audiences, see for example Hall 1986, 1988, Grossberg 1995. They say that the concept of ideology as false consciousness makes both the masses and the capitalists look like judgmental dopes, Hall 1986, 33. Hall, 1988, 44, criticizes Lukács, whose works have been one of the main influences on the Frankfurt School, by saying that the false consciousness theorem is simplistic. It assumes that vast numbers of ordinary people, mentally equipped in much the same way as you or I, can simply be thoroughly and systematically duped into misrecognizing entirely where their real interests lie, and elitist, even less acceptable is the position that, whereas they the masses are the dupes of history, we, the privileged, can see, transitively, right through into the truth, the essence, of a situation. In other works, Hall advocated a different concept of ideology that is not completely unrelated to the one of the Frankfurt School. In their work Policing the Crisis, Hall et al. 1978, showed how the state and the media use moral panics about crime as the principal ideological consciousness by means of which a silent majority is won over to the support of increasingly coercive measures, 221, and the establishment of a law and order society. If both the mainstream media and the police argue for increasing law and order policies in the course of a moral panic, then they both legitimate the control process, and a mutual enforcement of the control culture and a signification culture emerges, Ibid. 76, so that the mutual articulation of the two create an effective ideological and control closure around the issue, Ibid. The media, just like the police, then act as an apparatus of the control process itself, an ideological state apparatus, Ibid. Hall, in his criticism of the Frankfurt School that can be read as self-criticism of his own earlier works, misrecognizes that not all people are equally educated because in a class society basic and higher education are to a certain extent also shaped by class differences, so that left-wing intellectuals tend to have more time and resources than white and blue-collar workers for engaging in studying how capitalism works. Recognizing this circumstance means that ideology critique gives organic intellectuals a role in struggles because they have the potential of providing a map of the structure of domination and the terrain of struggle, Garnham 1995a, 68. For Hall, the assumption that ordinary people are active and critical follows from the rejection of the manipulation thesis. Since ordinary people are not cultural dopes, they are perfectly capable of recognizing the way the realities of working class life are reorganized, reconstructed, and reshaped by the way they are represented, i.e. represented, in, say, Coronation Street, Hall 1981/1998, 447. Lawrence Grossberg, 1995, argued that both the Frankfurt School and political economy have a simple model of domination in which people are seen as passively manipulated cultural dupes, 75, and that for them culture matters only as a commodity and an ideological tool of manipulation, 76. In contrast to such claims, Dallas Smythe had a very balanced view of the audience. Capital would attempt to control audiences, but they would have the potential to resist. People are subject to relentless pressures from consciousness industry, they are besieged with an avalanche of consumer goods and services, they are themselves produced as audience commodities, they reproduce their own lives and energies as damaged and in commodity form. But people are by no means passive or powerless. People do resist the powerful and manifold pressures of capital as best they can, Smythe 1981, 270. Adorno, who is vilified by many scholars as the prototypical cultural pessimist and elitist, had a positive vision for a medium like TV. For television, in German Fernsehen, literally, to watch into the distance, to keep the promise still resonating within the word, it must emancipate itself from everything within which it reckless wish fulfillment refutes its own principle and betrays the idea of good fortune for the smaller fortunes of the department store, Adorno 2005, 57. Adorno frequently acknowledges the need and potentials of emancipation. In the case of TV, he points out that enabling watching into the distance beyond capitalism is a good fortune. This is indirectly a call for the creation of alternative media that question the status quo. Adorno also did not, as falsely claimed by many, despise popular culture. He was, for example, a fan of Charlie Chaplin and pointed out the critical role of the clown in popular culture, Adorno 1996. Even in the culture industry chapter of Dialectic of the Enlightenment, the positive elements of popular culture are visible, for example, when Adorno writes that traces of something better persist in those features of the culture industry by which it resembles the circus, Horkheimer and Adorno 2002, 114. Adorno, 1977, 680, in his Erziehung nach Auschwitz, Education After Auschwitz, wrote about the positive role that TV could play in anti-fascist education in Germany after Auschwitz. If one goes beyond a superficial and selective reading of Adorno, then one will find his deep belief in the possibility of emancipation and in the role that culture can play in it. English translations of Horkheimer's and Adorno's works are imprecise because the language of the two philosophers is complex and not easily translatable. But besides the problem non-German speakers are facing when reading Horkheimer and Adorno, there seems to be a certain non-willingness to engage thoroughly with the Frankfurt schools and critical political economy's origins in order to set up a straw man. Karl Marx, 1867 c., titled his magnum opus Not Capital, a political economy but rather capital, a critique of political economy. Political economy is a broad field, incorporating also traditions of thinking grounded in classical liberal economic thought and thinkers such as Malthus, Mill, Petty, Ricardo, Say, Smith and Ure that Marx studied, sublated, and was highly critical of in his works. His main point of criticism of political economy is that it fetishizes capitalism. Its thinkers confine themselves to systematizing in a pedantic way, and proclaiming for everlasting truths, the banal and complacent notions held by the bourgeois agents of production about their own world, which is to them the best possible one. Marx 1867 c. 175. They postulate that categories like commodities, money, exchange value, capital, markets or competition are anthropological features of all society, thereby ignoring the categories' historical character and enmeshment into class struggles. Marx showed the contradictions of political economy's thought and took classical political economy as a starting point for a critique of capitalism that considers every historically developed form as being in a fluid state, in motion, and analyses how the movement of capitalist society is full of contradictions. Ibid. 103, which calls for the development of the contradictions of a given historical form by political practice. 619, and means that Marx's approach is in its very essence critical and revolutionary. 103. Marx developed a critique of the political economy of capitalism, which sees critique as threefold process. A. An analysis and critique of capitalism. B. A critique of liberal ideology, thought and academia. C. Transformative practice. To be precise, one should not speak of political economy of media/communications, but of the critique of the political economy of communication, culture, information, and the media. Some authors realized this circumstance and stressed that what is needed is a Marxist theory of communication. Smythe 1994, 258, that critical theory means Marxist or quasi-Marxist theory, Ibid. 256, and that critical political economy of communications is critical in the sense of being broadly Marxism. Murdoch and Golding 2005, 61. Robin Mansell argues that Smythe engaged in establishing a critical media and communication studies which had at its core the need to interrogate the systemic character of capitalism as it was expressed through the means of structures of communication. Mansell 1995, 51, and that his focus was on exposing through critical research the articulation of political and economic power relations as they were expressed in the institutional relations embedded in technology and the content of communication in all its forms. Ibid. 47. Robin Mansell points out the importance of a critical methodology in Smythe's approach. As already shown, Smythe was interested in developing a Marxist theory of communication, Smythe 1994, 258, and argued that critical theory is a Marxist theory, 256. It is therefore consequent and important to characterize Smythe's approach not just as critical communication research, which it certainly also but not exclusively was, but as Marxist communication studies, which means a unity of theoretical/philosophical, empirical, and ethical studies of media and communication that is focused on the analysis of contradictions, structures and practices of domination, exploitation, struggles, ideologies and alternatives to capitalism in relation to media and communication. One should not split off the importance of Marx and Marxism from Smythe's approach and reduce him to having established a critical empirical research methodology. Janet Waskow stresses in this context that Marx's 11th Feuerbach thesis, the philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways. The point is to change it, applied to the work and life of Dallas Smythe. Analyzing and understanding the role of communications in the modern world might be enough for most communication scholars. But Dallas Smythe also sought to change the world, not only by his extensive research and teaching in academia, but in his work in the public sector, and through his life as a social activist. Wasco 1993, 1. In the German discussions about the critique of the political economy of the media, Horst Halser, 1973, 131, 1994, 202 ff., and Manfred Notch, 2005, have distinguished four functions of the media in capitalism that are relevant for the Marxist critique of the political economy of the media and communication. 1. Capital accumulation in the media industry. 2. Advertising, public relations, and sales promotion for other industries. 3. Legitimization of domination and ideological manipulation. 4. Reproduction, regeneration, and qualification of labor power. Halser and Notch have provided a good framework that is, however, too structuralistic and lacks the aspect of struggles and alternative. So building on and at the same time going beyond Halser and Notch, one can say that the task of a critical theory and the critique of the political economy of communications, culture, information, and the media is to focus on the critique and analysis of the role of communication, culture, information and the media in capitalism in the context of a. Processes of capital accumulation, including the analysis of capital, markets, commodity logic, competition, exchange value, the antagonisms of the mode of production, productive forces, crises, advertising, etc. b. Class relations, with a focus on work, labor, the mode of the exploitation of surplus value, etc. c. Domination in general and the relationship of forms of domination to exploitation. d. Ideology, both in academia and everyday life, as well as the analysis of and engagement in e. Struggles against the dominant order, which includes the analysis and support of f. Social movement struggles and g. Social movement media that h. Aim at the establishment of a democratic socialist society that is based on communication commons as part of structures of commonly owned means of production. Fuchs 2011a. The approach thereby realizes that in capitalism all forms of domination are connected to forms of exploitation. Fuchs 2008, 2011a. So I am arguing for a combination of critical theory and critical political economy. However, such an approach does not have to stay pure in terms of its theory connections, it is open for theoretical links, as my own drawing on certain concepts by authors such as Sigmund Freud, Pierre Bourdieu, or Gilles Deleuze in this chapter shall show. My basic contention is that in establishing such links, it is important to maintain an analytical framework that stresses the importance of capitalism and class, i.e. that is guided by Marxist theory. In the next section, I will give a brief overview of one foundational debate in critical media and communication studies that has gained new relevance today, the blind spot debate, in which Dallas Smythe introduced the notion of the audience commodity. 4.3. The renewal of the audience labor and audience commodity debate. According to Dallas Smythe, he first formulated the blind spot argument about audience members work for advertisers, Lent 1995, 34, in 1951 in the article The Consumer's Stake in Radio and Television, Smythe 1951. In this chapter, Smythe asks what the nature of the product, IBID, 109, of radio and television actually is. First, there would be a market for receivers. Second, there is that product known as station time, and sometimes as audience loyalty, measured by ratings, which stations sell to advertisers. What is sold is a program for the audience, in whose continuing loyalty the station management has a vital interest, and the probability of developing audience loyalty to the advertiser. In commercial radio and television, our Janus-like product is paid for twice. It is paid for once, as a producer's good, if you please, when the sponsor pays for its production. And it is paid for again, as a consumer's good, when the more or less predictable audience response results in the ringing of cash registers where the sponsor's product is sold to ultimate consumers. Ibid. 119. It would therefore be a myth that radio and television programs are free. Ibid. 110. Smythe here shows a clear concern for the role of advertising in commercial radio and television and the audience as a product. The notion of the audience commodity is already present in the 1951 article in an implicit manner, whereas Smythe formulated it more explicitly in the 1970s. In 1977, Dallas Smythe argued that the material reality under monopoly capitalism is that all non-sleeping time of most of the population is work time. Of the off-the-job work time, the largest single block is time of the audiences, which is sold to advertisers. In their time which is sold to advertisers, workers, a. perform essential marketing functions for the producers of consumers' goods, and b. work at the production and reproduction of labor power. Smythe 1977a, 3. David Hess-Mondalg, 2010, remarks that also sleeping time can be seen as reproductive work time that recreates labor power. Smythe stressed this circumstance, not in the blind spot article, but later, when writing, for the great majority of the population, 24 hours a day is work time. Smythe 1981, 47. Media content would be an inducement, gift, bribe, or free lunch, to recruit potential members of the audience and to maintain their loyal attention. Smythe 1977a, 5. Smythe, 1977a, 1981, 22-51, introduced the notion of the audience commodity for analyzing media advertisement models, in which the audience is sold as a commodity to advertisers. Because audience power is produced, sold, purchased, and consumed, it commands a price and is a commodity. You audience members contribute your unpaid work time and in exchange you receive the program material and the explicit advertisements. Smythe 1981, 26, 233. Audiences work to market things to themselves. Ibid. 4. The main function of the mass media is to produce audiences prepared to be dutiful consumers. Smythe 1994, 250. Work would not necessarily be wage labor but a general category doing something creative. Smythe 1981, 26. Eileen Meehan, 1984, argues that commercial media not only have a commodity message and an audience commodity, but also commodity ratings. She stresses the importance of the question, how do ratings and the ratings industry fit into the production of the commodity message? Ibid. 217, for answering the question what commodity is produced by mass communications industries. 216. Meehan, 1993, says that ratings serve to set the price that networks can demand and that advertisers have to pay for access to the commodity audience. Ibid. 387. It would depend on the used measurement technique how strongly the audience measurement industry over or underestimated the audience size. The ratings industry would be highly monopolized, and monopoly capitalists, like A.C. Nielsen, would set the standards of measurement. The ratings industry would have a preference for measuring a particular audience that is likely to buy and consume a lot of commodities. Therefore, the commodity audience and commodity ratings are entirely artificial and manufactured. Ibid. 389. Chen, 2003, has coined in this context the notion of the fictitious audience commodity. Meehan, 2007, 164, stresses that all television viewers are not in television's commodity audience and, some parts of the commodity audience are more valuable than others. Richard Maxwell makes an argument comparable to Meehan, where then is the human labor that produces the value reflected in the audience commodity form? I argue that it can be located in the ratings industry, advertising and broadcast marketing firms, and other areas of the image and information industries. Maxwell 1991, 32. Smythe would be right that in the case of communications, productive labor is not only located in the sphere of production, but also the sphere of circulation. Commodity fetishism would create the illusion that the fact that audiences are sold means that they create value. Goran Bolin concludes based on Meehan's arguments that there is an empiric fallacy of Smythe, Yahali and Levant, and Andrzejczyk, who see statistics as representative of reality and says that it is not the viewers who work, but rather the statisticians. Bolin 2009, 357, see also Bolin 2011, 37, 84. This claim might be too strong because it implies that the audience cannot be exploited by capital. But there is no doubt that the audience commodity is connected to the rise of the ratings industry that engages in setting prices for audiences. If the audience produces the value of the audience commodity, then the ratings industry sets the price of this commodity and thereby is central in the transformation of audience commodity values into prices. With the rise of commercial internet platforms, audience ratings no longer need to be approximated, but permanent surveillance of user activities and user content allows the definition of precisely defined consumer groups with specific interests. It is exactly known to which group a consumer belongs, and advertising is targeted to these groups. Eileen Meehan, 2002, points out that the audience commodity is gendered. A. Employees who sell ads tend to be female and low-paid. B. Advertisers and the advertising industry tend to base assumptions about the audience commodity on sexist values and so discriminate against anyone outside the commodity audience of white, 18 to 34-year-old, heterosexual, English-speaking, upscale men. Meehan 2002, 220. Focusing on the connection of gender and class, patriarchy and capitalism, sex and money in the media is an important task that has faced both neglect and mutual interest on the side of feminists and political economists. Meehan and Riordan 2002. Valerie Steeves and Janet Wasko, 2002, point out that socialist/Marxist feminism and Marxist political economy are natural allies, but that there has been a turn away from socialism and the interest in the connection of patriarchy and capitalism in feminism. They stress that it is an important task both for feminism and political economy not just to focus on words, symbols, and discourses of gender and the media, but to realize that words, symbols, and discourses are important in shaping structures of inequality. Steeves and Wasko 2002, 26. S.U.T. Yahali, 1987, Chapter 2, argues that Dallas Smythe's notion of the audience commodity is too imprecise. Yahali says that advertisers buy the watching time of the audience as a commodity. His central assumption is that one should see watching time as the media commodity. Ibid. 73. When the audience watches commercial television, it is working for the media, producing both value and surplus value. Ibid. 83. He says that the networks buy the watching power of the audience. Ibid. 75. Yahali argues that the audience watching time is the program time and that advertising watching time is surplus time. Ibid. 76. The audience's wage would be the programming. Ibid. 85. The programming, the value of watching power, is the wage of the audience, the variable capital of the communications industry. Yahali and Levant 1986/2006, 36. The question that arises is if watching time can be considered to be a wage equivalent in a society whose main structures are money and capital. So I disagree with Yahali's argument that the wage that TV viewers receive is the TV program, that the necessary labor time is the watching of non-advertising programs and that the surplus labor time is the watching of advertisements. You cannot live by watching TV, so watching TV is not an equivalent to a wage. Goran Bolin argues in this context, it might be argued that what audiences get is television programs, but if audiences are working, and if their salary is entertainment shows, how can they further convert this salary? The average viewer cannot buy food for the experience earned in watching an entertainment or any other television show. Bolin 2005, 297, Bolin 2011, 37. Rather, All watching time of commercial TV is surplus labor time. In the digital labor debate, some people employ an argument that is related to the one by Hawley. They argue that Facebook does not exploit users because they receive free access to the platform as a wage. There is a difference to Hawley because he maintains the notion of exploitation and surplus value, but both arguments ignore that money is the most important structure in capitalism and is privileged over all other structures and relations in terms of the power that it gives to its owners. Therefore, Marx argues that in capitalism, money has a social monopoly, to play the part of universal equivalent within the world of commodities, Marx 1867 c. 162. The human is, as Marx, 1844, knew, a natural and a social being that needs to eat and to communicate in order to survive. In capitalism, the access to many means of human survival is organized through the commodity and money form. You can only get access to many of the necessary means of survival if you are able to buy commodities. And to do so, you need to get hold of money. And for the largest share of people, this circumstance compels them to sell their labor power as a commodity in order to earn a wage that they can use to buy means of survival. The means of communication are part of the means of survival. If they are organized as public or common goods, then means of communication can escape the money form and people do not have to pay in order to get access to them. Some means of communication, as for example most movies and popular culture, are organized as commodities that are sold. One can only get access by paying for them or by trying to undercut the commodity form, e.g. by downloading them without payment on the Internet. Internet platforms like Facebook and Twitter provide access to means of communication without selling access or content as commodity, yet they do not stand outside the commodity form, but rather commodify users' data. In return for the commodification of data, Facebook and Twitter provide a means of communication to their users. These means could be considered as being in-kind goods provided as return for the users, granting the companies the possibility to access and commodify personal data. If the relationship between users and platform were organized in the form of a modern wage relationship, then the users would receive money in return for the commodification of their digital labor power. They could use this money for buying various means of survival. The difference from such monetary payments is that users on Facebook and Twitter do not receive a universal medium of exchange, but rather one specific means of communication. By giving users access to their platforms, Facebook and Twitter do not provide general means of survival, but instead access to a particular means of communication whose use serves their own profit interests. This is not to say that I argue for payments to users of corporate internet platforms that are advertising financed. I rather argue for the creation of non-commercial non-profit alternatives that altogether escape, sublate, and struggle against the commodity form. The point I want to make is that the means of communication that Facebook and Twitter provide to its users are not simple means of survival and should not be analytically treated as such, but are rather also means of production for the creation of value and profit. This circumstance arises from the simultaneous character of social media users as consumers of technological services and producers of data, commodities, value, and profit. The circumstance that the means of consumption/communication provided by Facebook are not simple means of survival, but that in this consumption all users during the full consumption time produce value for Facebook and Twitter, makes the argument inappropriate that service access is a form of a wage. If one buys a can of Coke from parts of the wage one earns and drinks it, one does not produce value, and as a consequence profit for Coca-Cola, during the drinking/consumption process. Rather, for being able to drink the Coke one has to pay money so that Coca-Cola realizes monetary profit. The consumption does not directly create value for the company. On Facebook and Twitter, the consumption process of the service entails all online communication and usage time. All of this time is not only reproduction time, i.e. time for the reproduction of labor power, but at the same time labor time that produces data commodities that are offered by Facebook and Twitter for sale to advertising clients. In the consumption process, the users do not just reproduce their labor power but produce commodities. So on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, all consumption time is commodity production time. The analytical problem in relation to TV, radio, and newspapers that Smythe and Yahali had to cope with was that consuming these media is a rather passive activity. Therefore, they had to find a way to argue that this behavior also produces surplus value. Yahali's analysis that, in the case of television, watching time is sold as a commodity equals saying that the more watchers there are, the higher advertising profits are generated. This part of the analysis is feasible, but in the world of the Internet, the situation is different. Here users are not passive watchers, but to a certain degree active creators of content. Advertisers are not only interested in the time that users spend online, but also in the products that are created during this time. User-generated digital content and online behavior. The user's data information about their uploaded data, social networks, their interests, demographic data, their browsing and interaction behavior is sold to the advertisers as a commodity. Contrary to the world of television that Yahali analyses, on the Internet the user's subjective creations are commodified. Therefore, Smythe's original formulation holds here that the audience itself, its subjectivity and the results of its subjective creative activity is sold as a commodity. The Internet is an active medium, where consumers of information are as a tendency also producers of information. Therefore, in the case of Facebook and other corporate social media, it is better to speak of Internet prosumer commodification, Fuchs 2010b. However, television has today also become digital and more interactive so that audience commodification can take place in real time and make use of consumer profiles and new forms of commerce, T-commerce, U-commerce, etc., that further advance commodification, Andrej Vic 2009, McGuigan 2012. Brett Carraway, 2011, claims that the audience is no commodity because the activities of the audience are not under the direct control of the capitalist. Nor is it clear that the product of the labor of the audience, whatever that may be, is alienated from the audience. Carraway 2011, 697. Capitalism uses the force of markets to coerce workers to sell their labor power. If you do not work for a wage, you are unlikely to survive. Whereas wage labor is coerced by the threat of physical violence, the threat is death because of the lack of being able to purchase and consume goods. Audience labor is coerced by ideological violence. The threat is to have fewer social contacts because of missing information from the media and missing communication capacities that are needed for sustaining social relations. Audiences are under the ideological control of capitalists who possess control over the means of communication. If, for example, people stop using Facebook and social networking sites, they may miss certain social contact opportunities. They can refuse to become a Facebook worker, just like an employee can refuse to work for a wage, but they may as a consequence suffer social disadvantages in society. Commercial media coerce individuals to use them. The more monopoly power they possess, the easier it gets to exert this coercion over media consumers and users. The product of the working audience is the attention given to programs that feature advertising breaks. Access to audience attention is exchanged with money paid by advertisers to commercial media operators. The audience cannot control its attention itself because it does not own, create, and control the commercial media. Instead, their labor and attention is alienated. Others, namely the corporate media and their advertising clients, define and control the program time. The same is true for Facebook and other commercial user-generated content internet sites, on which user labor generates content and transaction data are surveilled and sold to advertising clients, which get access to the attention of specifically targeted groups. Users of commercial social media platforms do not control and own their data, they are alienated from it. The labor that generates audience commodity is exploited because it generates value and products that are owned by others, which constitutes at the same time an alienation process. Digital labor is ideologically coerced. Being coerced, exploited, and alienated makes audience labor a class in itself. David Hesmondhalgh, 2010, 280, claims that Smythe's account is crude, reductionist, and functionalist, totally underestimating contradiction and struggle in capitalism, and that it has totally lost its connection to pragmatic political struggle. Similarly, in a contemporary critique of Smythe's audience commodity theory and its application to digital media, Caraway, 2011, argues that Smythe's theory represents a one-sided class analysis which devalues working-class subjectivity. 696, gives no discussion of wage struggles, product boycotts, or consumer safety. 700, and thereby conducts audience commodity fetishism, in which we are all now merely cogs in the capitalist machine. 700. Caraway's criticism of critical political economy coincides with his celebration of the creative energy residing in the new media environment. 706, which sets his analysis on par with social media determinists like Henry Jenkins, who argue that the web has become a site of consumer participation. Jenkins 2008, 137, and that media are today a locus of participatory culture. Jenkins 2008. These criticisms are based on uninformed or deliberately selective readings of Smythe that ignore his focus on alternative media as counterpart to audience commodification. Smythe does not celebrate audiences as always rebelling and does not argue for social democratic reformism that tolerates exploitation and misery. His analysis rather implies the need for the overthrow of capitalism in order to humanize society and the overthrow of the capitalist media system in order to humanize the media. Dallas Smythe did not ignore the ability of humans to create alternative futures, which is shown by the fact that he engaged with the idea of an alternative communication system. For Smythe, political subjectivity is revolutionary subjectivity that aims at fundamentally transforming society and establishing an alternative media system. Critics such as Hesmondhalgh and Caraway overlook this aspect of Smythe's approach. Mao wrote in 1957 about big character posters, Dazabeo, Tatsepeo we should put up big character posters and hold forums. Point 1 in 1958, he said, the Tatsepeo, or big character poster, is a powerful new weapon, a means of criticism and self-criticism which was created by the masses during the rectification movement. At the same time it is used to expose and attack the enemy. It is also a powerful weapon for conducting debate and education in accordance with the broadest mass democracy. People write down their views, suggestions, or exposures and criticisms of others in big characters on large sheets of paper and put them up in conspicuous places for people to read. Point 2. When Dallas Smythe wrote in the early 1970s about communication in China in his article After Bicycles, What? Smythe 1994, 230-244, he took up Mao's idea of the big character posters for thinking about how to democratically organize the broadcasting system. He spoke of a two-way system in which each receiver would have the capability to provide either a voice or voice and picture response. A two-way TV system would be like an electronic Tatsepeo system, IBID, 231-232. These thoughts paralleled the ideas of Hans Magnus Enzensberger's, 1970, concept of emancipatory media use, Walter Benjamin's, 1934, 1936-1939, idea of the reader/writer and Bertolt Brecht's, 1932-2000, notion of an alternative radio in his radio theory. Mao had the idea of a media system that is controlled by the people in grassroots processes, and Smythe applied this idea to electronic media for formulating a concept of alternative electronic media. Yuezhi Zhao, 2011, points out the relevance of Smythe's article and his ideas of an alternative non-capitalist communication system for China. Given a world dominated by the logic of neoliberal capitalism, both in the West and China, she stresses, inspired by Smythe, the importance of establishing communications and societies that are based on non-capitalist logic. Zhao, 2007a, 92, argues that Smythe raised the question after bicycles, what? In the context of China's search for a socialist alternative to capitalist modernity, with the hope that China would avoid the capitalist path of development. She says that although Smythe misjudged the political situation in China in the 1970s in a number of points, his intervention would continue to offer a useful point of departure in analyzing not only the deployment and development of ICE in China during the reform era, but also the broad path of China's post-Mao development strategy and its sustainability. Ibid. 96. The question one would have today to ask about Chinese media in Dallas Smythe's manner would be, after mobile phones, what? Zhao 2007a. Whereas to the question after bicycles, what? Smythe answered that China should create a media structure that favors public goods and services, against goods and services for individual, private use. Smythe 1994, 243, ICEs would not only serve capitalist purposes but would by their very nature be social and allow alternative uses, including collective political action. Zhao 2007a, 96. The reality of ICEs in China would show the antagonistic character of these technologies as means of both domination and protest. Dallas Smythe was fundamentally concerned with processes of commodification and audience labor, which is reflected in his creation of the audience commodity category. Although he was critical of some other Marxist theories of culture, important elements of ideology critique and alternative media accompany his focus on the audience commodity. He was furthermore deeply concerned about social struggles for a better world and democratic communications. Smythe's work was connected to politics. For example, he worked with unions to improve the working conditions of communications workers, gave testimonies and conducted studies in favor of public ownership of satellites, public service broadcasting and affordable universal access to telecommunications, and spoke out against corporate media control and monopolization. Yao 2010. He also was involved in debates about the establishment of a new world information and communication order and acted as a public intellectual. Ibid. The claim that Smythe had no connection to political struggles, pragmatic or not, is therefore not feasible. Janet Wasco, 2005, 29, argues that with the increasing spread of privatized, advertiser-supported media, the audience commodity concept has been accepted by many political economists, as well as other communication theorists. In recent years, this tendency has grown and there has been a revival of the interest in Dallas Smythe's works, especially in relation to the question of whether the users of commercial social media are workers and are exploited. Tiziana Terranova made an early contribution to the digital labor debate by introducing the notion of free internet labor, simultaneously voluntarily given and unwaged, enjoyed and exploited. Free labor on the net includes the activity of building websites, modifying software packages, reading and participating in mailing lists, and building virtual spaces on MUDs and MOOs. Terranova 2000, 33. Terranova connected the concept of free labor to the autonomous Marxist concept of immaterial labor, but did not think of the connectedness to Dallas Smythe's notion of the audience commodity. I have stressed in my works that Smythe's concept of the audience commodity is very well suited for describing the exploitation of user activities by corporate platforms on the contemporary Internet, and I have in this context coined the notion of the Internet prosumer commodity. Fuchs 2012a, 2011a, 2011b, 2010b, 2009. Vince Manzarol, 2010, builds on this analysis and on Smythe's works for analyzing prosumer commodification on the mobile Internet, for which he uses the concept of the mobile audience commodity. Marisol Sandoval, 2012, empirically analyzed the reality of Internet prosumer commodification and found that more than 90% of all analyzed web platforms used targeted advertising and the surveillance and commodification of users' data. A qualitative analysis of the terms and policies that legally guarantee Internet prosumer commodification show that they are confusing, misleading, ideological, or even manipulative. They try to create the impression that the only aim of these platforms is to provide to its users an attractive high-quality service and experience that allows them to produce their own media content and to connect with friends. The fact that these platforms are owned by commercial companies that aim at increasing their profits by selling user information and space for advertisements remains hidden, Sandoval 2012, 164-165. Vincent Mosco, 2009, argues in a discussion of Smythe's audience commodity concept that digital systems which measure and monitor precisely each information transaction are now used to refine the process of delivering audiences of viewers, listeners, readers, movie fans, telephone and computer users, to advertisers. This is a major refinement in the commodification of viewers over the earlier system of delivering mass audiences, and it has been applied to practically every communication medium today, including the Internet, where social networking sites like Facebook provide detailed information on users. Ibid. 137. Graham Murdoch, 2011, points out that Internet gifting organized by commercial platforms like Google points to a more general incorporation of gift relations into the economy of commodities that signifies the intensification of exploitation. Ibid. 30-31. One of the major tasks now facing a critical political economy of culture and communication would be to argue the case for a public cultural commons for the digital age. Ibid. 37. Nick Dyer-Witherford argues that Smythe's analysis has today gained credibility because the level of surveillance in the home tends toward that already experienced in the workplace, and the activity of the waged watchman in the automatic factory, described by Marx, becomes integrally linked with the unpaid watching time that he or she passes in front of the television. Dyer-Witherford 1999, 119. Interactive systems would enable the compilation of comprehensive profiles of consumer behavior that allows the ever more precise targeting of consumers differentiated by taste and income. Ibid. 118. He is critical that Smythe would too often assume that capital's intended exploitation of audience power is fully successful. Ibid. 119, and says that activities like online piracy and alternative media are attempts to break capital's dominance. Mark Andrzejewicz, 2002, 2004, 2009, has applied S.U.T. Hawley's, 1987, analysis to reality TV, the Internet, social networking sites and interactive media in general. He says that there the accumulation strategy is based on exploiting not the work of watching, but the work of being watched. Andrzejewicz, 2012, argues that the Marxian concept of exploitation needs to be updated for the online world, Exploitation 2.0, by realizing that on platforms like Google or Facebook, monitoring becomes an integral component of the online value chain, both for sites that rely upon direct payment and for user-generated content styles that rely upon indirect payment, advertising, so that user activity is redoubled on commercial platforms in the form of productive information about user activity. Andrzejewicz 2012, 84. It is important to understand that the capture and sale of TGI equals transaction-generated information generates harm by supporting discrimination in markets in ways that capture consumer surplus. Gandhi 2011, 451. Lauer, 2008, offers an analysis that is related to the one by Andrzejewicz. Cohen, 2008, 8. Argues based on Smythe that the labor involved in the production of Web 2.0 content is the production of information, social networks, relationships, and effect. Coate and Pibus, 2010, stress that one cannot speak of audience labor on the Internet, therefore, they use the term immaterial labor 2.0. Bermejo, 2009, Kuvering, 2004, 2011, Kong and McAllister, 2011, and Lee, 2011, apply the notion of audience commodification to Google and search engines. McStay, 2011, uses the audience commodity concept for the analysis of online advertising. Napoli, 2010, stresses that audience commodification is being taken one step further online so that users even engage in taking over the work of advertisers by spreading advertising messages online to their contacts or by co-creating advertising content. The more than 500-page-long triptych special issue Marx is back the importance of Marxist theory and research for critical communication studies today, which was edited by Christian Fuchs and Vincent Mosco, 2012, shows the importance of Marx's works for critically understanding the media and communication today. It also shows a sustained interest in and relevance of Dallas Smythe's work, especially in the context of the digital labor debate. Several contributors stress that Smythe's audience commodity theory is very well applicable to digital labor on platforms like Facebook or YouTube. Ekman 2012, Fisher 2012, Hebel 2012, Nixon 2012, Prey 2012, Prodnik 2012. The discussion shows that Smythe's Marxist/critical political economy of the media and communication has had a crucial influence on the digital labor debate. What the discussed approaches share is the analysis that digital labor is exploited by capital. The exploitation of digital labor involves three elements. Coercion: users are ideologically coerced to use commercial platforms in order to be able to engage in communication, sharing, and the creation and maintenance of social relations, without which their lives would be less meaningful. Alienation: companies, not the users, own the platforms and the created profit. Appropriation: users spend time on corporate internet platforms that are funded by targeted advertising capital accumulation models. The time spent on corporate platforms is the value created by their unpaid digital labor. Their digital labor creates social relations, profile data, user-generated content, and transaction data, browsing behavior, a data commodity that is offered for sale by internet corporations to advertising clients that can select certain user groups they want to target. The act of exploitation is already created by the circumstance that users create a data commodity, in which their online work time is objectified, and that they do not own this data themselves, but rather corporate internet platforms with the help of terms of use and privacy policies acquire ownership of this data. Corporate internet platforms offer the data commodity that is the result of internet prosumption activity for sale to advertisers. The value realization process, the transformation of value into profit, takes place when targeted users view the advertisement, pay per view, or click on it, pay per click. Not all data commodities are sold all of the time, and specific groups of data commodities are more popular than others, but exploitation always takes place at the point of the production and appropriation of the commodity and prior to a commodity's sale. In section 4.4, I will provide an analysis of how commodification works on corporate social media platforms. Section 4.5 will then analyze ideological structures that are associated with digital media. Analyzing digital media thereby makes both use of the unity of the critical analysis of commodification and ideology critique that I argued for in section 4.2. 4.4. Digital labor, capital accumulation and commodification on social media. For a deeper analysis of how the notion of the audience commodity can be applied for analyzing digital labor on social media, we need to engage with Marx's analysis of capitalism. In the 3 volumes of Capital, Marx analyzes the accumulation process of capital. This process, as described by Marx, is visualized in Figure 4.1. In the accumulation of capital, capitalists buy labor power and means of production, raw materials, technologies, etc., in order to organize the production of new commodities that are sold with the expectation to make money profit that is partly reinvested. Marx distinguishes 2 spheres of capital accumulation, the circulation sphere and the sphere of production. In the circulation sphere, capital transforms its value form. First, money, M, is transformed into commodities. From the standpoint of the capitalist as buyer, the capitalist purchases the commodities labor power, L, and means of production, MP. The process, MC, is based on the 2 purchases, ML and MMP. This means that due to private property structures, workers do not own the means of production, the products they produce or the profit they generate. Capitalists own these resources. In the sphere of production, a new good is produced, the value of labor power and the value of the means of production are added to the product. Value takes on the form of productive capital, P. The value form of labor is variable capital, V, which can be observed as wages. the value form of the means of production constant capital, C, which can be observed as the total price of the means of production/producer goods. Figure 4.1 The accumulation/expanded reproduction of capital. In the sphere of production, capital stops its metamorphosis so that capital circulation comes to a halt. There is the production of new value, V, of the commodity. V contains the value of the necessary constant and variable capital and surplus value S of the surplus product. Unpaid labor generates surplus value and profit. Surplus value is the part of the working day that is unpaid. It is the part of the workday, measured in hours, that is used for producing profit. Profit does not belong to workers but to capitalists. Capitalists do not pay for the production of surplus. Therefore, the production of surplus value is a process of exploitation. The value, V, of the new commodity after production is V equals C plus V plus S. The commodity then leaves the sphere of production and again enters the circulation sphere, in which capital conducts its next metamorphosis. It is transformed from the commodity form back into the money form by being sold on the market. Surplus value is realized in the form of money. The initial money capital, M, now takes on the form M equals M plus M. It has been increased by an increment M that is called profit. Accumulation of capital means that the produced surplus value/profit is, partly, reinvested/capitalized. The end point of one process, M, becomes the starting point of a new accumulation process. One part of M, M1, is reinvested. Accumulation means the aggregation of capital by investment and the exploitation of labor in the capital circuit MCP. CM, in which the end product M becomes a new starting point M. The total process makes up the dynamic character of capital. Capital is money that is permanently increasing because of the exploitation of surplus value. Commodities are sold at prices that are higher than the investment costs so that money profit is generated. Marx argues that one decisive quality of capital accumulation is that profit is an emergent property of production that is produced by labor but owned by capitalists. Without labor, no profit could be made. Workers are forced to enter class relations and to produce profit in order to survive, which enables capital to appropriate surplus. The notion of surplus value is the main concept of Marx's theory, by which he intends to show that capitalism is a class society. The theory of surplus value is in consequence immediately the theory of exploitation, Negri 1991, 74. One can add, the theory of surplus value is the theory of class and as a consequence the political demand for a classless society. Capital is not money but money that is increased through accumulation, money which begets money, Marx 1867 c. 256. Marx argues that the value of labor power is the average amount of time that is needed for the production of goods that are necessary for survival, necessary labor time. Wages represent the value of necessary labor time at the level of prices. Surplus labor time is labor time that exceeds necessary labor time, remains unpaid, is appropriated for free by capitalists and is transformed into money profit. Surplus value is in substance the materialization of unpaid labor time. The secret of the self-valorization of capital resolves itself into the fact that it has at its disposal a definite quantity of the unpaid labor of other people, Ibid. 672. The production of surplus value is the differentia specifica of capitalist production, Ibid. 769, and the driving force and the final result of the capitalist process of production, 976. Many corporate social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, etc., accumulate capital with the help of targeted advertising that is tailored to individual user data and behavior. Capitalism is based on the imperative to accumulate ever more capital. To achieve this, capitalists either have to prolong the working day, absolute surplus value production, or to increase the productivity of labor, relative surplus value production. On relative surplus value, see Marx 1867 c. Chapter 12. Relative surplus value production means that productivity is increased so that more commodities and more surplus value can be produced in the same time period as before. For example, suppose a cobbler, with a given set of tools, makes one pair of boots in one working day of 12 hours. If he is to make two pairs in the same time, the productivity of his labor must be doubled, and this cannot be done except by an alteration in his tools or in his mode of working, or both. Hence the conditions of production of his labor, i.e. his mode of production, and the labor process itself, must be revolutionized. By an increase in the productivity of labor, we mean an alteration in the labor process of such a kind as to shorten the labor time socially necessary for the production of a commodity, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. I call that surplus value which is produced by lengthening of the working day, absolute surplus value. In contrast to this, I call that surplus value which arises from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding alteration in the respective lengths of the two components of the working day, relative surplus value, Marx 1867 c. 431-432. S.U.T. Hawley, 1987, 78, argues that reorganizing the watching audience in terms of demographics is a form of relative surplus value production. One can interpret targeted internet advertising as a form of relative surplus value production. At one point in time, the advertisers not only show one advertisement to the audience as in non-targeted advertising, but they show different advertisements to different user groups depending on the monitoring, assessment, and comparison of the user's interests and online behavior. With traditional forms of television, all watchers see the same advertisements at the same time. In targeted online advertising, advertising companies can present different ads at the same time. The efficiency of advertising is increased. The advertisers can show more advertisements that are likely to fit the interests of consumers in the same time period as in non-targeted advertising. Partly the advertising companies wage laborers and partly the internet users, whose user-generated data and transaction data are utilized, produce the profit generated from these advertisements. The more targeted advertisements there are, the more likely it is that users recognize ads and click on them. The user's click and buy process is the surplus value realization process of the advertising company. This process transforms surplus value into money profit. Targeted advertising allows internet companies to present not just one advertisement at one point in time to users, but rather numerous advertisements, so that there is the production of more total advertising time that presents commodities to users. Relative surplus value production means that more surplus value is generated in the same time period as earlier. Targeted online advertising is more productive than non-targeted online advertising because it allows presenting more ads in the same time period. These ads contain more surplus value than the non-targeted ads, i.e. more unpaid labor time of the advertising company's paid employees and of users, who generate user-generated content and transaction data. Alvin Toffler, 1980, introduced the notion of the prosumer in the early 1980s. It means the progressive blurring of the line that separates producer from consumer. Toffler 1980, 267. Toffler describes the age of prosumption as the arrival of a new form of economic and political democracy, self-determined work, labor autonomy, local production, and autonomous self-production. But he overlooks that prosumption is used for outsourcing work to users and consumers, who work without payment. Thereby corporations reduce their investment and labor costs, jobs are destroyed and consumers who work for free are extremely exploited. They produce surplus value that is appropriated and turned into profit by corporations which do not pay wages. Notwithstanding Toffler's uncritical optimism, his notion of the prosumer describes important changes of media structures and practices and can therefore also be adopted for critical studies. Ritzer and Jurgensen, 2010, argue that Web 2.0 facilitates the emergence of prosumer capitalism, that the capitalist economy has always been dominated by prosumption, 14, and that prosumption is an inherent feature of MC Donaldization. The two authors' analysis ignores that prosumption is only one of many tendencies of capitalism, but neither its only nor its dominant quality. Capitalism is multidimensional and has multiple interlinked dimensions. It is at the same time finance capitalism, imperialistic capitalism, informational capitalism, hyper-industrial capitalism, oil, gas, crisis capitalism, and so on. Not all of these dimensions are equally important. Fuchs 2011a, Chapter 5. We have seen that Dallas Smythe's 1977a, 1981, analysis of the audience commodity has gained new relevance today in the digital labor debate. With the rise of user-generated content, free access social networking platforms and other free access platforms that yield profit by online advertisement, a development subsumed under categories such as Web 2.0, social software and social networking sites, the web seems to come close to accumulation strategies employed by capital on traditional mass media like TV or radio. Users who upload photos and other images, write wall postings and comments, send mail to their contacts, accumulate friends, or browse other profiles on Facebook constitute an audience commodity that is sold to advertisers. The difference between the audience commodity on traditional mass media and on the internet is that in the latter case the users are also content producers, there is user-generated content and the users engage in permanent creative activity, communication, community building, and content production. That the users are more active on the internet than in the reception of TV or radio content is due to the decentralized structure of the internet that allows many-to-many communication. Because of the permanent activity of the recipients and their status as prosumers, we can say that in the case of corporate social media the audience commodity is an internet prosumer commodity. Fuchs 2010b. The conflict between cultural studies and critical political economy of the media, see Ferguson and Golding 1997, Garnham 1995a, b. Grossberg 1995, about the question of the activity and creativity of the audience has been resolved in relation to the Internet today. On Facebook, Twitter and blogs, users are fairly active and creative, which reflects cultural studies insights about the active character of recipients, but this active and creative user character is the very source of exploitation, which reflects critical political economy's stress on class and exploitation. Economic surveillance on corporate social media is surveillance of prosumers, who dynamically and permanently create and share user-generated content, browse profiles and data, interact with others, join, create, and build communities, and co-create information. The corporate web platform operators and their third-party advertising clients continuously monitor and record personal data and online activities. They store, merge, and analyze collected data. This allows them to create detailed user profiles and to know a lot about the user's personal interests and online behaviors. Surveillance is an inherent feature of corporate social media's capital accumulation model. Fuchs 2012a, Sandoval 2012. Social media that are based on targeted advertising sell prosumers as a commodity to advertising clients. There is an exchange of money for the access to user data that allows economic user surveillance. The exchange value of the social media prosumer commodity is the money value that the operators obtain from their clients. Its use value is the multitude of personal data and usage behavior that is dominated by the commodity and exchange value form. The corporation's surveillance of the prosumer's permanently produced use values, i.e. personal data and interactions, enables targeted advertising that aims at luring the prosumers into consumption and shopping. It also aims at manipulating prosumers' desires and needs in the interest of corporations and the commodities they offer. Whereas audience commodification in newspapers and traditional broadcasting was always based on statistical assessments of audience rates and characteristics, Bolin 2011, Internet surveillance gives social media corporations an exact picture of the interests and activities of users. The characteristics, interests and usage behavior, and the size, the number of users in a specific interest group, of the Internet prosumer commodity can therefore be exactly determined, and it can also be exactly determined who is part of a consumer group that should be targeted by specific ads and who is not. In grounding the approach of a critical political economy of personal information, Oscar Gandy has introduced the notion of the panoptic sort. The panoptic sort is a difference machine that sorts individuals into categories and classes on the basis of routine measurements. It is a discriminatory technology that allocates options and opportunities on the basis of those measures and the administrative models that they inform. Gandy 1993, 15. It is a system of power and disciplinary surveillance that identifies, classifies, and assesses, IBID. The mechanism of targeted advertising on social media is the form of surveillance that Gandy has characterized as panoptic sorting. It identifies the interests of users by closely surveilling their personal data and usage behavior, it classifies them into consumer groups, and it assesses their interests in comparison to other consumers and to available advertisements, which are then targeted at the users. Social media users are double objects of commodification. They are commodities themselves, and through this commodification their consciousness becomes, while online, permanently exposed to commodity logic in the form of advertisements. Most online time is advertising time. On corporate social media, targeted advertising makes use of the user's personal data, interests, interactions, information, behavior, and also the interactions with other websites. So while you are using Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and the like, it is not just you interacting with others and browsing profiles. All of these activities are framed by advertisements presented to you. These advertisements come about by permanent surveillance of your online activities. Such advertisements do not necessarily represent consumers' real needs and desires because the ads are based on calculated assumptions, whereas needs are much more complex and spontaneous. The ads mainly reflect marketing decisions and economic power relations. They do not simply provide information about products as offers to buy, but present information about products of powerful companies. Figure 4.2 Capital accumulation on corporate social media platforms that are based on targeted advertising. Figure 4.2 shows the process of capital accumulation on corporate social media platforms that are funded by targeted advertising. Social media corporations invest money, for buying capital, technologies, server space, computers, organizational infrastructure, etc., and labor power, paid employees. These are the constant capital, C, and the variable capital V1 outlays. The outcome of the production process, P1, is not a commodity that is directly sold, but rather a social media service, the specific platforms, that is made available without payment to users. As a consequence of this circumstance, management literature has focused on identifying how to make profit from free internet services. Chris Anderson, 2009, has identified 50 models of how an internet service is given for free in order to boost the selling of other services, or where an internet service is given for free for one type of customers and sold to others. The waged employees, who create social media online environments that are accessed by users, produce part of the surplus value. The users employ the platform for generating content that they upload, user-generated data. The constant and variable capital invested by social media companies, C, V1, that is objectified in the online environment is the prerequisite for their activities in the production process, P2. Their products are user-generated data, personal data, social networks, and transaction data about their browsing behavior and communication behavior on corporate social media. They invest a certain labor time, V2, in this process. Corporate social media sell the user's data commodity to advertising clients at a price that is larger than the invested constant and variable capital. Partly the users and partly the corporation's employees create the surplus value contained in this commodity. The difference is that the users are unpaid and therefore in monetary terms infinitely exploited. Once the internet prosumer commodity that contains the user-generated content, transaction data, and the right to access virtual advertising space and time is sold to advertising clients, the commodity is transformed into money capital, and surplus value is transformed into money capital. A counter-argument to the insight that commercial social media companies exploit internet prosumers is that the latter in exchange for their work receive access to a service. One can here however interpose that service access cannot be seen as a salary because users cannot further convert the salary, they cannot buy food, Bolin 2011, 37, with it. For Marx, 1867 c., the rate of profit Rp is the relation of profit to investment costs. Rp equals P/C plus V, equals profit/ constant capital, equals fixed costs, plus variable capital, equals wages. If internet users become productive prosumers, then in terms of Marxian class theory this means that they become productive laborers who produce surplus value and are exploited by capital, because for Marx productive labor generates surplus value, Fuchs 2010b. Therefore, exploited surplus value producers are not merely those who are employed by internet corporations for programming, updating, and maintaining the software and hardware, performing marketing activities, and so forth, but also the users and prosumers, who engage in the production of user-generated content. New media corporations do not, or hardly, pay the users for the production of content. One accumulation strategy is to give them free access to services and platforms and let them produce content and to accumulate a large number of prosumers that are sold as a commodity to third-party advertisers. A product is not sold to the users, but the users are sold as a commodity to advertisers. The more users a platform has, the higher the advertising rates can be set. The productive labor time that capital exploits involves on the one hand the labor time of the paid employees and on the other hand all of the time that is spent online by the users. Digital media corporations pay salaries for the first type of knowledge labor. Users produce data that is used and sold by the platforms without payment. They work for free. There are neither variable nor constant investment costs. The formula for the rate of profit needs to be transformed for this accumulation strategy. Rp equals P/C plus V1 plus V2. Where P, profit, C, constant capital, V1, wages paid to fixed employees and V2, wages paid to users. The typical situation is that V2 equals 0 and that V2 substitutes V1, V1 equals V2 equals 0. If the production of content and the time spent online were carried out by paid employees, the variable costs, wages, would rise and profits would therefore decrease. This shows that internet prosumer activity in a capitalist society can be interpreted as the outsourcing of productive labor to users. In management literature the term crowdsourcing has been established, see how 2008, who work completely for free and help maximize the rate of exploitation. E equals S/V equals surplus value / variable capital. The rate of exploitation, also called the rate of surplus value, measures the relationship of workers' unpaid work time and paid work time. The higher the rate of exploitation, the more work time is unpaid. Users of commercial social media platforms have no wages, V equals 0. None of their usage time is remunerated in order to fund subsistence. Therefore the rate of surplus value converges towards infinity. Internet prosumer labor is infinitely exploited by capital. This means that capitalist prosumption is an extreme form of exploitation in which the prosumers work completely for free. Infinite exploitation means that all or nearly all online activity and time becomes part of commodities and no share of this time is paid. Smythe, 1994, 297, spoke of the commercial audience as mind slaves, so we may speak of commercial social media users as online slaves. Marx, 1867 c., distinguishes between necessary labor time and surplus labor time. The first is the time a person needs to work in order to create the money equivalent for a wage that is required for buying goods needed for survival. The second is all additional labor time. Users are not paid on corporate social media, or for consuming other types of corporate media, therefore they cannot generate money for buying food or other goods needed for survival. Therefore all online time on corporate social media like Google, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter is surplus labor time. So one line of argument is that on the monetary level, users are infinitely exploited because they do not receive a wage, although platforms like Facebook make monetary profits. There is also a second line of argument: the Facebook platform is a means of communicative survival for users and a means of the capitalist production of value, commodities, and profit. It is at the same time means of consumption and means of production. If the platform is considered as in-kind good provided to the users as means of communicative survival, then all costs that Facebook has for providing the platform can be considered as de facto value of an in-kind good paid as means of consumption to its value producers. According to Marx, the value of a good is the sum of constant capital, variable capital, and profit, V equals C plus V plus P. In the case of the Facebook platform as good, there is no profit because it is not sold as a commodity. Rather, user data is sold as a commodity. Therefore, the value of the Facebook platform is the sum of the invested constant and variable capital. This implies that one can consider Facebook's investment costs as constituting the wages of its users. In 2011, Facebook's total costs and expenses were $1.955 billion and its revenue was $3.711 billion. Facebook SEC filings, Form S-1 registration statement. So Facebook made a profit of $1.756 billion in 2011. If one accepts the argument that the Facebook platform is an in-kind good provided to the users and that therefore Facebook's investment costs form a wage equivalent for means of consumption, then the rate of exploitation of the total Facebook workforce consisting of paid employees and users is E equals profit/investment costs equals 1.955/1.756 equals 1.113 equals 111.3%. This means that the profits that Facebook makes are 111% times the monetary value of the investments it makes for services that are consumed by users as wage equivalent. There are, however, some limitations of this second line of argument. In capitalism, money forms a monopolized generalized means of exchange. With the term wages, Marx means the price of wage labor expressed in monetary terms, i.e. money as the general equivalent of exchange. Marx considers the emergence of wage labor as a specific feature of capitalism. Wage labor is double free. 1. Workers are not physically owned by capitalists like slaves, they are rather compelled to sell their labor power in exchange for a wage in order to survive. 2. This compulsion is based on the circumstance that they are free from/not in control of the ownership of the means of production and capital. So the notion of the wage in a capitalist society presupposes access to a general equivalent of exchange that can be spent for purchasing various commodities that have different use values. Therefore Marx, 1849, says that wages are the amount of money which the capitalist pays for a certain period of work or for a certain amount of work. The exchange value of a commodity estimated in money is called its price. Wages therefore are only a special name for the price of labor power, and are usually called the price of labor. It is the special name for the price of this peculiar commodity, which has no other repository than human flesh and blood. Money is in capitalism the monopolized general equivalent of exchange. It has special relevance because it can be used for getting hold of most use values. It is therefore not a straightforward argument to treat in-kind goods as wage equivalents. The specific structures of capitalism privilege money as a specific and general equivalent of exchange. The money logic therefore has special relevance. I nonetheless want to offer both interpretations of the wage of Facebook users for interpretation and discussion. No matter which interpretation one chooses, both versions imply that Facebook users are workers that are exploited. Users spent 10.5 billion minutes on Facebook per day in January 2011, Facebook, SEC filings, Amendment Number 3 to Form S-1 registration statement. We can therefore make the following estimates about the value generated on Facebook. Value generated on Facebook in 2011, 10.5 billion asterisk 365 equals 3,832.5 billion minutes equals 63.875 billion working hours per year. Average working hours per year of a full-time worker, 1,800. Value generated on Facebook in 2011, 35,486,111 full-time equivalents of work. The rate of exploitation is calculated as the ratio E equals surplus labor time / necessary labor time equals unpaid labor time / paid labor time. In the case of Facebook, all 64.99 billion working hours were unpaid, so the surplus labor time amounts to the full amount of labor time. Given that Facebook exploits more than 35 billion full-time equivalents of free labor or more than 60 billion hours of unpaid work time, it becomes clear that Facebook's business model is based on the outsourcing / crowdsourcing of paid work time to unpaid work time. Given that Facebook's profits were $1 billion in 2011, Facebook, SEC filings, Amendment Number 3 to Form S-1 registration statement, it becomes clear that free user labor is at the heart of Facebook's business model. That the rate of exploitation is infinite means that no wages are paid, that all user labor is unremunerated and creates value. Free user labor is what Marx, 1867 termed abstract labor, labor that creates value. By abstract human labor, Marx means that aspect of labor in a commodity-producing society that makes commodities comparable and exchangeable, whether 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or equals 20 coats or equals X coats, i.e. whether a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, it is always implied, whatever the proportion, that the linen and the coat, as magnitudes of value, are expressions of the same unit, things of the same nature. Linen equals coat is the basis of the equation. By equating, for example, the coat as a thing of value to the linen, we equate the labor embedded in the coat with the labor embedded in the linen. Now it is true that the tailoring which makes the coat is concrete labor of a different sort from the weaving which makes the linen. But the act of equating tailoring with weaving reduces the former in fact to what is really equal in the two kinds of labor, to the characteristic they have in common of being human labor. This is a roundabout way of saying that weaving too, in so far as it weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring, and, consequently, is abstract human labor. It is only the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities which brings to view the specific character of value-creating labor, by actually reducing the different kinds of labor embedded in the different kinds of commodity to their common quality of being human labor in general, Marx 1867 141-142. Abstract labor is abstract because it is a dimension of labor, for which we have to abstract from the qualitative differences of commodities, their use values, and see what they have in common, that is, that they are all products of human labor and objectifications of a certain amount of labor, which makes them comparable and exchangeable in certain relations, X commodity A equals Y commodity B equals. If then we disregard the use value of commodities, only one property remains, that of being products of labor. But even the product of labor has already been transformed in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we abstract also from the material constituents and forms which make it a use value, Ibid. 128. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified or materialized in it. How, then, is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days etc. Ibid. 129. At the level of values, we can say that the collective Facebook worker works almost 64 billion hours per year. The surplus hours and surplus work amount to 64 billion hours per year. Personal and social data is the product that is created in this work time. The more hours users work on Facebook, the more data they generate. The more hours users spend on Facebook, the more ads are generated and presented to them. So productive time is also advertising time, although not all advertising time is turned into money profit, only a portion of it. From Facebook's balance sheet that was published at its stock market registration, we know that its profit rate in 2011 equals total profit / total costs and expenses equals 1 billion / 1.955 billion equals 51.2%. Facebook Incorporated, SEC filings. Facebook, Form S-1 registration statement. This is a very high profit rate, especially in times of global economic crisis. Such a rate can mainly be achieved by the circumstance that Facebook has a low number of employees, 3,976 at the end of June 2012, 3, but can without costs valorize the entire work time of its users for generating its commodity data commodities. Infinite exploitation of the users, equals no wage, allowed Facebook a profit rate of 50% in 2011. The secret of Facebook's profits is that it mobilizes billions of hours of users' work time, at the level of values, that is unpaid, at the level of prices. Unpaid labor extends to different realms, such as Google, Twitter, YouTube, Baidu, LinkedIn, knowledge creation and reproduction, reproductive labor such as housework, care work, educational work, affective work, and sexual work, so that the human being in contemporary capitalism spends a lot of working hours every day in creating value for capital by abstract labor that is unpaid. We can therefore say that life has become a factory life. The factory is not limited to the space of wage labor but extends into everyday life. The secret of corporate social media's capital accumulation is that it mobilizes a huge number of unpaid workers, who engage in a tremendous amount of fully unpaid working hours which generate data commodities that are sold as targeted advertisements. There is a need to mobilize value production and to make it free labor at the same time in order for this capital accumulation to function. Marx described a contradiction between value and labor time. The development of technological productivity reduces the labor time needed for producing a commodity, but at the same time labor time is the only measure and source of wealth in capitalism. Capital itself is the moving contradiction, in that it presses to reduce labor time to a minimum, while it posits labor time, on the other side, as sole measure and source of wealth. Hence it diminishes labor time in the necessary form so as to increase it in the superfluous form, hence posits the superfluous in growing measure as a condition question of life or death for the necessary. Marx 1857-1858b, 706. The result of this contradiction is, as contemporary capitalism shows, unemployment and precarious labor. In contemporary capitalism, this contradiction takes on a second meaning and reality that is at the heart of corporate social media's capital accumulation model. Corporate social media capital tries to push down the costs of necessary labor, wages, to a minimum, but at the same time increases superfluous labor that is unpaid as productive labor that creates surplus value. The contradiction between necessary and superfluous labor takes on its specific form on corporate social media. Paid labor is reduced, unpaid labor is increased, value generation is outsourced from paid to unpaid labor. The contradiction between superfluous and necessary labor is sublated so that a new quality emerges, value creation is transferred to unpaid labor. At the same time, the contradiction is set at a new level and intensified because the propertylessness, poverty, and precariousness of labor on the one hand and the wealth of capital are intensified. Michael A. Lebowitz, 1986, 165, argues that Smythe's approach is only a Marxist-sounding communications theory. Marxism would assume that surplus value in capitalism is generated in the direct process of production, the process where workers, having surrendered the property rights over the disposition of their labor power, are compelled to work longer than is necessary to produce the equivalent of their wage. Perhaps it is for this reason that there is hesitation in accepting the conception that audiences are exploited, and produce surplus value, in that it is a paradigm quite different to the Marxist paradigm. Ibid. 167. Media capitalists would compete for the expenditures of competing industrial capitalists and would help to increase the commodity sales of industrial capitalists, and their profits would be a share of the surplus value of industrial capital. Ibid. 169. Smythe's audience commodity approach would advance an entirely un-Marxian argument with un-Marxian conclusions. Ibid. 170. Lebowitz bases his argument on three specific assumptions that he claims to be inherent to Marx's works. 1. That industrial capital is the central form of capital. 2. That only work performed under the command of industrial capital is productive labor and creates surplus value. 3. That only wage labor can be exploited. The immediate theoretical and political consequences of this logic of argumentation are the following ones. 1. Commercial media are subsumed to industrial capital. 2. Slaves, house workers, and other unpaid workers are not exploited. 3. The wage and non-wage work performed under the command of media capital is unproductive work. Media companies cannot exploit workers because they create products and services that are part of the circulation sphere of capitalism. The political question that Lebowitz's argument poses is if one wants to share the implications of a wage-centric theory of exploitation that unpaid workers cannot be exploited. Productive labor, i.e. labor that generates surplus value, is a complex, contradictory, and inconsistent topic within Marx's works. In Capital, Volume 1, Marx distinguishes different concepts of productive labor. In the narrower sense, the only worker who is productive is one who produces surplus value for the capitalist, or in other words contributes towards the self-valorization of capital, Marx 1867 c. 644. This formulation does not imply that only a wage worker can be a producer of surplus value, because there can be workers that produce for capital but are unpaid, i.e. surplus labor time makes up 100% of their work time. In a second definition, Marx argues that for being considered a productive worker, it is no longer necessary for the individual himself to put his hand to the object, it is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer, and to perform any one of its subordinate functions. Ibid. 643-644. This means that productive labor understood this way implies that a worker who contributes to a social product that is controlled by a capitalist and is the joint product of a collective laborer, Ibid. 643, is an exploited worker, no matter if he receives a wage for it or not. He is part of a collective or social worker. In a third approach, Marx abstracts from the capitalist production process and argues in Chapter 5 in the German edition and Chapter 7 of the English edition of Capital, Volume 1, that all work is productive because it creates products that are conditions and results of work. Given the first two understandings, there is no necessity to assume that Marx saw non-wage workers that contribute to capitalist production processes as unproductive and non-exploited. Lebowitz gives one interpretation of Marx's works and claims that this is the only possible interpretation and that one is not a Marxist if one does not share this interpretation. The common name for this logical procedure is dogmatism. Representatives of wage labor dogmatism can certainly counter my argument by citing passages from the Theories of Surplus Value or Capital, Volume 3, where Marx argues that circulation workers, commercial workers in trade or servants are unproductive workers. But it remains a fact that in his most thought-out book, namely Capital, Volume 1 which, in contrast to Volume 2 and Volume 3, which were edited by Engels after Marx's death, and the Theories of Surplus Value, which were unpublished notes, he authorized for publication and subsequently revised several times. Marx wrote passages that allow a non-wage labor fetishistic interpretation of the concept of productive labor. In contrast to wage fetishism, Marx argued that surplus labor and therefore the concept of exploitation is not specific to capitalism. Capital did not invent surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the worker, free or unfree, must add to the labor time necessary for his own maintenance an extra quantity of labor time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owner of the means of production, whether this proprietor be an Athenian Kalos Kagathon aristocrat, an Etruscan theocrat, a civis Romanus, a Norman baron, an American slave owner, a Wallachian boyar, a modern landlord or a capitalist. Marx. 1867 c. 344-345. Marx argued that the slave performs 100% of his work as unpaid work, with the slave, on the contrary, even that part of his labor which is paid appears to be unpaid. Of course, in order to work the slave must live, and one part of his working day goes to replace the value of his own maintenance. But since no bargain is struck between him and his master, and no acts of selling and buying are going on between the two parties, all his labor seems to be given away for nothing. Marx 1865. Although having different origins, contexts, and theoretical implications, the works of Dallas Smythe and autonomous Marxism share the criticism of wage labor fetishism as well as the concept of a collective workforce that contributes to the production of surplus value, is exploited by capital and is constituted in various spaces of capitalism, including the factory, the household, colonies of primitive accumulation and leisure. In the context of a digital labor theory of value, it is not so easy to fix advertising in the realm of capital circulation and to reduce it to a relationship that is determined by industrial capital. Within the overall capitalist economy, the commercial media and advertising industries certainly take the role that they help other capitalists realize their profits, that is, they spread messages about why specific commodities should be bought. But they form a capitalist industry in itself that accumulates capital based on the exploitation of work. For Marx, the notion of productive labor is primarily oriented on criticizing the exploitation process. And given that the media and advertising industry is oriented on profit-making and makes use of the work of paid employees and unpaid users/media consumers, it follows that this industry makes use of unpaid labor time for creating profit, that is, the involved work produces surplus value for the capitalist and contributes towards the self-valorization of capital. Marx 1867 c. 644, which is Marx's definition of productive labor. In addition, in the digital labor context it is not so easy to say that media audiences are just media consumers and therefore located in the consumption and circulation realm because the consumption of digital media to a certain extent produces content, behavioral data, social network data and personal data that is commodified and sold to advertising clients. Figure 4.3 shows the connection of the capital accumulation process of commercial digital media that are based on targeted advertising and the capital accumulation process of advertising clients. They both have their relatively autonomous capital accumulation processes that are based on the exploitation of abstract labor and are interdependent in the form of an exchange process MC, in which advertising clients exchange their money for the access to user data commodities. Yahali, 1987-83, argues that watching is an extension of factory labor and that the living room is one of the factories today. The factory is the space of wage labor, but it is also in the living room. Outside of wage labor spaces, the factory is not only in the home, it is everywhere. The Internet is the all-ubiquitous factory and realm of the production of audience commodities. Social media and the mobile internet make the audience commodity ubiquitous and the factory not limited to your living room and your wage workplace. The factory is also in all in-between spaces, and the entire planet is today a capitalist factory. Figure 4.3 The dialectic of social media capital accumulation and advertising clients capital accumulation. The contemporary globalization of capitalism has dispersed the walls of the wage labor factory all over the globe. Because capital cannot exist without non-wage labor and exploits the commons that are created by all, society has become a factory. Reflecting this development, Mario Tronti has coined the concept of the social factory. At the highest level of capitalist development, social relations become moments of the relations of production, and the whole society becomes an articulation of production. In short, all of society lives as a function of the factory, and the factory extends its exclusive domination over all of society. Mario Tronti, quoted in and translated by Cleaver 1992, 137. Now we have the factory planet or the planet factory, a regime that subsumes not just production, consumption, and social reproduction, as in Fordism, but life's genetic and ecological dimensions. Dyer Y. The Ford 2010, 485. The social worker and the social factory are concepts that allow one to go beyond a wage-centric concept of value, labor, and exploitation. In fact, especially women, migrant workers, illegal workers, precarious workers, house workers, home workers, and the working class in developing countries have long been facing the struggle of surviving in modes of production that feature low and underpaid work. Especially neoliberalism has generalized the precarious mode of work so that housewifized work that is insecure, low-paid, temporary, precarious, and individualized and lacks social security, unionization, access to health care and other welfare benefits has become the normality of work for many. The concept of the exploitation of the social laborer who works in a global social factory allows connecting Marxist political economy to feminism and studies of race and post-colonialism. There is a global division of labor in the organization of knowledge work. And this division is class-structured, gendered and racist. There is an inherent connection of class, gender, and race in the capitalist mode of production. Dallas Smythe, Marxist feminism, and autonomist Marxism have stressed that exploitation takes place beyond the confines of the traditional wage labor factory, which opens up connections between these approaches. Vincent Mosco and Catherine McKercher, 2008, 62, stress that Dallas Smythe has established a groundwork for the research of voluntary, low-paid, and unpaid labor by describing the extent of audience labor on the home through the sale of people's attention to advertisers. The connection of capitalism, patriarchy, and racism has become ever more obvious in recent years, needs to be more analyzed and can be a foundation for solidarity between the different exploited groups that we find in capitalism today. Harry Cleaver, 2123, argues that capital tries to shape all leisure, or free time, activities, in its own interests. Thus, rather than viewing unwaged non-labor time automatically as free time or as time completely antithetical to capital, we are forced to recognize that capital has tried to integrate this time, too, within its process of accumulation. Put another way, capital has tried to convert individual consumption into productive consumption by creating the social factory. Capitalist media and culture are shaped by a global mode of production, in which house workers and consumers shop for commodities and actively reproduce labor power and work as audience for the media. Users generate a data commodity on the internet. Slave workers in poor countries extract minerals that are used for the production of hardware. Low-paid children, women, and other workers in Chinese and other manufacturing companies assemble the hardware of computers, phones and printers under extremely hard and dangerous working conditions. Highly paid and overworked software engineers work for companies such as Google and Microsoft. Relatively low-paid knowledge workers in developing countries create, transform, process or edit cultural content and software for firms that are subcontractors to Western media and communications companies. A feminized low-paid workforce takes care of communications services in call centers and other service factories, and so on. The contradictory relations between communications workers in an international division of labor pose the question, will knowledge workers of the world unite? Mosco and McKercher 2008, 13. The urban is one of the critical sites for contemporary struggle. David Harvey, quoted in Harvey, Hart, and Negri 2009. The metropolis is a factory for the production of the common. With the passage to the hegemony of biopolitical production, the space of economic production and the space of the city tend to overlap. There is no longer a factory wall that divides the one from the other, and externalities are no longer external to the site of production that valorizes them. Workers produce throughout the metropolis, in its every crack and crevice. In fact, production of the common is becoming nothing but the life of the city itself. Hart and Negri 2009, 250-251. Commercial social media show that the internet is simultaneously a playground and a factory, Scholes 2011. They lock networked publics in a walled garden where they can be expropriated, where their relationships are put to work, and where their fascinations and desires are monetized, Ibid. 246. Internet user commodification is part of the tendency of the commodification of everything that has resulted in the generalization of the factory and of exploitation. Commodification presumes the existence of property rights over processes, things, and social relations, that a price can be put on them, and that they can be traded subject to legal contract. In practice, of course, every society sets some bounds on where commodification begins and ends. Harvey 2007, 165. Neoliberal capitalism has largely widened the boundaries of what is treated as a commodity. The commodification of sexuality, culture, history, heritage, of nature as spectacle or as rest cure, these all amount to putting a price on things that were never actually produced as commodities, Ibid. 166. The outsourcing of work to consumers is a general tendency of contemporary capitalism. Facebook has asked users to translate its site into other languages without payment. Javier Olivan, international manager at Facebook, commented that it would be cool to use the wisdom of the crowds. For Pepsi started a competition in which one could win $10,000 for the best design of a Pepsi can. Idea Bounty is a crowdsourcing platform that organizes crowdsourcing projects for corporations, as for example Red Bull, BMW, or Unilever. In such projects, most of the employed work is unpaid. Even if single individuals receive symbolic prize money, most of the work time employed by users and consumers is fully unpaid, which allows companies to outsource paid labor time to consumers or fans who work for free. Value is a complex concept. Goran Bolin, 2011, identifies economic value, moral value, news value, public value, cultural value, aesthetic value, social value, educational value, political value, and symbolic/sign value as specific interpretations of the term. Marx shared with Adam Smith and David Ricardo an objective concept of value. The value of a commodity is for them the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article, the amount of labor socially necessary for its production, Marx 1867 c. 129. Marx argues that goods in capitalism have a dual character. They have a use-value side, they are used for achieving certain aims, and a value side. There are aspects of concrete and abstract labor. Concrete labor generates the commodity's use value, the good's qualitative character as useful good that satisfies human needs, abstract labor the commodity's value, the good's quantitative side that allows its exchange with other commodities in the form of the relationship X amount of commodity A equals Y amount of commodity B. Subjective concepts of economic value, as held for example by classical French political economists such as Jean-Baptiste Say and Frédéric Bastiat or representatives of the neoclassical Austrian school, assume that the worth of a good is determined by humans' cognitive evaluations and moral judgments. They interpret the notion of value idealistically. They say that the value of a good is the value given to them by the subjective judgments of humans. One problem of the value concept is that its subjective and objective meaning are often mixed up. As the moral value of capitalism is economic value, one needs a precise concept of value. To focus the meaning of the term value on economic value does not automatically mean to speak in favor of capitalism and commodification, it only reflects the important role the capitalist economy has in modern society and stresses commodity logic's tendency to attempt to colonize non-commodified realms. For socialists, an important political goal is a world not dominated by economic value. But achieving this goal does not necessarily need a non-economic definition of the value concept. Marx made a distinction between the concept of value and the concept of price. When we talk about the value of a good, we talk about the average number of hours needed for its production, whereas the price is expressed in quantities of money. The expression of the value of a commodity in gold x commodity A equals Y money commodity is its money form or price, Marx 1867 c. 189. Marx argued that the value and the price of a commodity do not coincide. The production price of a commodity is not at all identical with its value. It has been shown that the production price of a commodity may stand above or below its value and coincides with it only in exceptional cases, Marx 1894, 892. He also dealt with the question of how values are transformed into prices. Chapter 9 of Capital, Volume 3, Ibid, 254-272, is devoted to this question. Information is a peculiar commodity. It is not used up in consumption. It can be infinitely shared and copied by one individual without losing the good itself. Several people can own it at the same time. It has no physical wear and tear. Its wear and tear is what Marx, 1867 c. 528, called moral depreciation. It is caused by competition and the drive of companies to establish new versions of informational commodities, such the newest version of the iPod or iPad or a new song by an artist in order to accumulate ever more capital, and by the creation of symbolic difference postulated by advertising and branding so that the older informational commodities appear for consumers to be outdated. It can be easily and cheaply copied and quickly transmitted. It is a social good that reflects the history of social interactions and the history of knowledge. The value for producing the initial form of information is relatively high. It includes many hours of development costs, whereas starting with the second copy the value is relatively low. Work time mainly is the time of copying and distributing the good. Information is, however, normally sold at a price that is higher than its value, measured as the amount of hours needed for its production. The difference between value and price is at the heart of profit-making in the information industries. An artwork sold at a high price makes use of the value-price differential and the ideological belief of the buyers in the superiority of the artist. Similarly, branding can constitute a value-price differential. It is an ideological mechanism that wants to make consumers believe that a commodity has a symbolic value above its economic value. Consumers' ideological belief in the superiority of a certain commodity allows companies to achieve excess profit, a profit higher than yielded for similar use values. Related phenomena are financial assets that are sold at prices that do not correspond to the profits the underlying commodities are yielding. Marx, 1894, speaks in this respect of fictitious capital, and David Harvey, 2005, of a temporal fix to overaccumulation that results in the deference of the re-entry of capital values into circulation into the future, Ibid, 109, so that the difference between profits and asset price can result in financial bubbles. Just like there can be a difference between value and price of a commodity, there can be a difference between profit and financial market worth of a financial asset. Bolin, 2011, argues that in broadcasting, not audiences but statisticians work. The advertisers would buy not audiences but the belief in a certain audience value generated by statisticians who relatively arbitrarily measure audience ratings. Audiences do not work, it is rather the statisticians and market executives who do. Ibid, 84. From a Marxist perspective, which Smythe employed, audiences' work time is the time they consume commercial media. The exact quantity of labor value can never be determined, therefore Marx said that the individual commodity counts, only as an average sample of its kind, Marx 1867 c. 129-130. Audiences create the value of the commercial media commodity, whereas audience statistics determine the price of the audience commodity by approximating average audience numbers based on a sample of a certain size. Statistical workers are crucial in setting prices and transforming labor values of the media into prices. On corporate social media, users create content, browse content, establish and maintain relations with others by communication, and update their profiles. All time they spend on these platforms is work time. The internet or commodity that an advertiser buys on Facebook or Google is based on specific demographic data, age, location, education, gender, workplace, etc., and interests, e.g. certain keywords typed into Google or certain interests identified on Facebook. Thereby a specific group can be identified as a target group. All time spent by members of this group on the specific social media platform constitutes the value, work time, of a specific internet or commodity. This work time contains time for social relationship management and cultural activities that generate reputation. One therefore needs to reflect on how economic value production by the media is connected to what Bourdieu termed social, cultural, and symbolic capital, Bolin 2011. Users employ social media because they strive for a certain degree to achieve what Bourdieu, 1986a, b, terms social capital, the accumulation of social relations, cultural capital, the accumulation of qualification, education, knowledge, and symbolic capital, the accumulation of reputation. The time that users spend on commercial social media platforms for generating social, cultural, and symbolic capital is in the process of commodification transformed into economic capital. Labor time on commercial social media is the conversion of Bourdieusian social, cultural, and symbolic capital into Marxian value and economic capital. Marx, 1894, stressed the difference between a commodity's value and price. The price of production of a commodity may lie above or below its value and in some cases coincides with its value. The value level measures the labor needed for the production of commodities in work hours, the price level measures for which amount of money a commodity is sold. The ratings industry transforms the value of the audience commodity into prices. Advertisements are linked to certain programs because one expects specific kinds of audiences to watch certain programs, or to read certain parts of a newspaper. The value of one specific program that is interrupted by advertisements is the sum of the time all viewers spend viewing the program, including the advertisements. It is impossible to measure this value exactly. Rather, as Marx, 1894, knew, only approximations of the average value of a commodity are possible. If more viewers watch a certain program because it is popular, then its value increases. This makes it likely that also the audience price will be higher because more advertisements will be watched. However, there is no automatic correspondence between value and price of the audience commodity. If 1 million young, urban, middle-class youngsters who can be expected to buy a lot of commodities watch one program and 2 million elderly rural people watch another program that has the same length, then the second audience commodity's value is higher. However, because of the expectation that young urban people are more consumption-oriented than elderly rural people, the first commodity audience's price, measured as amount of money that an advertiser needs to pay at a certain point of time in the program slot for a specific advertisement length in order to reach a defined audience of a particular size, may be higher. Once value has been created on Facebook by online labor, the resulting data commodities are offered to ad clients with the help of either the pay-per-click, CPC, or the pay-per-1000 impressions, CPM, methods of payment. At this point of analysis, we leave the value level and the commodity production sphere and enter the price level and the sphere of commodity sales. How is the social media or commodities price determined and how is value transformed into money profit? Advertising clients are interested in the access to specific groups that can be targeted with individualized advertisements that fit their interests. Access to this group and data about their interests, information about who is member of a specific consumer group that shares certain interests, are sold to advertisers. On Google and Facebook, advertisers set a maximum budget for one campaign and a maximum they are willing to pay for one click on their advertisement or for 1,000 impressions. One impression equals a presentation of an ad on a profile. The exact price for one click or for 1,000 impressions is determined in an automated bidding process, in which all advertisers interested in a specific group, all ads targeted at this specific group, compete. In both models, every user is offered as a commodity and commodified, but only certain user groups are sold as commodity. In the pay-per-click model, value is transformed into money, profit is realized, when a user clicks on an ad. In the pay-per-view model, value is transformed into money, profit is realized, when an ad is presented on a user's profile. The price is mathematically determined by an algorithm and based on bids. The number of hours spent online by a specific group of users determines the value of the social media prosumer commodity. The price of this commodity is algorithmically determined. All hours spent online by users of Facebook, Google, and comparable corporate social media constitute work time, in which data commodities are generated, as well as potential time for profit realization. The maximum time of a single user that is productive, i.e. results in data commodities, is 100% of the time spent online. The maximum time that the same user contributes to profit realization by clicking on ads or viewing ads is the time that he spends on a specific platform. In practice, users only click on a small share of presented ads. So in the pay-per-click accumulation model, work time tends to be much larger than profit realization time. Online labor creates a lot of commodities that are offered for sale, but only a certain share of that labor is sold and results in profits. This share is still large enough that companies like Google and Facebook can generate significant profits. Online labor time is at the same time potential profit realization time. Capital tries to increase profit realization time in order to accumulate capital, that is, to make an ever larger share of productive labor time also profit realization time. According to Facebook, the price of an ad in a bid is determined by the number of people competing for a specific ad space/target audience, by ad quality and ad performance. On Google AdWords, the price of an ad depends on the maximum bid that one set/can afford and ad quality. Ad quality is based on an assessment of how relevant and well targeted the text of an ad is. Google, Video AdWords, control your costs. The more targeted an ad, the lower the CPC cost. Google's quality score of an ad is based on the number of past clicks for the targeted keyword, the display URL's number of past clicks, the targetedness of the ad text and the number of past clicks for the ad. Google AdWords Help, Quality Score. Like Facebook, Google offers both CPC and CPM as payment methods. How exactly Google's and Facebook's pricing algorithms work is not known because they are not open source. According to statistics, the most expensive keywords on Google are insurance, loans, mortgage, attorney, and credit. 5. The most viewed ads on Facebook are those from the retail sector, 23% of all viewed ads, the food and drink industry, 19%, the finance industry, 14%, the entertainment industry, 11%, and the games industry, 11%. http://facebook.com/facebook-advertising-rates-2_b86020. Accessed August 8, 2013. A study of Facebook advertising conducted by Comscore, 2012, argues that users spend 40% of their Facebook time in the newsfeed, therefore exposure to ads is larger there than on brand pages. According to DoubleClick, click-through rates are on average 0.1%. Many companies would today mistakenly see the number of fans on brand pages as a main success indicator for online advertising. People exposed to Facebook ads are more likely to purchase products online or in stores than those who are not. The purchase ratio grows with the length of the advertising campaign. The study therefore suggests the importance of view-through display ad effectiveness in a medium where click-through rates are known to be lower than average for many campaigns. IBID. 3. Time dimensions play a crucial role in determining the price of an ad. The number of times people click on an ad, the number of times an ad or target URL has already been viewed, the number of times a keyword has been entered and the time that a specific user group spends on the platform. Furthermore, the bidding maximums used as well as the number of ad clients competing for ad space influence the ad prices. In the pay-per-view method, Facebook and Google earn more with an ad that is targeted to a group that spends a lot of time on Facebook. The larger the target group, the higher Facebook's and Google's profits tend to be. In the pay-per-click method, Facebook and Google only earn money if users click on an ad. According to studies, the average click-through rate is 0.1%, Comscore 2012. This means that Facebook and Google tend to gain more profit if ads are presented to more users. Generally, one can say that the higher the total attention time given to ads, the higher Google's and Facebook's profits tend to be. Attention time is determined by the size of a target group and the average time this group spends on the platforms. Online time on corporate social media is both labor time and attention time. All activities are monitored and result in data commodities, so users produce commodities online during their online time. In the pay-per-view mode, specific online time of specifically targeted groups is also attention time that realizes profit for Facebook or Google. In the pay-per-click mode, attention time that realizes profit is only the portion of the online time that users devote to clicking on ads that are presented to them. In both cases, online time is crucial for a. the production of data commodities and b. the realization of profit derived from the sales of the data commodities. Both surveillance of online time, in the sphere of production, and attention time, in the sphere of circulation, given to advertisements play an important role in corporate social media's capital accumulation model. According to Google Trends, Michael Jackson was one of the top trending search keywords on Google on June 27, 2012. Using the Google AdWords Traffic Estimator, on June 27, 2012, showed that by creating a campaign with a maximum CPC of €10 and a budget of €1,000 per day, one can expect to attract 2,867 to 3,504 impressions and 112 to 137 clicks for total costs of €900 per day if one targets Google users who search for Michael Jackson. In comparison, I used the same settings for the keyword Cat Power, an American indie rock singer, much less popular and less sought after on Google than Michael Jackson. In a campaign that targets users who Google Cat Power, one can expect to attract 108 to 132 impressions and 3.9 to 4.7 clicks for total costs of €30.96, €37.84 per day. The profit that Google makes with the data commodity associated with the keyword Michael Jackson is much larger than the one it makes with the keyword Cat Power because the first is a more sought-after keyword. And that a keyword is popular means that users spend more collective usage time per day entering the keyword and reading result pages than for other keywords. The example shows that popular interests, for whose generation and result consumption users spend more labor time on the internet than for not so popular keywords, tend to result in higher profits for Google than interests that are not so popular. Marx formulated the law of value as saying that the greater the labor time necessary to produce an article, the greater its value, Marx 1867 c. 131. The law of value also applies in the case of commercial social media. The more time a user spends on commercial social media, the more data about her/his interests and activities are available and the more advertisements are presented to her/him. Users spending a lot of time online create more data and more value, work time, that is potentially transformed into profit. That the law of value applies on commercial social media can also be observed by the circumstance that there are high prices for advertisements presented in the context of frequently searched keywords on Google. A lot of users spend their work time on searching for these keywords, that is, the value, work time, underlying specific keywords is high. This makes the corresponding user commodity more precious, it is likely to be a large group, therefore its price can be set at a high rate. That surplus value generating labor is an emergent property of capitalist production means that production and accumulation will break down if this labor is withdrawn. It is an essential part of the capitalist production process. That prosumers conduct surplus generating labor can also be seen by imagining what would happen if they would stop using Facebook or Google, the number of users would drop, advertisers would stop investments because no objects for their advertising messages and therefore no potential customers for their products could be found, the profits of the new media corporations would drop and they would go bankrupt. If such activities were carried out on a large scale, a new economy crisis would arise. This thought experiment shows that users are essential for generating profit in the new media economy. Furthermore, they produce and co-produce parts of the products and therefore parts of the use value, value and surplus value that are objectified in these products. Not all prosumer work on social media is commodified, just like not all audience work is commodified. Work that contributes content, attention, or comments to non-commercial non-profit projects, such as Wikipedia, alternative online news media such as Indie Media, Alternet, Democracy Now!, Open Democracy, WikiLeaks, or the use of social media by NGOs, is work in the sense that it helps creating use values, alternative news, critical discourse, etc., but it is non-commodified work, it cannot be exploited, it does not have exchange value and it does not yield profit. Non-commercial non-profit online projects are an expression of the struggle for a society and an internet that is not ruled by the logic of commodities and exchange value. Although they are frequently precarious, the existence of alternatives shows that social media and media in general are in capitalism shaped by a. class structures, b. ideological incorporation and legitimation, and c. gaps and contradictions that constitute cracks and fissures that allow currents of criticism and movements of contestation. Golding and Murdoch 1978, 353. Corporate social media have an imminent connection to finance capital. Google's profits were $9.7 billion in 2011, SEC filings Form 10-K 2011, whereas its financial market valuation, stock market capitalization, was $182 billion on June 26, 2012. 6 Facebook's profits were $1 billion in 2011, SEC filings Form S-1 registration statement, whereas its stock market capitalization was $70 billion on June 26, 2012. 7 This shows that the financial market values achieved on the stock market and the profits achieved by internet prosumer commodification do not coincide. Companies like Facebook and Google are overvalued on the stock market, their profits do not match the high market values. This divergence phenomenon does not lie outside of the logic of Marxist theory, but was rather described by Marx, 1894, in the Analysis of Fictitious Capital in Capital, Volume 3. For Marx, financial capital is based on the formula M, money, M, more money. Here we have MM, money that produces money, self-valorizing value, without the process that mediates the two extremes, IBID, 515, see also 471. Consumer credits, mortgages, stock, bonds and derivates are all based on this financial type of accumulation. Finance capital does not itself produce profit, it is only an entitlement to payments that are made in the future and derive from profits or wages, the latter for example in the case of consumer credits. Marx therefore characterizes finance capital as fictitious capital, IBID, 596. The share is nothing but an ownership title, pro rata, to the surplus value which this capital is to realize. A may sell this title to B, and B to C. These transactions have no essential effect on the matter. A or B has then transformed his title into capital, but C has transformed his capital into a mere ownership title to the surplus value expected from this share capital, IBID, 597 to 598. Financial investments in stocks and financial derivatives are transformed into operative capital, but they are not capital themselves, only ownership titles to a part of surplus value that is expected to be produced in the future. All these securities actually represent nothing but accumulated claims, legal titles, to future production, IBID, 599. The value of shares is therefore speculative and connected not to the actual profits of the company, but only to expectations about future profits that determine buying and selling decisions of stock investors. The market value of these securities is partly speculative, since it is determined not just by the actual revenue but rather by the anticipated revenue as reckoned in advance. EBIT, 598, see also 608, 641. The result is a high-risk system of speculation that resembles gambling. EBIT, 609, and is crisis-prone. EBIT, 621. Monetary crises, independent of real crises or as an intensification of them, are unavoidable in capitalism. EBIT, 649. Financialization is a crucial aspect of corporate social media platforms like Facebook and Google. Financialization is a mechanism that Marx described as an important element of capitalism. User labor is the source of profit on these platforms. Finance capital invests in platforms like Facebook and Google because it has the expectation of high future profits. The new economy crisis in 2000 has shown that the difference between stock market values and actual profits can result, as Marx knew, in bursting financial bubbles that then result in economic crises. Crises can have multiple sources, e.g. lack of sales equals overproduction, underconsumption, class struggle that increases investments and negatively impacts profits, profit squeeze, overaccumulation, crisis events that trigger large-scale sales of stocks and disappointed investment situations, combinations of some of these sources of crises, etc. The stock market values of companies like Google and Facebook are based on expectations of how well these corporations will in the future be able to exploit users' and employees' labor and turn it into profit. The actual profit rates influence but do not determine stock market investors' buying and selling decisions. The latter are determined by multiple factors and expectations, especially expectations about potential futures, which is the reason why Marx speaks of fictitious capital. Capital has the inherent interest to maximize profit. For doing this, it will take all means necessary because the single capitalist risks his/her own bankruptcy if he cannot accumulate capital as a result of high investment costs, heavy competition, lack of productivity and other reasons. The wage relation is, as we have argued earlier, a crucial element of class struggle. Capital tries to reduce the wage sum as much as possible in order to maximize profits. If possible, capital will therefore remunerate labor power below its own value, that is, below the socially necessary costs that are required for survival. The transformation of the value into the price of labor power and the difference between the two is, as Cleaver, 2000, and Bidet, 2009, stress, the result of class struggle. Labor legislation and an organized labor movement can struggle for wages that are higher than the value of labor power. If labor is, however, weak, e.g. because of fascist repression, capital is likely to use any opportunity to reduce wages as much as possible in order to increase profits. Neoliberalism is a form of governmentality that increases profits by decreasing the wage sum with the help of cutting state expenditures for welfare, care, and education, privatizing such services, creating precarious wage relations that are temporary, insecure, and underpaid, weakening the power of labor organizations, decreasing or not increasing wages relatively or absolutely, outsourcing labor to low-paid or unpaid forms of production, coercing the unemployed to work without payment or for extremely low wages, and so forth. It is a form of politics that aims at helping capital to reduce the price of labor power as much as possible, if possible even below the minimum value that is needed for human existence. The creation of multiple forms of precarious and unpaid forms of work is an expression of the class struggle of capital to reduce the costs of labor power. The result is a disjuncture of the value and price of labor power. Digital labor should be situated in the context of capital's actual struggle to reduce the price of labor power and potential resistance by the working class. The disjuncture between value and price of labor power is accompanied by a disjuncture of the value and price of commodities, The financialization of the economy has established stocks and derivatives that have fictitious prices on stock markets that are based on the hope for high future profits and dividends, but these are disjointed from the actual labor values and commodity prices. Contemporary capitalism is a disjuncture economy, in which values, profits, and prices tend to be out of joint so that there is a high crisis proneness. After analyzing the commodity and capital side of corporate social media, I will in the next section discuss changes in the relationship between play and labor and relate them to the digital labor debate. 4.5. Ideology, play and digital labor. Ideology takes on two distinct forms in relationship to contemporary digital media. 1. The presentation of social media as a form of participatory culture and new democracy. 2. The hidden appearance of exploitation as play. Ideological claims are not specific for what some term Web 2.0, rather earlier claims about the Internet in the 1990s also constituted a Californian ideology, Barbrook and Cameron 2001, that stresses individualism, personal responsibility, competition, private property, and consumerism, lacks consciousness of inequality and exploitation and is in line with the basic ideas of neoliberalism, Fisher 2010. Neubauer, 2011, stresses in this context the existence of a specific ideology of informational neoliberalism that combines the belief in the power of ICE and neoliberal values. The turn of the millennium saw a crisis of heavily financialized Internet companies. The dot-com crisis destroyed the hopes that the Internet age would result in a new age of prosperity and unhampered economic growth. In the years following the crisis, companies such as Facebook, 2004, Flickr, 2004, LinkedIn, 2003, Sina Weibo, 2009, Tumblr, 2007, Twitter, 2006, VK, vKontakte, 2006, WordPress, 2003, and YouTube, 2005, sold to Google in 2006, were founded. They provide Internet services that are today among the most accessed web platforms in the world. They represent capitalists' new aspiring hopes to found a new capital accumulation model that is based on targeted advertising. The rise of these platforms was accompanied by an ideology that celebrated these services as radically new and the rise of an economic democracy and participatory culture. Henry Jenkins, 2008, 275, argues that the web has become a site of consumer participation and has supported the rise of a participatory culture. Axel Bruns argues that Flickr, YouTube, MySpace, and Facebook are environments of public participation, Bruns 2008, 227-228, and give rise to a producage-based democratic model, 372. John Hartley, 2012, describes the emergence of a dialogical model of communication, 2, in which everyone is a producer, 3. His general argument is that with the rise of online platforms that support social networking and user-generated content production and diffusion, journalism, the public sphere, universities, the mass media, citizenship, archives, and other institutions have become more democratic because people have more say in producing as well as consuming. Ibid. 14. Klashirke, 2008, 297, says that Web 2.0 means the democratization of production. Tapscott and Williams see the rise of a new economy they call Wiconomics that results in the emergence of a new economic democracy, Tapscott and Williams 2006, 267. Especially management gurus and cultural theorists have made the claim that user-generated content platforms have advanced a participatory economy and culture. They have helped to sell Web 2.0 as the next big thing that venture capitalists need to invest in. The hype turned out to be more about capital accumulation than democracy. The discussions about terms such as social media and Web 2.0 started when Tim O'Reilly, 2005, introduced the term Web 2.0 in 2005. Although Tim O'Reilly surely thinks that Web 2.0 denotes actual changes and says that the crucial fact about it is that users as a collective intelligence co-create the value of platforms like Google, Amazon, Wikipedia, or Craigslist in a community of connected users, O'Reilly and Battelle 2009, 1. He admits that the term was mainly created for identifying the need of new economic strategies of internet companies after the dot-com crisis, in which the bursting of financial bubbles caused the collapse of many internet companies. So he says in a paper published 5 years after the creation of the term Web 2.0 that this category was a statement about the second coming of the web after the dot-com bust at a conference that was designed to restore confidence in an industry that had lost its way after the dot-com bust, IBID. This means that the person who coined the notion of Web 2.0 admits that it is an ideology aimed at attracting investors. Web 2.0 enthusiasts tend to use the notion of participation in a shallow way, forgetting that its main use stems from participatory democracy theory, in which it signifies the control of ownership, decision-making and value definition by all. Fuchs 2011a, Chapter 7. Statistics such as the ownership structures of Web 2.0 companies, the most viewed videos on YouTube, the most popular Facebook groups, the most popular topics on Google and Twitter, and the Twitter users with the highest number of followers show that the corporate Web 2.0 is not a democratic space of equal participants, but a space in which large companies, celebrities, and entertainment dominate. They achieve a much higher number of followers, readers, viewers, listeners, retweets, likes and so on than the everyday users, IBID. If a claim about reality is disjointed from actual reality, then one commonly characterizes such a claim as an ideology. Web 2.0 and social media, conceived as participatory culture and participatory economy, are ideological categories that serve the interests of the dominant class. They ignore power structures that shape the internet. Claims about the power of social media are not only trying to attract business investments, but also have a hegemonic side in the life and thought of everyday users. Jody Dean, 2005, speaks in this context of internet fetishism and argues that it is an ideology to assume that the internet is inherently political and that Web 2.0 is a form of politics in itself. Busy people can think they are active, the technology will act for them, alleviating their guilt while assuring them that nothing will change too much. By sending an email, signing a petition, responding to an article on a blog, people can feel political. And that feeling feeds communicative capitalism insofar as it leaves behind the time-consuming, incremental, and risky efforts of politics. It is a refusal to take a stand, to venture into the dangerous terrain of politicization. Dean 2005, 70. But ideology not only takes on the form of overdrawn claims about the democratic implications of social media. It is also present in the media production process itself, in which exploitation as social relation tends to be hidden in structures of play. The labor side of the capital accumulation strategy of social media corporations is digital labor. Kucklich, 2005, first introduced the term labor, play plus labor. The exploitation of digital labor is based on the collapse of the distinction between work time and playtime. In the Fordist mode of capitalist production, work time was the time of pain and the time of repression and surplus repression of the human drive for pleasure, whereas leisure time was the time of eros. Marcuse 1955. In contemporary capitalism, play and labor, eros, and then eidos, the pleasure principle and the death drive, partially converge. Workers are expected to have fun during work time and playtime becomes productive and work-like. Playtime and work time intersect and all human time of existence tends to be exploited for the sake of capital accumulation. Capitalism connects labor and play in a destructive dialectic. Traditionally, play in the form of enjoyment, sex, and entertainment was in capitalism only part of spare time, which was rather unproductive, in the sense of producing commodities for sale, and separate from labor time. Freud, 1961, argued that the structure of drives is characterized by a dialectic of eros, the drive for life, sexuality, lust, and then eidos, the drive for death, destruction, aggression. Humans, according to Freud, strive for the permanent realization of eros, pleasure principle, but culture would only become possible by a temporal negation and suspension of eros and the transformation of erotic energy into culture and labor. Labor would be a productive form of desexualization, the repression of sexual drives. Freud speaks in this context of the reality principle or sublimation. The reality principle sublates the pleasure principle. Human culture thereby sublates human nature and becomes man's second nature. Marcuse, 1955, connected Freud's theory of drives to Marx's theory of capitalism. He argued that alienated labor, domination, and capital accumulation have turned the reality principle into a repressive reality principle, the performance principle. Alienated labor constitutes a surplus repression of eros. The repression of the pleasure principle takes on a quantity that exceeds the culturally necessary suppression. Marcuse connected Marx's notions of necessary labor and surplus labor/value to the Freudian drive structure of humans and argued that necessary labor on the level of drives corresponds to necessary suppression and surplus labor to surplus repression. This means that in order to exist, a society needs a certain amount of necessary labor, measured in hours of work, and hence a certain corresponding amount of suppression of the pleasure principle, also measured in hours. The exploitation of surplus value, labor that is performed for free and generates profit, results not only in the circumstance that workers are forced to work for free for capital to a certain extent, but also in the circumstance that the pleasure principle must be additionally suppressed. Behind the reality principle lies the fundamental fact of Anang or scarcity, Lebensnot, which means that the struggle for existence takes place in a world too poor for the satisfaction of human needs without constant restraint, renunciation, delay. In other words, whatever satisfaction is possible necessitates work, more or less painful arrangements and undertakings for the procurement of the means for satisfying needs. For the duration of work, which occupies practically the entire existence of the mature individual, pleasure is suspended and pain prevails. Ibid. 35. In societies that are based on the principle of domination, the reality principle takes on the form of the performance principle. Domination is exercised by a particular group or individual in order to sustain and enhance itself in a privileged situation. Ibid. 36. The performance principle is connected to surplus repression, a term that describes the restrictions necessitated by social domination. Ibid. 35. Domination introduces additional controls over and above those indispensable for civilized human association. Ibid. 37. Marcuse, 1955, argues that the performance principle means that then ethos governs humans and society and that alienation unleashes aggressive drives within humans, repressive desublimation, that result in an overall violent and aggressive society. Because of the high productivity reached in late modern society, a historical alternative would be possible: the elimination of the repressive reality principle, the reduction of necessary working time to a minimum and the maximization of free time, an eroticization of society and the body, the shaping of society and humans by eros and the emergence of libidinous social relations. Such a development would be a historical possibility but one incompatible with capitalism and patriarchy. Gilles Deleuze, 1995, has pointed out that in contemporary capitalism, disciplinary power is transformed in such a way that humans increasingly discipline themselves without direct external violence. He terms this situation the society of self-control. It can, for example, be observed in the strategies of participatory management. This method promotes the use of incentives and the integration of play into labor. It argues that work should be fun, workers should permanently develop new ideas, realize their creativity, enjoy free time within the factory, and so on. The boundaries between work time and spare time, labor and play, become fuzzy. Work tends to acquire qualities of play, whereas entertainment in spare time tends to become labor-like. Work time and spare time become inseparable. At the same time, work-related stress intensifies and property relations remain unchanged. Boltanski and Chiapello, 2007. Corporate social media's exploitation of Internet users is an aspect of this transformation. It signifies that private Internet usage, which is motivated by play, entertainment, fun, and joy aspects of eros, has become subsumed under capital and has become a sphere of the exploitation of labor. Internet corporations accumulate profit by exploiting the play labor of users. Luke Boltanski and Eve Chiapello, 2007, argue that the rise of participatory management means the emergence of a new spirit of capitalism that subsumes the anti-authoritarian values of the political revolt of 1968 and the subsequently emerging new left, such as autonomy, spontaneity, mobility, creativity, networking, visions, openness, plurality, informality, authenticity, emancipation, and so on under capital. The topics of the movement would now be put into the service of those forces that it wanted to destroy. The outcome would have been the construction of the new, so-called network capitalism, Ibid. 429, so that artistic critique which calls for authenticity, creativity, freedom, and autonomy, in contrast to social critique, which calls for equality and overcoming class, 37-38, today indirectly serves capitalism and is one of the instruments of its ability to endure, 490. Also, paid creative industry work is becoming more like play today. Hess-Mondalg and Baker, 2011, show the ambivalence of much creative industry work that is precarious but cherished because of the fun, contacts, reputation, creativity and self-determination that it may involve. The difficulty is that labor feels like play and that exploitation and fun thereby become inseparable. Play and labor are today in certain cases indistinguishable. Eros has become fully subsumed under the repressive reality principle. Play is largely commodified, and spaces and free time that are not exploited by capital hardly exist today. They are difficult to create and to defend. Play is today productive, surplus value generating labor that is exploited by capital. All human activities, and therefore also all play, tends under the contemporary conditions to become subsumed under and exploited by capital. Play as an expression of eros is thereby destroyed, human freedom and human capacities are crippled. On corporate social media, play and labor converge into play labor that is exploited for capital accumulation. The corporate Internet therefore stands for the total commodification and exploitation of time. All human time tends to become surplus value generating time that is exploited by capital. Table 4.1 summarizes the application of Marcuse's theory of play, labor, and pleasure to corporate social media. David Hess-Mondalg, 2010, argues that Internet labor is not exploited because there is much cultural work in society that is unpaid. Most cultural production in history has been unpaid, and that continues to be the case today. Consider the millions of people across the world, especially young people, who will, on the day you are reading this, be practicing musical instruments, or, to use an example from an industry that I would call a leisure industry rather than a cultural industry, imagine how many young people are practicing football or basketball. Now it could be argued that all this represents labor, defined here as the expenditure of effort, under some kind of compulsion. It will usually seem preferable to undertake some other more restful activity, which is vital to the realization of surplus value in the music industry or the football industry. For this work helps to create a reservoir of workers, from whom these industries can draw, Ibid. 277. Hess-Mondalg says that the claim that contacting friends and uploading photographs onto Facebook represents some kind of exploited labor is, to my mind, more along the lines of arguing that we should demand that all amateur football coaches be paid for their donation of free time, not impossible to argue for, but hardly a priority and accompanied by the danger that it may commodify forms of activity that we would ultimately prefer to leave outside the market. 278. Hess-Mondalg mixes up two different types of activity. 1. Hobby or private activities, in which labor power is reproduced but no commodities are produced, like playing football or sleeping. 2. Hobby activities, in which value is generated that is directly appropriated by capitalist companies, using commercial internet platforms, watching commercial television, etc. Hesmondalg different activities: reproductive activity that recreates labor power but produces no commodity that is sold, and reproductive activities that recreate labor power and at the same time create an audience or internet or commodity. If a wage for either or both of these activities should be demanded, there are pro and counter arguments from a left-wing political perspective, is another, political, question, but Hesmondalg ignores the direct role of class, commodification, and profit in the second type of activity. The audience and digital labor are definitely exploited on corporate social media because three conditions of exploitation, right 1997, 10, are given. A. The profit accumulated deprives the audience and users of material benefits, inverse interdependent welfare. B. Audience and users are excluded from the ownership of media organizations and the accumulated profit, exclusion. C. Capital appropriates the created profit, appropriation. Pasquinelli, 2009-2010, argues that Google creates and accumulates value by its PageRank algorithm. He says that Google's profit is a form of cognitive rent. Caraway, 2011, 701, shares this analysis on a more general level and argues, the economic transaction described by Smythe is rent. The media owner rents the use of the medium to the industrial capitalist who is interested in gaining access to an audience. The rental may be either for time, broadcasting, or space, print. It is the job of the media owner to create an environment which is conducive to the formation of a particular audience. Rent theories of the Internet substitute categories like class, surplus value, and exploitation with the notion of rent. Marx, 1867 showed that technology never creates value but is only a tool that is used by living human labor for creating commodities. Therefore it is a technological deterministic assumption that the PageRank algorithm creates value. Marx, 1894, argued that rent is exchanged for land and formulated the Trinity formula that expresses the three aspects of the value of a commodity, Chapter 48 Profit, including interest, rent, wages. Profit is attached to capital, rent to land and wages to wage labor. The three kinds of revenue are connected to the selling of commodities, land, and labor power. Rent is obtained by lending land or real estates. Rent is not the direct result of surplus value production and human labor. No new product is created in the renting process. Rent indirectly stems from surplus value because capitalists take part of the surplus in order to rent houses, but it is created in a secondary process, in which surplus value is used for buying real estates. First we have the use value land, which has no value, and the exchange value rent, IBID, 956. Value is labor. So surplus value cannot be earth, IBID, 954. Therefore, using the category of rent for describing commercial media and internet practices and their outcomes means to assume that activities on the corporate media and internet, such as surfing on Google or creating content on YouTube or Facebook, are not exploited and are no form of labor. The category of cognitive rent is not useful for a critical political economy of the media and the internet. The notion of the internet commodity that is created by exploited knowledge labor is more feasible. Adam Arvidsson formulated a critique of the digital labor hypothesis and of Smythe's audience commodity approach. As a consequence, the labor theory of value only holds if labor has a price, if it has been transformed into a commodity that can in some way be bought and sold on a market. It is clear already at this point that it is difficult to apply the labor theory of value to productive practices that do not have a given price, that unfold outside of the wage relation. Arvidsson 2011, 265. The circumstance that digital labor has no price and that it becomes impossible to distinguish productive time from unproductive time would make it difficult to sustain, as Arvidsson, 2006, Fuchs, 2009a, and Coate and Phoebus, 2007, have done, that the Marxist concept of exploitation would apply to processes of customer co-production, Arvidsson 2011, 266-267. But since free labor is free, it has no price, and cannot, consequently, be a source of value, IBID. Arvidsson's conclusion is that digital labor is not exploited because it has no price, i.e. it is unpaid. Digital labor is not the only work that has historically been unpaid, one can think also of housework or slave work. Marxist feminists have argued that house workers are an exploited colony of capitalist patriarchy that is a locus of ongoing primitive accumulation. Mies, Ben Hold Thompson, and Werlhoff 1988, 6. They are unpaid, unfree, and fulfill a function for capitalism. They are therefore a locus of extreme exploitation. The argument of Marxist feminism is that subsistence production mainly performed through the non-wage labor of women and other non-wage laborers as slaves, contracted workers, and peasants in the colonies constitutes the perennial basis upon which capitalist productive forces can be built up and exploited. Mies 1986, 48. There is a crucial difference between classical slaves, house workers, and corporate internet users because the first are repressed by physical violence, they are likely to be killed if they stop working, and the second are partly coerced by physical violence and feelings of love and affection, whereas the third are ideologically coerced, they are compelled to use the dominant corporate internet platforms in order to maintain social relations and reputation. If they stop using the platforms, they do not die but are likely to be more isolated. But all three forms of labor produce value that is appropriated by others, the slave master, capitalists, and wage workers, corporations. They are unpaid. Others exploit all of their work time. Arvidsson's false assumption that exploitation is only present if a wage is paid downplays the horrors of exploitation and implies also that classical slaves and house workers are not exploited. His assumption has, therefore, problematic implications in the context of racist modes of production and patriarchy. It is furthermore interesting that Arvidsson criticizes himself for having shared the thesis of the exploitation of free labor in an article published in 2006. The reality of digital media is that iPhones and Nokia phones, iPads and iMacs are blood phones, blood pads and blood Macs, many smartphones, laptops, digital cameras, MP3 players, and the like are made out of minerals, e.g. cassiterite, wolframite, coltan, gold, tungsten, tantalum, tin, that are extracted under slave-like conditions from mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo and other countries. The existence of the Internet in its current dominant capitalist form is based on various forms of labor, the relatively highly paid wage work of software engineers and low-paid proletarianized workers in Internet companies, the unpaid labor of users and the highly exploited bloody Taylorist work and slave work in developing countries producing hardware and extracting conflict minerals. Arvidsson's approach implies that unpaid Congolese slave workers who extract the material foundations of ISTs are not exploited, which has problematic implications. Arvidsson's alternative to the labor theory of value is an idealistic and subjectivist concept of value. Ethical value understood as the ability to create the kinds of effectively significant relations, Arvidsson 2011, 270, that ignores the reality of material inequality, precarious labor, and gaps between the rich and the poor and assumes that everything in the contemporary economy has become effective. Arvidsson, 2011, 273, argues that I have come to the absurd suggestion that Facebook users are subject to infinite levels of exploitation since the exchange value of their labor is zero. In a comment on one of my digital labor articles, Fuchs 2010b, Arvidsson and Kaliani argue, if Facebook made a profit of $355 million in 2010, this means that each Facebook user was a victim of exploitation of surplus value to the extent of 70 cents a year, hardly, a rate of exploitation that converges towards infinity as Fuchs claims, Arvidsson and Kaliani 2012, 138. Fuchs, 2012e, provides a more detailed critique of Arvidsson's work. Arvidsson and his colleague mix up value and price. If 500 million people use a corporate platform that is funded by targeted advertising for an average of 90 hours a year, which is on average 15 minutes a day, then the value created is 45 billion hours of digital labor. All of this online time is monitored and creates a traffic commodity that is offered for sale to advertisers. None of the time is paid. 45 billion hours of work are therefore exploited. Exploitation is constituted by the unpaid work time that is objectified in a commodity and appropriated by capital. To which extent the data commodity can be sold is a question of the transformation of value into profit. If not enough data commodities are sold, then the profit will be low. Workers are however also exploited if the commodities they create are not sold because value and surplus value of a commodity is created before it is sold. Arvidsson's criticism implies that exploitation is based in the sphere of commodity circulation and not in the sphere of commodity production. This assumption is absurd because it implies that workers who create a commodity that is not sold, e.g. because there is a lack of demand, are not exploited. Arvidsson's criticism is based on a lack of knowledge of Marx. Marx stressed the difference between a commodity's value and price. The measure of the substance of value of a commodity is the amount of hours needed for its production. How then is the magnitude of this value of a commodity to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days, etc. Marx 1867 c. 129. Every commodity, product or instrument of production, is equals the objectification of a given amount of labor time. Marx 1857/1858 b. 140. Marx formulated the law of value as saying that the greater the labor time necessary to produce an article, the greater its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity, and inversely as the productivity, of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity. Now we know the substance of value. It is labor. We know the measure of its magnitude. It is labor time. Marx 1867 c. 131. Price is not the same as value. The expression of the value of a commodity in gold x commodity A equals Y money commodity is its money form or price, IBID, 189. Price is the money name of the labor objectified in a commodity, IBID, 195 to 196. This means that values are determined at the level of working hours and prices at the level of money. Both are quantitative measures, but they use different units of measurement. Value is a measure of the production process, price a measure of the circulation process, selling, of commodities. Labor is extended in time and space, in the production process, in which commodities are created, and is transformed into profit, measured as a price in money, in the sphere of circulation, i.e. commodity markets, on which commodities are sold for certain prices. This means that exploitation of labor takes place before the selling of commodities. Even if a commodity is not sold, once it is produced, labor has been exploited. When introducing the concept of brand value in an article that also mentions Smythe, Adam Arvidsson, 2005, 238, immediately gives figures of brand values in US dollars, which shows that he thinks of value in terms of money, that signifies only the price of a commodity, and not in working hours, that signify the value of a commodity. The definition of brand value as the present value of predictable future earnings generated by the brand, Arvidsson 2005, 238, is not only circular and therefore absurd, definition of value by value, but it also makes clear that Arvidsson defines value only at the price level, earnings. 4.7. Conclusion. The global capitalist crisis has resulted in cracks, fissures and holes in neoliberalism and the logic of the commodification of everything. It has, however, brought not an end to neoliberalism but a phase of uncertainty. There is a renewed interest in Marx's works, critical theory, critical political economy, class, and the critique of capitalism. Media and communication studies should see the sign of the times and build a strong focus on Marxism, class, and capitalism. The engagement with Dallas Smythe's works today is a contribution to the renewal of Marxist media and communication studies. Dallas Smythe spoke of the audience commodity and Yahali and Levant of watching as working for analyzing media commodification. Internet and media watching/reading/listening/using is value-generating labor, and the audience commodity and the internet commodity are commodities created by the work of watching/reading/listening/using. The audience produces itself as commodity, its work creates the audience and users as commodity. Media usage is, in the case of commercial, advertising-funded media, audience labor. Audience time is in value-generating labor. Time capital exploits the unremunerated audience. In the case of commercial social media such as Facebook, audience labor time is quite active, social and creative labor time. It is not just audience labor, but prosumer labor. The online character of prosumer labor allows platforms to monitor all activities of the users and to sell targeted advertising space to ad clients that are able to tailor ads according to not just estimations but exact observations of usage behavior. We can summarize the main points of this chapter. Dallas Smythe reminds us of the importance of engagement with Marx's works for studying the media in capitalism critically. Both critical theory and critical political economy of the media and communication have been criticized for being one-sided. Such interpretations are mainly based on selective readings. They ignore that in both approaches there has been with different weightings a focus on aspects of media commodification, audiences, ideology, and alternatives. Critical theory and critical political economy are complementary and should be combined in critical media and communication studies today. Dallas Smythe's notion of the audience commodity has gained new relevance in the debate about the exploitation of digital labor by corporate internet providers. The exploitation of digital labor involves processes of coercion, alienation, and appropriation. Corporate social media use capital accumulation models that are based on the exploitation of the unpaid labor of internet users and on the commodification of user-generated data and data about user behavior that are sold as commodities to advertisers. Targeted advertising and economic surveillance are important aspects of this accumulation model. The category of the audience commodity becomes in the realm of social media transmogrified into the category of the internet prosumer commodity. Corporate social media and Web 2.0 do not imply a democratization of the economy and culture, but are rather ideologies that celebrate new capital accumulation models and thereby help to attract investors. The exploitation of the internet prosumer commodity is a manifestation of a stage of capitalism, in which the boundaries between play and labor have become fuzzy and the exploitation of play labor has become a new principle. Exploitation tends to feel like fun and becomes part of free time. Critics of the digital labor debate conflate different work activities, tend to trivialize exploitation and to a certain degree misunderstand concepts like surplus value, price, and rent. Capitalism is highly contradictory today. The crisis is a manifestation of capitalism's objective immanent contradictions that it is unable to overcome. The reactions to the crisis are contradictory. They range from hyper-neoliberalism, politics that want to intensify neoliberalism by implementing socialism for the rich and banks and privatizing and cutting public funding for welfare, education, health, etc., to uproars, riots, protests, demonstrations and occupations, like the Occupy movement or the protests in Greece, Spain, and Portugal, and revolutions, as in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. These struggles and forms of politics reflect the subjective contradictions of capitalism in crisis times. It is the task of critical intellectuals today to engage in the academic and political struggle for a just world that is based on common goods and services, including the communication commons. Chapters 3 and 4 have contextualized the digital labor debate in the academic landscape of cultural studies and critical political economy. A further contextualization that will be undertaken in the next chapter concerns digital labor's embeddedness into the broader societal and economic context that is discussed under headlines such as information society, information economy, creative and cultural industries and knowledge work. In which type of society do we live? Is it an information society? Or is it a capitalist society? The next chapter deals with these questions. 5. Capitalism or information society? This chapter deals with the question, if we live in an information society or a capitalist society. The notion of the information society has in recent decades become very popular for describing proclaimed changes societies have been undergoing. In contrast to the term capitalism, it is a rather neutral or positive-sounding term. A critical theory of society must ask how it positions itself in relation to the information society discourse. This chapter first gives an introduction, 5.1, that is followed by the presentation of a classification of information society theories, 5.2, as well as of an alternative view of the information society, 5.3, and information society indicators, 5.4. The notion of knowledge labor is contextualized in a critical interpretation of information society theory. In 1968, Theodore W. Adorno asked whether people lived in late capitalism or an industrial society. He argued that the fundamental question of society was about the alternatives, late capitalism or industrial society. I argue that the fundamental question of contemporary society is about other alternatives, capitalism or information society. 5.1. Introduction. A search for the phrase information society in titles of articles indexed in the Social Sciences Citation Index, SSCI, for various years shows that there has been a continued academic interest in the concept of the information society since the 1980s, figure 5.1. Two significant rises in the amount of published articles took place. The first peak started in the year 1983, 1980, 1 published article, 1981, 2, 1982, 11, 1983, 22, 1984, 21, 2 years after the introduction of the IBM personal computer and around the time when the Apple Macintosh, the first computer with a graphical user interface, was put on the market in 1984. The second significant peak was around 1995, 2 years after the Mosaic World Wide Web, WWW, graphic browser was introduced that made surfing the WWW very user-friendly, 1994, 4 published articles, 1994, 4, 1995, 14, 1996, 24, 1997, 43. The rising popularity of computing in private lives, everyday life, and the economy may have resulted at these points in an increased interest in the concept of the information society. Computerized society, digital society, information society, knowledge society, knowledge-based society, network society, ICT society, internet society, communication society, cyber society, media society, post-industrial society, postmodern society, virtual society. One can find many claims about the present structure of Western societies in political discussions, the media, everyday life, and academic discourse. Most of these concepts and claims have in common that they stress the importance of knowledge, the production, generation, diffusion, and use of information, and the rise of the computer and digital network technologies like the Internet or the mobile phone. Two important questions related to discussions about the information society are how to define the informational dimension of society and how to measure to which degree a certain subsystem or dimension of society is informational. This chapter deals with the first aspect and presents some reflections about the question, if and under which circumstances is it theoretically feasible to speak of an information society. Theodore W. Adorno, 1968-2003, asked in 1968, what is the fundamental question of the present structure of society? Do we live in late capitalism or an industrial society? In today's society, where knowledge and creative work, media, the computer and the Internet are said to be important, we can reformulate Adorno's question in the following way: what is the fundamental question of the present structure of society? Do we live in capitalism or an information society? This chapter deals with these questions. First, I present a classification of information society theories. I discuss radical discontinuous information society theories, septic views, and continuous information society theories. Second, I introduce an alternative concept that is grounded in Hegelian philosophy and Marxian political economy. Third, I give a methodological note on measuring the information society. Finally, I draw some conclusions. 5.2. A classification of information society theories. Frank Webster, 1995-2002, has identified 5 ways of defining an information society: technological innovation, occupational change, economic value, information flows, and the expansion of symbols and signs. The theoretical criterion that Webster uses for classifying information society theories is the dimension of society that they primarily focus on. Another classification of theories can be achieved by combining the degree of novelty and the type of sociological theorizing as distinguishing criteria. The information society theory discourse can then be theoretically categorized by making use of 2 axes. The first axis distinguishes aspects of societal change, the second one the informational qualities of these changes. There are theories that conceive the transformations of the past decades as constituting radical societal change. These are discontinuous theories. Other theories stress more the continuities of modern society. Subjective social theories stress the importance of human individuals and their thinking and actions in society, whereas objective social theories stress structures that transcend single individuals. Giddens 1984, XX. Subjective information society theories put emphasis on the importance of human knowledge, thought, mental activities, in contemporary society, whereas objective information society theories foreground the role of information technologies such as the mass media, the computer, the internet, or the mobile phone. Figure 5.2 shows a typology of information society theories. Discontinuous subjective concepts are, for example, the knowledge economy, Machlup 1962, Drucker 1969-1992, Porat 1977, the post-industrial society, Bell 1974, Turenne 1974, the postmodern society, Lyotard 1979, or the knowledge-based society, Steyer 1994. Objective discontinuous notions that stress the importance of information technologies are, for example, the network society, Castells 1996, 2000b, Van Dijk 2006, the virtual society, Buell 2000, Woolger 2002, cyber society, Jones 1998, or the internet society, Baker-Java 2005. Discontinuous information society theories prefix certain terms to macro-sociological categories such as society or economy, which implies that they assume that society or the economy has undergone a radical transformation in the past decades and that we now live in a new society or economy. These approaches stress discontinuity, in other words, that we live in a new society that has almost nothing in common with society as it was 100 or 150 years ago. Alain Touraine, 1974, for example says that the post-industrial or programmed society is a new type of society. For Daniel Bell, 1974, the post-industrial society has brought about a vast historical change in which old social relations, which were property-bound, existing power structures, centered on narrow elites, and bourgeois culture, based on notions of restraint and delayed gratification, are being rapidly eroded. 37, and the emergence of a new kind of society that brings into question the distributions of wealth, power, and status that are central to any society. 43. Alvin Toffler, 1980, argues that a third-wave society, what he also terms the knowledge age, means a giant wave of change battering our lives today. 5. A massive historical shift. 243, dramatic changes. 243, and a revolutionary advance. 168, so that the result is a wholly new society. 261. Peter Drucker argues that the knowledge society means an age of discontinuity in world economy and technology, Drucker 1969-1992, 10, and that work and workforce, society and polity, are all, in the last decade of the century, qualitatively and quantitatively different both from those of the first years of the century and from anything ever experienced before in human history, different in their configuration, in their processes, in their problems, and in their structures, Drucker 2001. 227. For Nico Steyer, 1994, the emergence of what he terms the knowledge society means that the age of labor and property is at an end. 8. That the emergence of knowledge society signals first and foremost a radical transformation in the structure of the economy. 10. And the emergence of a new structure and organization of economic activity. 122. For Manuel Castells, the rise of the network society means that a new world is taking shape at this turn of the millennium and that the information technology revolution induced the emergence of informationalism, as the material foundation of a new society, Castells 2000a, 367. These examples show that many, but certainly not all, information society theorists assume that the effects of information technologies, knowledge, science, and communication on society have brought about a new kind of society. It is therefore no surprise that as an answer, approaches have emerged that question the discontinuity hypothesis's claim that society has been radically transformed. If there is just more information, then it is hard to understand why anyone should suggest that we have before us something radically new. Webster 2002, 26. Nicholas Garnham, 1998-2004, 2000b, therefore characterizes information society theory as ideology. Garnham, 1998-2004, 165, says that information society theory is the favored legitimating ideology for the dominant economic and political power holders. Garnham's basic argument is that the claim that there is a new information, network, knowledge, or post-industrial society denies the continued existence of exploitative class relations between capitalists and workers. But in terms of the claims for epochal change, we need also to ask whether these characteristics are new or whether on the contrary they are the product of the problems of creating value with information commodities, which drives a constant search for novelty and new cycles of cultural consumption of commodities, which are not destroyed in use. Ibid. 179. The discontinuity hypothesis has ideological character because it says, with the view characteristic for neoliberal ideology, that we can do nothing about change and have to adapt to existing political realities. Webster 1995, 267. Peter Golding, 2000, 170, argues that information society discourse is an ideology that anticipates and celebrates the privatization of information, and the incorporation of ICT developments into the expansion of the free market. The danger in sociology's fascination of the new is that it would be distracted from the focus on radical potentials and the critique of how these potentials are suppressed. Ibid. 171. Steyer, 1994, explicitly discusses such critiques that say that the hypothesis that the knowledge/post-industrial society constitutes a radical change does not take the continuities of contemporary society into account. He says that they ignore the dynamic character of society and cannot explain changes. The radical critique of the theory of post-industrial society affirms the continuity of the modern world, while post-industrial theorists assert that modern life is a world of change. But the fixation of the more radical critique of the theory of post-industrial society on features of industrial society which are more or less persistent, if not permanent, attributes of modern society, namely the existence of power elites, social inequality, unemployment, poverty, a concentration of control in the economy, societal antagonisms and contradictions, social control and constraints, can, in my view, only distract from gaining insights into the dynamic character of modern society. That is, the radical critique is long on constant, static, and fixed ills and somewhat short on dynamic and evolving configurations of socio-economic and political realities in modern society. Steyer 1994, 55. In a comparable way, Castells, 2000a, 367, asks, after all, if nothing is new under the sun, why bother to try to investigate, think, write, and read about it? The views of Steyer and Castells do not advance the discussion because they simply posit the notion that there is a radical break against the very critique of this notion. Steyer is a vehement advocate of the radical break hypothesis. He does not answer to the criticism that assuming a radical break obscures the continuity of capital accumulation, inequality, exploitation, and stratification in capitalism and constitutes therefore an affirmative ideology. Continuous information society theories take the skeptical views to a certain extent into account and stress that we still live in a modern capitalist society, but that certain changes of the forms that express basic capitalist structures have taken place. Subjective continuous information society concepts are, for example, reflexive modernization, Beck et al. 1994, cognitive capitalism, Negri 2008, Versellion 2007, Semio-capitalism, Berardi 2009a, b, and general intellect and immaterial labor, Hart and Negri 2005, Verno 2004. They stress the importance of mental labor for capital accumulation in contemporary capitalism. Objective continuous information society concepts include digital capitalism, Schiller 2000, Glotz 1999, virtual capitalism, Dawson and Foster 1998, high-tech capitalism, Haug 2003a, MP3 capitalism, Sennett 2006, and informatic capitalism, Fitzpatrick 2002. Such approaches stress the continuity of capitalism but still share the view of continuous information society theories that information technology or knowledge is the central factor in contemporary society. They hardly account for the continued importance of, for example, very material resources like oil, over which wars are fought, or the importance of finance capital that has played a crucial role in the emergence of a new global economic crisis in 2008. In its extreme form, the continuity hypothesis is the claim that contemporary society does not differ in any significant way from 19th century capitalism. For example, Walter Runciman, 1993, 65, has argued that it cannot be claimed that any new subtype of the capitalist mode of production has emerged in Great Britain in the 1970s and 1980s. The United Kingdom would be a capitalist liberal democratic society with a capitalist mode of production, a liberal mode of persuasion, and a democratic mode of coercion, IBID. Terms such as managerial capitalism, or late capitalism, or finance capitalism, or corporatist capitalism have all generated more confusion than illumination, IBID, 54. A similar argument has been forwarded by Jonathan Friedman, 2002, 302. Capitalism has not changed in its general tendencies to the deepening of commodification, the increase in the rate of accumulation of fictitious capital relative to real accumulation, the increasing lumpinization of large portions of the world's population. All these processes are abetted by the new high technology, but they are certainly not its cause, and if anything, they are the symptoms of a capitalism in dire straits, a situation quite predictable from the logic of the system. The only new quality would be the ideological claim that we live in a new society, the strange air of radical identity or self-identity among those intellectuals who are both representatives of the privileged classes and translators of ordinary liberalism into the language of radicalism, IBID. There is no doubt that capitalism requires a continuity of the structures of accumulation and exploitation to exist. These processes are however not smooth, but rather contradictory and dynamic, which results in the crisis-proneness and reality of capitalist crises. Marx saw the contradictory nature and crisis-riddenness of capitalism as a source of internal capitalist change, and potential transition to socialism. Capitalism requires a change of the organization of the structures of accumulation and exploitation in order to overcome crises. Crises as periodic revolutions in value, confirm what they ostensibly refute, the independence which value acquires as capital, and which is maintained and intensified through its movement. Marx 1885, 185. The accumulation of capital, which originally appeared only as its quantitative extension, comes to fruition, as we have seen, through a progressive qualitative change in its composition. Marx 1867 c. 781. The position taken in this chapter is that both the continuity and the discontinuity hypotheses are at the same time to a certain extent right and wrong, and that we need a dialectical methodology for understanding the development of society. Such a methodology stresses that development works through preserving changes at a fundamental level by transformations on upper levels of organization of society, and that fundamental changes of society can be grounded in aspects and contradictions taking place on those upper levels. If one applies a dialectical methodology, the rise of transnational informational capitalism is neither only a subjective nor only an objective transformation, but is based on a subject-object dialectic. Objective approaches are techno-deterministic and neglect how forms of labor and agency have changed. Subjective approaches neglect that technology is a force that shapes and is shaped by agency. Hence both technology-oriented objective and the subjective knowledge-oriented approaches are insufficient. But at the same time they are right in stressing one pole of a dialectic of a larger framework. The notion of transnational informational capitalism sublates both lines of thinking dialectically because information and networks have both an objective and a subjective aspect. They transform the means of production and the relations of production. The search of capital for new strategies and forms of capital accumulation transforms labor in such a way that cognitive, communicative, and cooperative labor forms a significant amount of overall labor time, a development enforced by the rise of the ideology of self-discipline of participatory management, but at the same time this labor is heavily mediated by information technologies and produces to a certain extent tangible informational goods, as well as intangible informational services. Fuchs 2008. The notion of transnational informational capitalism grasps this subject-object dialectic. It conceptualizes contemporary capitalism based on the rise of cognitive, communicative, and cooperative labor that is interconnected with the rise of technologies and goods that objectify human cognition, communication and cooperation. Informational capitalism is based on the dialectical interconnection of subjective knowledge and knowledge objectified in information technologies. The reason why I think this approach is better grounded is that dialectics allow conceiving reality as complex and dynamic, which questions one-dimensional and static accounts of reality. Transnational informational capitalism is the result of the dialectic of continuity and discontinuity that shapes capitalist development. Surplus value, exchange value, capital, commodities and competition are basic aspects of capitalism. How such forms are exactly produced, objectified, accumulated, and circulated is contingent and historical. They manifest themselves differently in different capitalist modes of development. In the informational mode of capitalist development, surplus value production and capital accumulation manifest themselves in symbolic, immaterial, informational commodities and cognitive, communicative, and cooperative labor. Digital media mediates the accumulation of capital, power, and definition capacities on a transnational scale. Roy Bhaskar, 1993, 55, has distinguished between real negation greater than or equal to transformative negation greater than or equal to radical negation in order to stress the non-deterministic and complex character of sublation. Not all negations of negations are at the fundamental level. There are also partial sublations that are transformative but not radical. The emergence of transnational informational capitalism is a transformational sublation, but not a radical one. Transnational informational capitalism is a tendency and relative degree in the development of contemporary capitalism, which does not mean that it is the only or the dominant tendency. Capitalism is many things at the same time. It is to a certain degree informational, but at the same time to a certain degree finance capitalism, imperialistic capitalism, hyper-industrial capitalism, and so on. We have many capitalisms today existing within one overall capitalist mode of organizing society. Capitalism is at the same time a general mode of production and exploitation and a specific realization, a coexistence and interaction of different types and forms of capitalist production and exploitation. Why do I speak of transnational informational capitalism? Hurst and Thompson, 1999-95, have argued that the extent of the internationalization of business activity is often exaggerated in both popular and academic accounts. Kevin Duggan, 2009, therefore speaks of the emergence of the global ideology of globalization, 65, that overstates the mobility of capital, 87, and ignores that processes and mechanisms of globalization have a strong national dimension, 210. In the context of the media economy, some scholars doubt the emergence of global media or argue that their existence is a myth, for example, Hafez 2007, Flu 2007. Foreign direct investment, FDI, stocks have increased from a level of about 5% of world GDP at the beginning of the 1980s to 25%, 30% of world GDP at the end of the first decade of the second millennium. 1 This does not prove that capital accumulation is global, but it is an indication that in comparison to the phase of Fordist capitalism, capital exports through the global outsourcing of production in order to reduce labor costs and fixed costs have become more important. The economy has become more global in the past 30 years in comparison to the years 1945 to 1975, see also Fuchs 2010a, c. The international share of assets of the world's 100 largest transnational corporations, TNCs, was 62% in 2009, 63% in 2010 and 63% in 2011. Their international share of sales was 66% in 2009, 64% in 2010 and 65% in 2011. Their international share of employment was 57% in 2009, 57% in 2010 and 59% in 2011, World Investment Report 2012, 25. Table 5.1 shows for the year 2008 the international share of assets, sales, and employment, as well as the Transnationality Index, TNI, for those companies in the list of the world's 100 largest TNCs that can be considered informational companies, i.e. companies that create goods or services that are necessary in the context of the production, distribution, or consumption of information. 13 out of 100 companies are informational companies. Their average international asset share is 65.3%, their average international sales share 70.4%, their average foreign employment share 64.8% and their average TNI 66.8%. UNCTAD's TNI measures the global dimension of a company by a composite index that covers the world's largest companies' shares of assets, sales, and employees outside of the home country. Statistical data suggest that the globalization of media/information corporations is not a myth. There surely is not a purely global media system, as transnational corporations are grounded in their respective national economies. But global production in the form of outsourcing, subcontracting and spatially diffused production seems to be an emergent quality of capitalism and therefore also of information corporations. Indicators such as the TNI, the foreign assets share, the foreign sales share, the foreign employment share and the foreign affiliates share allow one to measure the degree of transnationality of information companies. 5.3. An alternative view of the information society. Marx's distinction between productive forces and relations of production can help one to better understand the discussion about the information society. When scholars such as Alain Touraine, 1974, Daniel Bell, 1974, Alvin Toffler, 1980, Peter Drucker, 1969-1992, 2001, Nico Steyer, 1994, or Manuel Castells, 1996, 2000A, 2000B, speak of the emergence of a post-industrial society/knowledge society/information society/network society. What they actually mean is a change of the productive forces. Knowledge and information technology have become important means for producing commodities that serve the purpose of capital accumulation. It is a mistake to characterize this transformation as radical discontinuity or new society, because the economy consists not only of the productive forces, but of the interaction of productive forces and relations of production, or what Marx termed the mode of production, producencies. It is furthermore a mistake to assume that the economy equals society, although it of course forms a central part of society. When scholars such as Nicholas Garnham, 1998/2004, 2000A, 2004, Peter Golding, 2000, and Frank Webster, 1995, 2002, object to the information society hypothesis, they want to warn that a reduction of the contemporary economy to the changes of the productive forces obscures the continued existence of capitalist class relations that are exploitative in character. The argument is that such a reductionism constitutes an ideology which celebrates contemporary society and conceals and denies that changes of the productive forces take place within, advance and are driven by relations of exploitation. When Garnham, 1998/2004, 178, says that the shift from energy to brainpower does not necessarily change the subordination of labor to capital, he does not deny that capitalism is undergoing changes. Instead, he wants to alert that changes of the productive forces are not revolutionary and do not transform but rather stabilize the capitalist class system. But it is satisfying neither to say that nothing has changed in the contemporary economy nor to say that there are radical changes. It is important to see, like Marx, the dialectical relation of productive forces and relations of production. The information society hypothesis is problematic if interpreted as radical discontinuity in the development of society, but vis-a-vis the continuists, it needs to be stressed that the hypothesis also reminds us that there are significant changes of the productive forces that are needed for the reproduction of capital accumulation and class relations. As Marx knew, capitalism permanently tries to overthrow its productive forces in order to be able to accumulate ever more capital by technically intensifying the exploitation of labor. Even Eric Olin Wright, arguably the most important class analysis scholar and the most important Marxist analyst of class relations and therefore not at all suspect of wanting to conceal the continued existence of capitalism too, concedes that the information society thesis has some significance for explaining the inner transformation of capitalism. His empirical analysis of the class structure in the United States showed that the use of knowledge, services, and information technology in production brought about a trajectory of change within developed capitalist societies towards an expansion, rather than a decline, of contradictory locations within class relations, and that as a result it appears that the class structure of capitalism continues to become increasingly complex. Wright 2000, 66. 5.4. Information Society Indicators, Measuring the Information Society. It makes sense to empirically analyze to what extent the productive forces are today informational productive forces. This can be done with the help of information society statistics, by calculating the degree of informationalism using certain indicators, as, for example, the share of workers in information industries in the total workforce, the share of information occupations in the total workforce, the share of information industries in total value added, the wage share of workers in information industries in total wages, the share of information companies in total capital assets/total profits/total market value of the world's largest 2,000 corporations, the share of information industries in total foreign direct investment inflows/outflows/in-stock/outstock, the share of information products in total imports/exports, and so on. For example calculations, see Fuchs 2011a, chapters 3 and 5. It is important to observe the development of these indicators over certain time periods for different countries and for the world economy. Such measurements cannot inform us about the existence of a new society because they only relate to the changes of the productive forces. One therefore should be pragmatic about using these indicators. The task is to show to what degree the productive forces are informational and non-informational. Depending on which indicator is employed, the result will be different. The term informational productive forces does not characterize entirely new productive forces, but it does indicate, depending on a specific indicator, the degree to which a certain aspect of the productive forces is informational and the composite degree to which it is non-informational. Depending on which indicator one uses for measuring the information intensity of the capitalist productive forces, one will get different results to the question of to what degree we live in informational capitalism. Informational capitalism is a tendency in the development of the productive forces, not a society. I argue in a pragmatic way that informational capitalism should be used as a term that characterizes all those parts of the productive forces that are based on information. To what extent the capitalist economy is information-based can only be determined by empirical research and by a discussion and selection of relevant indicators. Information has traditionally been understood either subjectively, as knowledge stored in the human brain, or objectively, information as a thing, the outcome of mental work that is stored in artifacts. In contrast, I see information as a process of cognition, communication, and cooperation, in which human beings form and change their ideas by recognizing the world, symbolically interact with other humans in social relations and communicate in collaborative ways so that they create new qualities of the social world. Fuchs and Hofkirchner 2005. Such a definition of information allows the inclusion of certain industries in the category of the information economy and the exclusion of others. Money is the expression of the price of commodities whose exchange it mediates. The finance industry is a realm that sells money as commodity. Marx, 1894, describes the capital accumulation cycle of finance as money begets more money in a direct way without an active commodity production cycle. Money itself is the commodity that is sold. Money's role as the general medium of exchange in the capitalist economy is primarily based not on cognitive or communicative activities, but on the anonymity of exchange that hides actual relations of production in the money form. In contrast, companies like Google or Facebook create software tools that are used by humans for acquiring knowledge about the world and interacting with others. In contrast to banking, these tools are oriented primarily on enabling human cognition and communication. Information economies, especially the internet industry, are not separate from the finance industry. Google and Facebook are based on venture capital and are listed on the stock market. Although there is the financialization of the information economy, the products of the two realms of finance and the information economy are significantly different in character. Statistical analysis should not stop at an analysis of the productive forces. It is also important to measure the development of the class structure of capitalist societies. This can, for example, be done with the help of the following indicators: the measurement of the size of the working class, the capitalist class, intermediary classes, and the unemployed. Right 2000, the relation of wage share and profit share, the relation of the poorest and richest groups in society, for example, a 90:10 ratio, the relation of wage growth and living quality growth to GDP growth and the growth of profits, the development of profits of certain companies/company groups/industries, the development of total profits in the world and in certain countries, world gross capital formation, market capitalization of listed companies, the growth of total capital assets, and the growth of capital assets/profits/market values of certain companies/groups of companies/industries/economies. Combining class analysis and analyses of the degrees of informationalism of the productive forces allows one to conclude to what degree capitalism has transformed into informational capitalism. The basic assumption underlying the category of informational capitalism, Fuchs 2008, 2010b, 2010c, 2011a, is that the development of knowledge, services, and information technologies in production serves capitalist purposes, that is, it is a conscious class project of the dominant class for advancing new strategies of capital accumulation and surplus value production and for aiming to reduce constant and variable wage costs in order to maximize profits. To what degree these strategies are successful or embedded into crisis-inducing economic antagonisms is another important matter. One should be modest in claiming the existence of informational capitalism. It is unlikely that all aspects of contemporary society or of contemporary capitalist economies are suddenly informational. Therefore, the notion of informational capitalism does not make sense as a category of totality. It only makes sense for describing the degree to which the capitalist mode of production is using informational productive forces for accumulating capital within class relations, i.e., by exploiting surplus value. If one analyzes the Forbes list of the largest companies in the world according to how capital assets are distributed to industries, then one finds for recent years that finance companies and financial service corporations together account for the vast share of capital assets, that the second largest sector is oil, gas, and utilities, and the third largest sector, the information sector, comprising the subdomains of telecommunications, technology hardware and equipment, media content, software, and semiconductors, see Fuchs 2011a, 132. So it looks like on the level of productive forces informatization is not the dominant characteristic of the global productive forces, but rather an important, non-dominant trend. Finance capital is the dominant fraction of capital today, which shows that an important characteristic of imperialistic capitalism is present today, Fuchs 2010a, c. Fossil fuels are also still very important in the contemporary economy, which is an indication that industrial society is not over and that we have entered a hyper-industrial era, in which information production, selling and consumption becomes an important factor of the overall economy but does not substitute for the economic importance of finance capital and fossil fuels. Financialization, hyper-industrialization, and informatization characterize contemporary imperialist capitalism. Information companies are important in the global capitalist economy, which reflects a trend towards informatization, that is, the rise of the importance of information in the economy, but they are less important than finance and the oil and gas industry. Such an analysis of the global productive forces can be linked to the relations of production, that is, capital accumulation stands in a relation to the working and living conditions of the mass of the world population. Information corporations are not the dominant corporations. Therefore one can, based on the indicators of assets and profits of the world's largest corporations, not conclude that the capitalist mode of production can be characterized as informational capitalism. In 2007, the profits of the world's largest 2,000 companies amounted to $2,357.06 billion. Data source, Forbes 2000, 2008, list. Data about the wage share of African countries is not easily available. But existing data allows calculating an average African unadjusted wage share of 29.5% in the years 2001 to 2006. International Labour Organization 2008, Appendix A1. There are no reasons to assume that this average number has dramatically increased since 2006, so assuming an African wage share of 30% is feasible. In 2007, the total African GDP was $1,291.7 billion, under 2009, Table M. Assuming an average wage share of 30% gives a total African wage sum of $387.5 billion. This means that the total profits of the world's largest 2,000 companies were roughly 6 times as large as the total wages paid to all employees in Africa. This relation shows the huge difference in wealth and income of the capitalist class and the poorest workers in the world. Information companies accounted for 12.4% of the profits of the world's largest 2,000 companies in 2007, which is a sum of $293.07 billion, roughly $100 billion less than the total wages of African workers, but it still shows the economic power of global information corporations. These data show that capitalist relations of production are highly stratified. Large companies have huge economic money power, whereas workers are, as Marx said, deprived of economic wealth that is directly transformed into capitalist plenitude. The poverty of labor is the wealth of capital. The wage share is the share of total compensation in total value added. For the period 1980 to 2007, 17 out of 24 countries included in the study registered a falling wage share, IBID, 22. This development has especially affected the manufacturing and construction industries, whereas the wage share has generally been rising in finance, real estate, renting and business services, IBID, 25ff. There are indications that profits have been increasing as a result of the relative decrease of wages and the increase of low-paid precarious employment. The presented data suggest that the capitalist relations of production have in the latter decades of the 20th century and the first decade of the 21st century been shaped by an increase of socio-economic inequality that benefits capital at the expense of labor. Neoliberalism has been a political class struggle project aimed at the reconstruction of the power of economic elites and a system of justification and legitimation for whatever needed to be done to achieve this goal. Harvey 2007, 19. The relations of production are shaped by a deep class conflict between the interests of capital and labor. 5.5. Conclusion. In 1968, 6 years before the publication of Daniel Bell's book The Coming of Post-Industrial Society, which was path-breaking for the information society discourse, i.e. in a time before the high rise of the information society hypothesis, Theodore W. Adorno, 1968-2003, gave an introductory keynote talk on the topic of late capitalism or industrial society, at the annual meeting of the German Sociological Association. He said that the fundamental question of the present structure of society is about the alternatives, late capitalism or industrial society. It is about whether the capitalist system still predominates according to its model, however modified, or whether the development of industry has rendered the concept of capitalism obsolete, together with the distinction between capitalist and non-capitalist states and even the critique of capitalism. In other words, the question is whether it is true that Marx is out of date, IBID, 111. Adorno pointed out that dichotomous answers to this question, either/or, are themselves predicaments modeled on dilemmas taken from an unfree society, IBID, 113. He gave an answer to the question that took into account the importance and relation of the productive forces and the relations of production in the capitalist mode of production. In terms of critical, dialectical theory, I would like to propose as an initial, necessarily abstract answer that contemporary society undoubtedly is an industrial society according to the state of its forces of production. Industrial labor has everywhere become the model of society as such, regardless of the frontiers separating differing political systems. It has developed into a totality because methods modeled on those of industry are necessarily extended by the laws of economics to other realms of material production, administration, the sphere of distribution, and those that call themselves culture. In contrast, however, society is capitalist in its relations of production. People are still what they were in Marx's analysis in the middle of the 19th century. Production takes place today, as then, for the sake of profit, IBID, 117. Paraphrasing Adorno and transferring his question and answer to a time that is shaped by information society discourse, one can hypothesize that a fundamental question of the present structure of society is about the alternatives capitalism or information society. In terms of critical, dialectical theory, I would like to propose as an initial, necessarily abstract answer that contemporary society is an information society according to the state of its forces of production. In contrast, however, contemporary society is capitalist in its relations of production. People are still what they were in Marx's analysis in the middle of the 19th century. Production takes place today, as then, for the sake of profit, and for achieving this end it to a certain extent makes use of knowledge and information technology in production. Productive forces and relations of production are interlocking phenomena, they contain each other. My argument in this chapter has been that the informational forces of production, knowledge labor, information technology, science, theoretical knowledge, and the capitalist class relations should not be seen as polar opposites, and that the discussion about the existence or non-existence of an information society should not be reduced either to the level of the productive forces or to the level of the relations of production. The first reduction will result in the assumption that we live in a new society, the information society, the second reduction in the response that nothing has changed and we still live in a capitalist society. The informational forces of production, just like the non-informational ones, are mediated by class relations, which means that the establishment of information technologies, as part of the instruments of production, and knowledge work, which is characterized by a composition of labor, where mental and communicative features dominate over manual features, as features of economic production are strategies for advancing surplus value exploitation, the reduction of variable and constant capital. Capital thereby hopes to achieve higher profit rates. The idea that the notion of society can today solely be constructed by reference to the informational forces of production is an ideological illusion. The counterclaim that nothing has changed because we still live in a society dominated by capitalist class relations is an understandable reaction and a strategy of ideology critique. But a dialectical analysis cannot leave out that there are certain changes taking place that are intended to support the deepening of the class structure but also contain what Marx termed Kampferman, germ forms of an alternative society. That the development of the informational productive forces is itself contradictory and comes in conflict with the capitalist relations of production can be observed by phenomena such as file sharing on the Internet, the discussions about intellectual property rights, the emergence of pirate parties in the political landscape of advanced capitalist countries, or the popularity of free software. Fuchs 2008-2009. Marx predicted the emergence of informational productive forces as the result of the development of fixed capital, that is, the increasing technical and organic composition of capital that is characterized by an increase of the role of technology in production at the expense of living labor power. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real-life process. Marx 1857-1858b, 706. Marx argued that by technological development the entire production process becomes the technological application of science, Ibid. 699. The transformation of the production process from the simple labor process into a scientific process, appears as a quality of fixed capital in contrast to living labor, Ibid. 700. So for Marx, the rise of informational productive forces was imminently connected to capital's need for finding technical ways that allow the accumulation of more profits. That society has to a certain degree become informational is, just like the discourse about this circumstance, a result of the development of capitalism. Chapters 3, 4, and 5 have set out the academic and societal context of digital labor. In chapters 6 to 11, we will analyze the reality of labor involved in the production of digital media. Part 2. Analyzing digital labor. Case studies. 6. Digital slavery. Slave work in ICT-related mineral extraction. Look around in the space where you are at the moment and you will probably see different ICs such as a computer, a printer, or a mobile phone. These devices are made out of resources that come from the earth, minerals. By looking at the tools, we do not see under which conditions the minerals they contain have been extracted. This chapter takes a look at the work of miners who extract the resources out of which our daily use digital media tools are made. It documents an unpleasant reality, namely that parts of these minerals are extracted under slave-like conditions. Digital media is connected to digital slavery. Most of the slaves who extract these minerals have never owned a computer or laptop. They work under conditions of high exploitation and violence. If our digital media are based on the blood and death of slave workers, then the question arises of what we should do about it. This chapter wants to point out that there are no easy solutions and that the exploitation of slaves is a phenomenon that stems from the profit orientation of media companies. In order to overcome digital slave labor, we have to start questioning capitalism. 6.1 Introduction. If you look around in the home, office, public space, or means of transportation that you currently are at, it is likely that you see at least one computer, laptop, or mobile phone that is connected to the internet. And it is likely that this device has a label on it that says one of the following: Acer, Apple, Asus, Bank, Compal, Dell, Fujitsu, Hewlett-Packard, HTC, Huawei, Lenovo, LG, Logic Instruments, Motorola, NEC, Nokia, Median, Panasonic, Quanta, Samsung, Sony, Sony Ericsson, Toshiba, Wistron, Wortmann-Tira, or ZTE. When asked where does your computer/phone come from? Who has produced it, one may therefore be tempted to answer, well, it has been produced by the company X. The main information that the ICT user has about his/her device is from which retailer and company S/he bought it. But these companies are only those actors that sell these devices and own the profits made from these sales. The production process itself consists of multiple forms of labor that are invisible to the user. Yet without this labor ICTs would not exist because they are objectifications of complex human labor processes. A computer or mobile phone consists of application programs, an operating system, cables, a physical case, a display, a battery, a central processing unit, random access memory, RAM, data storage chips, read-only memory data storage chips, internal storage devices, hard disk, flash card, a keyboard or other input device, and a cooler. All of these components need to be created in complex labor processes and then put together as a computing system that is sold to the end user. Because of the complexity of the production process and the invisibility of the involved complex labor processes in the final ICT product, the question who has produced your laptop/computer, will be answered by many users on second thought with something like it was produced by company X. But asked if they know where exactly it was manufactured and by whom, they likely will answer, I do not know. I bought it/ordered it at Y. But the question is interesting and I am interested to find out more about it. Chapters 6 to 11 deal with the questions: where does the laptop/computer/mobile phone come from? Who produces it? Which forms of labor are involved? They analyze and theorize steps in the production processes of ICTs by discussing specific cases of ICT work: the extraction of minerals in African mines, Chapter 6, ICT manufacturing and assemblage in China, Chapter 7, software engineering in India, Chapter 8, call center service work, Chapter 9, software engineering at Google in the context of Silicon Valley, Chapter 10, and the digital labor of Internet prosumers/users, Chapter 11. The method of analysis that is employed consists of a presentation of existing empirical data and empirical research results that are theoretically interpreted. The theoretical framing is achieved by applying Karl Marx's theory of modes of production to the ICT industry. For this, foundations of this theory are introduced at the beginning of this chapter. The various forms of ICT labor that are needed so that the end user can connect to the internet on his/her phone, PC, or laptop involve a multitude of labor forms, such as mineral extraction, hardware manufacturing and assemblage, software engineering, service work, and users' productive consumption. All of these labor forms are objectified in a single ICT device, which shows that ICTs have a complex spatial and temporal history of production that involves an IDDL, in which different forms of labor create the use values needed for obtaining a computer or mobile phone. These different use values created at different times in different places by different workers facing certain working conditions all work together and become objectified in single ICT devices. The bigger picture and theoretical results of the IDDL that involves an international division of labor are presented in the concluding chapter. 6.2. Marx on modes of production. Michael Porter, 1985, 36, introduced the notion of the value chain that he defined as a collection of activities that are performed to design, produce, market, deliver and support its product. He distinguished between primary activities, inbound and outbound logistics, operations, marketing and sale, service, and support activities, procurement, technology development, human resource management, firm infrastructure. The term value chain has since 1985 become a popular category for analyzing the organization of capital, which is indicated by the circumstance that 11,682 articles indexed in the academic database Business Source Premier use the term in their abstract, accessed May 21, 2013. The term has also been used in mainstream media economics for analyzing the value chains of traditional media and ISTs. Zerdick et al. 2000, 126-135, argue that the stages in the ICT value chain are procurement, the manufacturing of hardware, peripherals, software, operating system software, the sale of user software, and support services. The problem of the mainstream use of the value chain concept is that it focuses on the stages in commodity production and tends to neglect aspects of working conditions and class relations. An alternative concept that was introduced by critical studies is the notion of the new International Division of Labor, NIDL. The development of the world economy has increasingly created conditions, forcing the development of the new International Division of Labor, in which the survival of more and more companies can only be assured through the relocation of production to new industrial sites, where labor power is cheap to buy, abundant and well-disciplined, in short, through the transnational reorganization of production, Froebel, Heinrichs, and Cry 1981, 15. A further development is that commodity production is being increasingly subdivided into fragments which can be assigned to whichever part of the world can provide the most profitable combination of capital and labor, Ibid, 14. The notion of the NIDL has been used in contexts such as manufacturing, the underdevelopment of the Third World, women's employment, migration, transformations of the city, the culture industry and the ICT industry, C.E.G. Cohen 1981, 1987, Ernst 1980, Fegan and Smith 1987, Folke, Fold and Enevoldsen 1993, Gamzee and Packard 1987, Henderson 1986, Hus et al. 1983, Hus 2003, Miller et al. 2004. The concept of the NIDL has the advantage that it stresses the class relationship between capital and labor and how in processes of class struggle capital tries to increase profits by decreasing its overall wage costs via the global diffusion of the production process. It is also a concept that encompasses workers' struggles against the negative effects of capitalist restructuring. The approach taken in this chapter stands in the Marxist tradition that stresses class contradictions in the analysis of globalization. It explores how the notion of the mode of production can be connected to the concept of the new international division of labor. The notion of the mode of production stresses a dialectical interconnection of, on the one hand, class relationships, relations of production, and on the other hand the forms of organization of capital, labor, and technology, productive forces. The class relationship is a social relationship that determines who owns private property and has the power to make others produce surplus value that they do not own and that is appropriated by private property owners. Class relationships involve an owning class and a non-owning class. The non-owning class is compelled to produce surplus value that is appropriated by the owning class. The relations of production determine the property relations: who owns which share, full, some, none, of labor power, the means of production, products of labor, the mode of allocation and distribution of goods, the mode of coercion used for defending property relations, and the division of labor. Class relationships are forms of organization of the relations of production, in which a dominant class controls the modes of ownership, distribution, and coercion for exploiting a subordinated class. In a classless society, humans control ownership and distribution in common. Every economy produces a certain amount of goods per year. Specific resources are invested and there is a specific output. If there is no contraction of the economy due to a crisis, then a surplus product is created, i.e. an excess over the initial resources. The property relations determine who owns the economy's initial resources and surplus. Table 6.3 distinguishes modes of production: patriarchy, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, communism, based on various modes of ownership, i.e. property relations. The mode of coercion takes on the form of physical violence, overseers, security forces, military, structural violence, markets, institutionalized wage labor contracts, legal protection of private property, etc., and cultural violence, ideologies that present the existing order as the best possible or only possible order and try to defer the causes of societal problems by scapegoating. In a free society, no mode of coercion is needed. The mode of allocation and distribution defines how products are distributed and allocated. In a communist society, each person gets whatever he requires to survive and satisfy human needs. In class societies, distribution is organized in the form of exchange. Exchange means that one product is exchanged for another. If you have nothing to exchange because you own nothing, then you cannot get hold of other goods and services, except those that are not exchanged but provided for free. There are different forms of how exchange can be organized: general exchange, exchange for exchange value, X commodity A equals Y commodity B, exchange for maximum exchange value, exchange for capital accumulation. The division of labor defines who conducts which activities in the household, the economy, politics, and culture. Historically, there has been a gender division of labor, a division between mental and physical work, a division into many different functions conducted by specialists, and an international division of labor that is due to the globalization of production. Marx, in contrast, imagined a society of generalists that overcomes the divisions of labor so that society is based on well-rounded, universally active humans. Marx points out that the central feature of class relationships is the control of surplus value. Capital did not invent surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the worker, free or unfree, must add to the labor time necessary for his own maintenance an extra quantity of labor time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owner of the means of production, whether this proprietor be an Athenian Calo-Cagico aristocrat, an Etruscan theocrat, a civis Romanus, a Norman baron, an American slave owner, a Wallachian boyar, a modern landlord, or a capitalist. Marx. 1867 c. 334-335. Marx, 1857-1858 b. 238, says that in class society labor will create alien property and property will command alien labor. The historical alternative is a communist society and mode of production, in which class relationships are dissolved and the surplus product and private property are owned and controlled in common. The relations of production are dialectically connected to the system of the productive forces. I argued in section 2.2.1 of this book, see also figure 2.2 for a visualization, that human subjects have labor power that in the labor process interacts with the means of production, object. The means of production consist of the object of labor, natural resources, raw materials, and the instruments of labor, technology. In the labor process, humans transform the object of labor, nature, culture, by making use of their labor power with the help of instruments of labor. The result is a product of labor, which is a Hegelian subject-object, or, as Marx says, a product, in which labor has become bound up in its object. Labor is objectified in the product and the object is as a result transformed into a use value that serves human needs. The productive forces are a system in which subjective productive forces, human labor power, make use of technical productive forces, part of the objective productive forces, in order to transform parts of the natural productive forces, which are also part of the objective productive forces, so that a labor product emerges. One goal of the development of the system of productive forces is to increase the productivity of labor, that is, the output, amount of products, that labor generates per unit of time. Marx therefore defined the concept of the development of the productive forces, the increase of the productivity of labor, as an alteration in the labor process of such a kind as to shorten the labor time socially necessary for the production of a good, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. Marx 1867 c. 431. Another goal of the development of the productive forces can be the enhancement of human self-development by reducing necessary labor time and hard work, toil. The instruments of work can be the human brain and body, mechanical tools, and complex machine systems. They also include specific organizations of space-time, that is, locations of production that are operated at specific time periods. The most important aspect of time is the necessary work time that depends on the level of productivity. It is the work time that is needed per year for guaranteeing the survival of a society. The objects and products of work can be natural, industrial, or informational resources or a combination thereof. The human subject possesses labor power. Reproductive work is work that reproduces, maintains, and recreates human existence. It creates humans' means of subsistence that satisfy basic human needs. The organization of the creation of human means of subsistence is organized on three interconnected levels: the individual realm, the social realm, and the institutional realm. At all three levels, reproduction works on two interconnected levels that affect the human mind and the human body. Humans only exist as interaction of mind and body at individual, social, and institutional levels. Table 6.1 summarizes individual, social, and institutional structures that organize and create human reproduction. The arrows in Table 6.1 point out that body and mind and corresponding spheres of human existence belong together and cannot be separated. They are dialectically intertwined, which means that they have existences on their own, are interconnected, and constitute each other. So, for example, physical work such as gardening requires bodily movements of the hands as well as creative thinking about how to exactly plant trees, grass, and flowers. The way the garden looks and develops over time shapes the gardener's imagination of which improvements to make. Conducting these changes brings about a physical differentiation of the garden. Traditionally, the body/mind separation has shaped class divisions so that one specific type of activity has been assigned to a specific group and the opposing form of activity to another group, e.g. housework/wage labor, production/management. The second group's control and exploitation exerted in the process is ideologically justified by reference to a body/mind dualism that separates the two spheres of the human subject. The productive forces are a system of production that creates use values. There are different modes of organization of the productive forces, such as agricultural productive forces, industrial productive forces, and informational productive forces. Table 6.2 gives an overview. For Marx, history is a succession and sublation of modes of production. A mode of production is a unity of productive forces and relations of production. If these modes are based on classes as their relations of production, then they have specific contradictions that result in the sublation of one mode of production and the emergence of a new one. History develops in such a way that an earlier form of intercourse, which has become a fetter, is replaced by a new one corresponding to the more developed productive forces and, hence, to the advanced mode of the self-activity of individuals, a form which in its turn becomes a fetter and is then replaced by another. Marx and Engels 1845/1846, 91. Class relations and forces of production have historically resulted in a series of contradictions that have brought about the establishment of new modes of production. In the Grundriss section, forms which precede capitalist production, Marx 1857/1858b, 471 ff, as well as in the German ideologies section Feuerbach, opposition of the materialist and idealist outlooks, Marx and Engels 1845/1846, Marx discusses the following historical sequence of modes of production. 1. The tribal community based on the patriarchal family. 2. Ancient communal property in cities, Rome, Greece. 3. Feudal production in the countryside. 4. Capitalism. So specific historical modes of production that Marx discusses are the family/tribe, ancient slaveholder societies, feudalism, and capitalism. In the overview that follows, ancient slaveholder societies and feudalism are discussed in combination because in both the slave is a crucial component of the entire economy. Furthermore, I have added a section that focuses on informational production as a relatively novel development within the capitalist mode of production. The tribal, ancient, and feudal modes of production are, according to Marx, based on the appropriation of nature. They are forms in which landed property and agriculture form the basis of the economic order. The earth is the original instrument of labor as well as its workshop and repository of raw materials, and the relation to the earth as property is always mediated through the occupation of the land and soil. Marx 1857/1858b, 485. These are just other expressions for saying that these modes of production are at the level of the productive forces in agricultural societies. Nature is the basic object of labor that labor transforms into use values. The rise of the capitalist mode of production included the creation of large-scale industry and machinery, which means a separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence equals nature and this active existence equals labor, a separation which is completely posited only in the relation of wage labor and capital. Ibid. 489. What Marx expresses here is that in large-scale industry, labor does not primarily work in direct contact with earth, but rather takes raw materials and semi-finished goods that stem from nature as objects of labor that are transformed in such a way that a new good or commodity emerges. This means that Marx saw that the rise of capitalism was combined with the rise of industrialism as a mode of the organization of the productive forces. The emergence of capitalism is man's release from the earth, dissolution of the landed property relations. Ibid. 502. Capitalism therefore also necessarily resulted in the establishment of the factory as a unit of industrial production. This transition entails that the instruments of labor are converted from tools into machines. Marx 1867 c. 492, a system that consists of a motor mechanism, a transmitting mechanism and a working machine. 494, or a combined system of working machines, a machine system. 501. Classical slavery, serfdom, and wage labor are three important historical forms of class relations. With slavery, which attained its fullest development under civilization, came the first great cleavage of society into an exploiting and an exploited class. This cleavage persisted during the whole civilized period. Slavery is the first form of exploitation, the form peculiar to the ancient world. It is succeeded by serfdom in the Middle Ages, and wage labor in the more recent period. These are the three great forms of servitude, characteristic of the three great epochs of civilization: open, and in recent times disguised. Slavery always accompanies them. Engels 1884. Table 6.3 provides a classification of modes of production based on the dominant forms of ownership: self-control, partly self-control, and partly alien control, full alien control. But how are modes of production related to each other? In a historical way, where they supersede each other, or in a historical logical way within a specific social formation that sublates older formations but encompasses older modes of production into itself. Jaris Banaji, 2011, argues that Stalinism and vulgar Marxism have conceptualized the notion of the mode of production based on the assumption that a specific mode contains only one specific historical form of labor and surplus value appropriation and eliminates previous modes, so that history develops in the form of a linear evolution. Slavery equals feudalism equals capitalism equals communism. So for example Althusser and Balibar, 1970, argue that the historical development of society is non-dialectical and does not involve sublations, but rather transitions from one mode of production to another. Ibid. 307, so that one mode succeeds the other. This concept of history is one of the reasons why E.P. Thompson, 1978a, 131, has characterized Althusser's approach as Stalinism at the level of theory. The Stalinist metaphysical scholastic formalism, Banerjee 2011, 61, has been reproduced in liberal theory's assumption that there is an evolutionary historical development from the agricultural society to the industrial society to the information society so that each stage eliminates the previous one, as argued, for example, by Bell 1974 and Toffler 1980, which shows that in the realm of theory the liberals of today are contemporary Stalinists. According to Banerjee, capitalism often intensified feudal or semi-feudal production relations. In parts of Europe and outside, feudalism would have only developed as a commodity-producing enterprise, Banerjee 2011, 88. In the Islamic world capitalism would have developed without slavery and feudalism, Ibid. 6. Banerjee advances, in contrast to formalist interpretations, a complex reading of Marx's theory in which a mode of production is capable of subsuming often much earlier forms, Ibid. 1. Similar forms of labor use can be found in very different modes of production, 6, and capitalism is working through a multiplicity of forms of exploitation, 145, and is a combined form of development, 358, that integrates diverse forms of exploitation and ways of organizing labor in its drive to produce surplus value, 359. A mode of production is a unity of productive forces and relations of production, Marx and Engels 1845-1846, 91. If these modes are based on classes as their relations of production, then they have specific contradictions that result in the sublation, Aufhebung, of one mode of production and the emergence of a new one. The emergence of a new mode of production does not necessarily abolish, but rather sublates, aufheben, older modes of production. This means that history is for Marx a dialectical process precisely in Hegel's threefold meaning of the term Aufhebung, sublation, 1. Uplifting, 2. Elimination and, 3. Preservation, expanded as, 1. There are new qualities of the economy, 2. The dominance of an older mode of production vanishes, 3. But this older mode continues to exist in the new mode in a specific form and relation to the new mode. The rise of capitalism, however, did not bring an end to patriarchy, but the latter continued to exist in such a way that a specific household economy emerged that fulfills the role of the reproduction of modern labor power. A sublation can be more or less fundamental. A transition from capitalism to communism requires a fundamental elimination of capitalism, however, the question is if this is immediately possible. Elimination and preservation can take place to differing degrees. A sublation is also no linear progression. It is always possible that relations that resemble earlier modes of organization are created. Capitalism is at the level of the relations of production organized around relations between capital owners on the one side and paid/unpaid labor and the unemployed on the other side. On the level of the productive forces, it has developed from industrial to informational productive forces. The informational productive forces do not eliminate but sublate, aufheben, other productive forces, Adorno 1968-2003, Chapter 5 of this book. In order for informational products to exist, a lot of physical production is needed, which includes agricultural production, mining, and industrial production. The emergence of informational capitalism has not virtualized production or made it weightless or immaterial, rather it is grounded in physical production, Hus 1999, Maxwell and Miller 2012. Whereas capitalism is a mode of production, the terms agricultural society, industrial society and information society characterize specific forms of the organization of the productive forces, Chapter 5 of this book, Adorno 1968-2003. The new international division of labor organizes the labor process in space and time in such a way that specific components of the overall commodity are produced in specific spaces in the global economy and are reassembled in order to form a coherent whole that is sold as a commodity. It thereby can command labor on the whole globe and during the whole day. Exploitation has become expanded in time and space. The NIDL is connected to modes of production in two specific ways. At the level of the productive forces, it globally connects various types of production, such as agricultural labor, industrial labor, service labor, knowledge labor, unpaid consumption, and user labor, in the form of a network of production that objectifies itself in products and services, but is not automatically visible to the workers and consumers. At the level of the relations of production, the goal is to maximize profits by decreasing wage costs, which makes use of a. the transferal of specific steps of the production process to countries with precarious working conditions, which makes the working classes in various countries compete and tends to be instrumentalized by neoliberal politics for downsizing and deregulating workers' protection and the welfare state model of capitalism. B. Mobilizing various pre-capitalist class relations, patriarchy, slavery, feudalism, in combination with capitalist class relations. Rosa Luxemburg, 1913-2003, argued that capitalism needs non-capitalist milieus and that primitive accumulation is a continuous process that creates new spheres and spaces of accumulation. She wrote that capitalism needs non-capitalist social organizations on the one hand and that capital must go all out to obtain ascendancy over territories and social organizations on the other hand. Ibid. 346. David Harvey, 2005-2007, has interpreted Luxemburg in such a way that capitalism needs to create new realms of accumulation in order to overcome its own crisis tendencies. The transformation of non-wage labor into wage labor or of public services into capitalist realms of accumulation are specific forms of continuous primitive accumulation. Other forms are the creation of various types of unpaid, pre-capitalist, feudal, patriarchal, or slave labor that are connected to capitalist accumulation. The following sections will use examples to analyze various forms of exploitation in the global production of digital media and how they are related to specific modes of production and organization forms of the productive forces. The discussion that follows will try to show how housework, slavery, and the capitalist mode of production's organization models play an interlinked role in the global division of labor that creates digital media. The analysis of continuities, sublations, and discontinuities of earlier modes of production and forms of organization of capitalism in the digital media economy helps us to understand that the information society is not something completely new, as claimed by neoliberal and managerialist ideologies, but that exploitation is a crucial aspect of the existence of digital media in contemporary global capitalist society. 6.2.1 Unpaid work in the family as mode of production. Marx and Engels argue that private property and slavery have their origin in the family. The first form of private property lies in the family, where wife and children are the slaves of the husband. This latent slavery in the family, though still very crude, is the first form of property, but even at this stage it corresponds perfectly to the definition of modern economists, who call it the power of disposing of the labor power of others. Marx and Engels 1845-1846, 52. The family is a mode of production, in which labor power is no commodity but organized by personal and emotional relationships that result in commitment, which includes family work that is unremunerated and produces effects, social relations and the reproduction of the human mind and body. It can therefore also be called reproductive work. Historically it has mainly been women who have conducted physical and emotional/care work in the family. Coercion of work in the family is mainly emotional and social. The workers feel an emotional commitment that motivates their activities, but also often economical. House workers depend for their and the family's survival on the wage income of other household members, and to a certain share physical, abuse, violence in the family. But which role does reproductive labor and unpaid labor in general have in capitalism? In a formulation in the Grundrisse, Marx sees labor as communal or combined labor, Marx 1857-1858b, 470, as collective worker, Gesamtarbeiter. This idea is also taken up in Capital, Volume 1, where he defines the collective worker as a collective laborer, i.e. a combination of workers, Marx 1867c, 644, and argues that labor is productive if it is part of the combined labor force. In order to work productively, it is no longer necessary for the individual himself to put his hand to the object, it is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer, and to perform any one of its subordinate functions, ibid. The collective worker is an aggregate worker whose combined activity results materially in an aggregate product, ibid. 1040. The activity of this aggregate labor power is the immediate production of surplus value, the immediate conversion of this latter into capital, ibid. This means that in capitalism, the collective worker is a productive worker who creates value, surplus value, and capital. The notion of the collective worker allows an interpretation of Marx that is not wage labor-centric because the collective worker as combined workforce also contains all those activities that are unpaid but directly or indirectly serve capital's needs. Labor power needs to be reproduced, that is, there are certain activities during a certain time period of the day that help the worker recreate and sustain his/her labor capacity. The value of labor power is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labor time necessary for the production, and consequently also the reproduction, of this specific article, ibid. 274. This includes means of subsistence for workers and their families, practice, training, education, and so on, Marx 1861–1863. This means that there are activities that need to be performed by someone and that reproduce labor power. One can in this context speak of reproductive labor, which is a form of labor that is mostly unpaid. Non-wage labor ensures the reproduction of labor power and living conditions, Mies, Benhold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, 18. It is labor spent in the production of life, or subsistence production, ibid. 70. 6.2.2. Ancient and feudal slavery as modes of production. Marx and Engels, 1845–1846, argue that the form of property common in antiquity, e.g. in ancient Rome, was communal property of citizens. It would have been based on slavery as mode of production. Whereas this form of property was based in the city, feudal property was located in the countryside. Slavery in feudal times took on a specific form, peasants were bond slaves. In the city, artisans emerged as a specific economic group that was based on individual ownership and production. Property during the feudal epoch primarily consisted on the one hand of landed property with serf labor chained to it, and on the other of the personal labor of the individual who with his small capital commands the labor of journeyman, ibid. 40. A wage worker's labor power has a price, its wage, whereas a slave's labor power does not have a price, it is not a commodity. However, the slave him/herself has a price, which means that its entire human body and mind can be sold as a commodity from one slave owner to another, who then commands the entire lifetime of the slave. As a slave, the worker has exchange value, a value; as a free wage worker he has no value, it is rather his power of disposing of his labor, effected by exchange with him, which has value, Marx 1857–1858b, 288–289. So in slavery, money is a means for buying and selling the slave as property, like a means of production, but it is not a means that mediates the relationship between slave owner and slave. In antiquity, one could buy labor, a slave, directly, but the slave could not buy money with his labor, ibid. 224. In Roman law, the service is therefore correctly defined as one who may not enter into exchange for the purpose of acquiring anything for himself, ibid. 245. The slave in both ancient slavery and feudalism is treated like a thing and has the status of a thing. In the slave relation, he belongs to the individual, particular owner, and is his laboring machine. As a totality of force expenditure, as labor capacity, he is a thing belonging to another, and hence does not relate as subject to his particular expenditure of force, nor to the act of living labor. In the serf relation he appears as a moment of property in land itself, is an appendage of the soil, exactly like draft cattle. In the slave relation the worker is nothing but a living labor machine, which therefore has a value for others, or rather is a value, ibid. 464 to 465. The means of coercion in a slave mode of production is physical violence. Direct forced labor is the foundation of the ancient world. The community rests on this as its foundation. Ibid. 245. This means that the slave is killed if he refuses to work. 6.2.3. The capitalist mode of production. Marx, 1867 points out in Capital, Volume 1's chapter on primitive accumulation, Part 8, so-called primitive accumulation, that the passage from feudalism to capitalism meant that the worker's body was no longer the private property of a slave owner or feudal lord, but became property of him/herself, so that the worker thereby started to be forced to sell his/her labor power to capitalists in order to earn a wage for being able to survive. At the same time, artisans and peasants who became wage workers also lost the control of the means of production that became private property. What does the primitive accumulation of capital, i.e. its historical genesis, resolve itself into? Insofar as it is not the direct transformation of slaves and serfs into wage laborers, and therefore a mere change of form, it only means the expropriation of the immediate producers, i.e. the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. Marx 1867 927. The process of primitive accumulation started, according to Marx, in the 15th and 16th centuries. The prelude to the revolution that laid the foundation of the capitalist mode of production was played out in the last third of the 15th century and the first few decades of the 16th. A mass of free and unattached proletarians was hurled onto the labor market by the dissolution of the bands of feudal retainers. Although the royal power, itself a product of bourgeois development, forcibly hastened the dissolution of these bands of retainers in its striving for absolute sovereignty, it was by no means the sole cause of it. It was rather that the great feudal lords, in their defiant opposition to the king and parliament, created an incomparably larger proletariat by forcibly driving the peasantry from the land, to which the latter had the same feudal title as the lords themselves, and by usurpation of the common lands. The rapid expansion of wool manufacturing in Flanders and the corresponding rise in the price of wool in England provided the direct impulse for these evictions. Ibid. 878 to 879. Marx sees a double freedom as the specific quality of the worker in capitalism. 1. He is free in the sense that no slave owner owns his/her body, but this freedom's positive side immediately resulted in a negative side, namely in the coercion to sell one's labor power to a capitalist in order to earn a wage. So the resolution of one unfreedom, slavery, resulted in a new freedom that is a new form of unfreedom, wage work/slavery. 2. At the same time, during feudalism artisans and peasants to a certain degree owned the means of production, which in capitalism in a negation of history have become the private property of capitalists, so that former owners of means of production were turned into non-owners who are free from ownership. Marx summarizes this double, freedom of labor in capitalism in the following passage: free workers, in the double sense that they neither form part of the means of production themselves, as would be the case with slaves, serfs, etc., nor do they own the means of production, as would be the case with self-employed peasant proprietors. The free workers are therefore free from, unencumbered by, any means of production of their own. With the polarization of the commodity market into these two classes, the fundamental conditions of capitalist production are present. The capital relation presupposes a complete separation between the workers and the ownership of the conditions for the realization of their labor. As soon as capitalist production stands on its own feet, it not only maintains this separation, but reproduces it on a constantly extending scale. The process, therefore, which creates the capital relation can be nothing other than the process which divorces the worker from the ownership of the conditions of his own labor. It is a process which operates two transformations, whereby the social means of subsistence and production are turned into capital, and the immediate producers are turned into wage laborers. So-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. It appears as primitive because it forms the prehistory of capital, and of the mode of production corresponding to capital, ibid, 874 to 875. 6.2.4. Informational productive forces. I have pointed out earlier that Marx argues that the rise of capitalism was connected to the transition from an agricultural to an industrial economy. Marx describes how the rise of productivity because of technological innovations results in the sublation of an industrial economy by an informational economy. Marx predicted the emergence of informational productive forces as the result of the development of fixed capital, that is, the increasing technical and organic composition of capital that is characterized by an increase of the role of technology in production at the expense of living labor power. Marx argued that by technological development, the entire production process becomes the technological application of science. Marx 1857-1858b, 699. The transformation of the production process from the simple labor process into a scientific process, appears as a quality of fixed capital in contrast to living labor, ibid, 700. So for Marx, the rise of informational productive forces was imminently connected to capital's need for finding technical ways that allow accumulating more profits. That society has to a certain degree become informational is a result of the development of capitalism. So Marx predicted the rise of an information economy, general productive forces of the social brain, ibid, 694, that is facing a contradiction between living labor and dead labor that expresses itself in crises and contradictions. He did not, however, assume that the information economy necessarily brings capitalism to an end. This circumstance is evident by the circumstance that today we live in a capitalist information economy, although the social nature of knowledge advances the socialization of work and communist potentials that could result in a communist information economy/society, but will not automatically and with historical necessity do so. The rise of an information economy is a sublation of the industrial economy at the level of the productive forces. It results in new property contradictions, e.g. a contradiction between file sharers and intellectual property rights holders that is based on the nature of culture as common good and its reality as commodity, but has not sublated class relations. The relations of production of contemporary society are capitalist in character, whereas the productive forces are simultaneously informational, industrial, and agricultural. Work in the informational forces of production takes on the form of knowledge work, a work that Marx terms work of the general intellect, ibid, 706, universal labor of the human spirit, Marx 1894, 114, or the power of knowledge, objectified, Marx 1857-1858b, 706. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real life process, ibid. Informational productive forces constitute not a new mode of production, but rather a sublation of the mode of the organization of the productive forces. So the information society is rather a change within capitalism. It however contains potentials that advance the socialization of labor and thereby contradict class relations and constitute germ forms of a post-capitalist mode of production. Products like laptops, mobile phones, games, MP3 players and webcams contain a substantial amount of metals. Amongst the most important in terms of volume are aluminium, iron, copper, nickel, and zinc. However, other metals that are only used in very small amounts, such as beryllium, indium, tantalum, and the platinum group of metals, are also essential for today's consumer electronics. It has been estimated that metals constitute 25% of a mobile phone's weight, batteries and battery chargers excluded. The biggest variety of metals is found in the circuit board, SAMO 2007, 10. The statistics in Table 6.4 show that African countries, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Rwanda, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, are among the largest producers of minerals needed for ICEs, whereas they hardly figure among important importing countries. This is an indication that the value chain of ICEs is based on a division of labor, where Africa has the role as an important and relatively cheap source of natural resources, cheap because of highly exploited labor, that are further processed in non-African countries, especially China. In the global ICT value chain, Africa is a highly exploited economic colony. And this colonial status is, as will be shown, based on the highly exploited work and slave work of Africans. Marx has argued that colonies are a form of primitive accumulation. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of black skins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief moments of primitive accumulation, Marx 1867 c. 916. The contemporary existence of economic colonies shows that primitive accumulation is a continuous process that capitalism uses for getting hold of resources and labor in a way that minimizes investment costs by maximizing exploitation. Whereas the minerals required for ICEs tend to be extracted in Africa and China, the smelting, refinement and enrichment of them often takes place in Asian countries such as Thailand, Malaysia, China, and Indonesia, which supply the electronics markets. Finwatch 2007, 37. Brand companies of electronics have outsourced much of their production to Asia. As a direct consequence, Asian mining companies and traders have turned to the copper belt in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia to secure metals for manufacturing. Swedwatch 2007, 8. Especially cobalt, tantalum, which is extracted from coltan, and cassiterite, a tin oxide metal, are minerals used in ICEs that are mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. Thomas Luanda, director of a local NGO in Goma and a native of Valikale, where the Bizi mine is located, says that before 1993, these minerals were not known. Ishsta 2011, 111. The rise of the use of mobile phones, computers and video game consoles since the 1990s has spurred the demand for these minerals and especially for cheap sources that allow the reaping of high profits. It could seem at first glance that the conflict in eastern DRC has mainly ideological reasons, namely the conflict between the Hutus and the Tutsi. The aspect of ICT-related minerals is a blind spot of the debate of this war, which is also a material and deadly conflict about the control of mines. Nest, 2011, 26, estimates that the DRC produced 21% of the world's coltan in 2008. Jaeger, 2012, estimates that in 2010 the DRC accounted for 51% of the world's cobalt extraction, 14% of the world's tantalum extraction and 3% of the world's tin extraction. A study of the extraction of palladium and platinum in South Africa, SAMO 2007, found evidence of poor working conditions, child labor, the displacement of communities, land degradation, environmental pollution, water pollution, abundant water use, air pollution, respiratory diseases, e.g. silicosis, of workers, low wages, no benefits, poor training, precarious contract work, lack of job security and lack of pay for overtime. In August 2012, miners in the Marikana platinum mine went on strike and demanded higher wages from the mine owner, Linmin. The police killed 34 striking workers and injured dozens. In a public statement, Linmin wrote that they feel sorry for the families of the killed workers, that the company engages with unions and that therefore the illegal strike we've seen is so disappointing and damaging. Linmin 2012. This can be interpreted to mean that the fact that the strike was a wildcat strike legitimates the police's killing of workers. The coverage of some of the world's leading news media, BBC, The Guardian, The New York Times focused on police violence but neglected to mention that these killings are connected to the ICT industry, Platinum is an important material for the production of hard disks. All hard disks contain platinum, and according to estimations platinum makes up on average 35% of a hard drive's alloy. Point 2 This means that ICEs are based not just on the exploitation of African mine workers, but also on their blood. The deliberate killing of striking workers is not simply an aspect of capitalism, it is, according to theories of fascism, an expression of one specific form of capitalism: fascism. Fascism is the organization of terrorist vengeance against the working class and the revolutionary section of the peasantry and intelligentsia. In foreign policy, fascism is jingoism in its most brutal form, fomenting bestial hatred of other nations. Dimitrov 1935. Fascism is the dictatorship of the fascist National Socialist Party, the bureaucracy, the army, and big business, the dictatorship over the whole of the people. Newman 1942, 295. The ICT industry is a bloody industry, and its murderous and exploitative character is hidden behind the fetishism of commodities. For instance, a thing like a computer or a hard disk is the outcome of labor relations, but these relations cannot be observed and experienced by looking at the product, they are hidden behind the final product. Work is ironically the hardest part of the culture works to see. In part, this is caused by cultural labor's dispersion and submersion in the contemporary political economy's international division of labor. Maxwell 2001 b. 2. Retailers of ICEs buy products from large ICT producers, who tend to outsource hardware manufacturing and buy the hardware components from other companies that buy metals from processing companies that buy raw materials from middlemen who buy them from primary extractors. This complex global value chain involves many nested social relations so that the underlying social relations are not visible at the upper level. Consumers know which label is on their mobile phone or laptop and from which retailer they bought the device, but the dead thing they possess does not talk, it is rather silent on the living labor relations that created it. The DRC was a Belgian colony from 1885 until 1960, when it became independent. In 1960, the Mouvement National Congolais won the parliamentary elections and Patrice Lumumba became the first prime minister of the DRC. He was murdered in 1961 by secessionists who were supported by Belgian troops and the United States. From 1971 until 1997, Mobutu Sese Seko ruled the country in a pro-US one-party dictatorship. The Rwandan Civil War, 1990 to 1994, between the Hutus and the Tutsi impacted the DRC because many Hutu soldiers fled there and formed the FDLR, Forces Démocratiques de Libération du Rwanda, militia, which resulted in military conflicts in eastern DRC, which borders Rwanda. The Banyamulenge, who are Tutsi Rwandans living in eastern DRC and who were attacked by the Hutus and government forces, wanted to force the Hutu Rwandans out of the DRC. Mobutu backed the FDLR and ordered that the Tutsis in eastern DRC should leave the country, otherwise they would be killed. Mobutu's rule came to an end in the First Congo War, 1996 to 1997, where rebels led by Laurent Kabila and supported by Tutsi-led Rwanda and Uganda took over power. After Kabila allowed Hutu soldiers to again reorganize themselves in eastern DRC, Rwanda and Uganda turned against him, which resulted in the Second Congo War, 1998 to 2003, in which Kabila's troops backed by Angola, Namibia, and Zimbabwe fought against rebels supported by Rwanda and Uganda. After Kabila was killed in 2001, his son Joseph took over power. Eastern DRC has remained a region that is plagued by everyday armed conflicts. According to estimations, 5.4 million people were killed in the Congo in the years 1998 to 2007, which makes these wars form the deadliest human catastrophe since World War II, Ishsta 2011, 8. The poverty and violence the country experienced spurred conditions in which everyone did whatever was necessary in order to survive, which created conditions for the existence of modern forms of slavery. 6.4. The productive forces of mineral extraction in the International Division of Digital Labor, labor power and the objects, tools, and products of labor. In the DRC, the mining that is relevant for the ICT industry involves tin or cassiterite, tantalum or coltan, that is by refinement transformed into the metal tantalum, wolframite, and gold, Finwatch and Swedwatch 2010. These minerals are used as raw materials in the production of cell phones, laptops, light bulbs and cars, Free the Slaves 2011. There are high reserves of copper, cobalt, zinc, and lead in the Katanga region, Acid 2011. Copper in some cases accounts for almost 25% of the material out of which mobile phones are made, especially batteries, IBID. In the DRC, mining was privatized in the 1990s when the state-owned mining company Société Minière et Industrielle de Kivu stopped operating, NES 2011, 36. Artisanal mining methods were introduced in the privatized business in eastern DRC that was standing in the context of a war economy. The tools used for mining in most cases are not machines, miners instead use their hands, sticks, picks, shovels, pickaxes, crowbars, steel bars, steel rods, buckets and ropes. Ishsta 2011, 39, 102, 143. NES 2011, 34. Artisanal mining is especially prevalent in the extraction of coltan, tin, gold, tungsten, and diamonds, NES 2011, 36. The take-up of the mining business has resulted in the forced relocation of local communities and pollution of rivers, the air, and farmland, as well as a lack of local involvement in decision-making and employment, Acid 2011. 6.5. The relations of production of mineral extraction in the International Division of Digital Labor. Many mines in the DRC are controlled by either armed government forces, FARC, or rebel armies such as the Hutu militia FDLR, the Tutsi militia CNDP, Congress National pour la Défense du Peuple, or the Mai. Concerning the minerals that are relevant for ICT production, groups that have been involved in the control of coltan mines were the DRC government forces, the FDLR, the CNDP, PARICO, Patriots Resistance Congolais, Mai, the armies of Rwanda and Uganda, RCD Goma, Rassemblement Congolais pour la Démocratie, Goma, RCD-ML, RCD, Movement de Liberation, and MLC, Movement pour la Libération du Congo. All of them except MLC have also been involved in the control of the tin mines. The cobalt mines have only been controlled by the government DRC Army, NES 2011, 77, 80. In 2002, the United Nations, 2002, published a report that contains a list of 85 companies said to be trading Congolese conflict minerals. Among them are 18 firms explicitly mentioned for trading or processing coltan, 4 companies from Belgium, 3 from the United Kingdom, 2 each from the United States, Germany, China, and St. Kitts, and 1 each in Switzerland, Malaysia, and Kazakhstan. These firms included Cabot in the United States, H.C. Stark in Germany and Ningxia in China. Some companies say that they have joined the requirements of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, due diligence guidance for supply chains of minerals from conflict-affected and high-risk areas, and that they have obtained certifications of responsible supply chain management 3, whereas others that were listed in the UN report say they were contacted by the UN, but as there were no sanctions they continued the trade, e.g. the Belgian company Traxys formerly named Bumiko, according to an interview conducted by Forestier 2007, 42:30, 49:10. This shows that voluntary commitments and public shaming of companies without fines do not necessarily end the problem, because money rules more than conscience. After a further UN report published in 2008, Traxys announced it would stop trading conflict minerals from DRC, but allegations that it did not stop this trade still emerged in 2012, International Business Times 2012. This shows that there is a lack of transparency and enforceable rules in the global mineral business. It is a largely deregulated market, and to trade or not trade conflict minerals is largely a voluntary choice. Empirical research conducted for the Free the Slaves, 2011, report focused on interviewing workers in the Bizi and Omate mines as well as mining workers in Valikale and Masisi, N equals 742 interviews. The study found that slavery is widespread in the mining industry, including work in digging, sorting, transporting, and the sale of minerals as well as in industries that provide services to miners, such as work as domestic servants, in pubs, and in the sex industry. Several distinctly identifiable forms of modern slavery were found in the mining zones of eastern DRC. These include forced labor enforced by armed groups, debt bondage, peonage, sexual slavery, forced marriage, the use of children by armed groups, and other forms of child slavery. Free the Slaves 2011, 11. Some 40% of the respondents in the Bizi mine, Free the Slaves 2001, where 80% of the DRC's tin/cassiterite is mined, Ishsta 2011, 121, worked under conditions of slavery. The researchers documented forced labor, where the government's forces Armes de la République démocratique du Congo, FARC, soldiers forced villagers to work in the Bizi mine without payment and under the threat of being killed if they fled. A citizen of Goma, the capital of North Kivu, says, "They take our resources, they kill people, they steal telephones, they rape our women." Forestier 2007, 27:46, 27:52. The effect is increased inequality, as Joseph, a mineral carrier in the South Kivu capital Bukavu, explains. They are stealing from the Congolese, they are getting rich, but not the ordinary Congolese. Ibid, 1033-1040. Also a system called Salongo was documented, in which all mine workers on a particular day of the week have to work for one FARC official. Free the Slaves 2011, 13. Marx described this system of corvée labor, in which the days worked for the Lord create surplus labor and the other days form necessary labor time. Marx argues that as a pure form of production, corvée labor existed in the Slav countries and the Danubian provinces occupied by the Romans, Marx 1861-1863. Corvée labor did not arise on the basis of serfdom, instead serfdom arose, inversely, from corvée labor, Ibid. The latter is based on a community, and the surplus labor the members of the commune performed over and above that required for their subsistence, which served partly as a communal reserve fund, and partly to cover the costs of their communal, political, and religious requirements, gradually became transformed into corvée labor performed for the families which had usurped the reserve fund and the political and religious offices as their private property, Ibid. The days of corvée are legally at the disposal of the proprietor and form the legally established surplus labor, Ibid. The corvée laborer does the labor necessary for the reproduction of his own labor capacity on the field he himself possesses. He performs surplus labor for the landed proprietor on the seigneurial estate. In such a system, the workers have other activities for earning a living and are forced to work for a certain amount of hours per week on the feudal lord's land, or as in the case of the DRC, in his/her mine. The form of the wage is absent from the whole corvée system, Ibid. It is therefore a pre-modern form of production, a specific form of slavery. Another system found in eastern DRC is that miners have to pay a weekly rent to mine controllers and the government in order to work in a specific mine. The weekly fee to work in one mine was 2 dessert spoons, literally, of coltan, the worth about $7.50, Nest 2011, 43. Between 15,000 and 25,000 people work in the Bizi mine. They extract tin and have to pay fees for mining and for entering and leaving the mine, in order to sell the extracted minerals, to the armed group that controls the mine. The imposed fees are so high that the workers cannot ever get out of the working relation, in which they are trapped. They are slaves. Polson 2011, 41:15 ff. In the DRC's mining industry, both the classic form of slavery as well as feudal slavery based on rent and corvée slavery exist. Marx described how these two pre-modern forms of production differ from wage labor. the wage form thus extinguishes every trace of the division of the working day into necessary labor and surplus labor, into paid labor and unpaid labor. All labor appears as paid labor. Under the Corvée system it is different. There the labor of the serf for himself, and his compulsory labor for the lord of the land, are demarcated very clearly both in space and time. In slave labor, even the part of the working day in which the slave is only replacing the value of his own means of subsistence, in which he therefore actually works for himself alone, appears as labor for his master. All his labor appears as unpaid labor. In wage labor, on the contrary, even surplus labor, or unpaid labor, appears as paid. In the one case, the property relation conceals the slave's labor for himself, in the other case the money relation conceals the uncompensated labor of the wage laborer. Marx 1867 c. 680. In wage labor, the worker is double free and sells his labor power as a commodity for the whole working week. In classic slavery, the slave is unfree and a property of the slave owner for the entire working week. In the Corvée system, the worker is a slave for part of the working week, whereas the other part of the week is free for other activities that are needed for earning a living. The slave is the property of a particular master. The worker must indeed sell himself to capital, but not to a particular capitalist, and so within certain limitations he may choose to sell himself to whomever he wishes, and he may also change his master. Ibid. 1032. Both forms of slavery and wage labor have in common that they take place within class relations, which means that there are owners who exploit the unpaid surplus labor of workers for a certain share of the working week. Capital did not invent surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the worker, free or unfree, must add to the labor time necessary for his own maintenance an extra quantity of labor time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owner of the means of production, whether this proprietor be an Athenian Calo-Cagico aristocrat, an Etruscan theocrat, a civis Romanus, a Norman baron, an American slave owner, a Wallachian boyar, a modern landlord or a capitalist. Ibid. 344-345. In the Free the Slaves, 2011, study, a significant share of respondents was facing debt bondage slavery. Money is borrowed at very high interest rates, which forces the debtors to work in a mine. There are fraud schemes that make it impossible to pay off the debt. Ibid. 14. Jean, 15 years old, was sent over 30 kilometers, approximately 18 miles, from his hometown of Mubi to Omate by his mother in order to make money to pay off her $100 debt. He sells grilled goat meat and is also a digger. His mother and his boss agreed that the boss must pay 8,000 FC, approximately $10 at the time he was interviewed, per month for the child's services, of which his mother receives 6,000 FC to pay off her debt and the boss keeps the balance, ostensibly to provide for the child. Jean says he just wants to go home, enroll in school and run a small business. Ibid. Also peonage slavery was documented. In this form of slavery, a person is arrested under some charges that are mostly made up and then told that the sentence is that he must work in a mine. Women are generally not allowed to work in mines. They are, however, facing various forms of sexual slavery that are connected to the mining business, as for example unpaid work that is connected to prostitution, where the pub owner takes part or all of the money. Women are also facing rape, forced marriages, genital mutilation conducted by soldiers and the danger of HIV transmission. A third of the interviewed children said that they were recruited by force into an armed group, in which they worked as soldiers or in the mines. This was especially the case in my rebel groups, but also in the FARC. If you can't afford to pay for workers, you'll target children, who are most vulnerable and can be tempted into highly exploitative situations with the simple promise of a meal at the end of the day, was how one NGO worker described the situation. Ibid. 21. Of the interviewed children, N equals 31, 89% were living in and working under conditions of slavery. Children's work includes digging, cleaning, shoveling, picking, and transporting minerals, as well as pounding or with hammer. Ibid. 22. There are no wages or wages that only cover minimal subsistence. The average wage of a Congolese mining worker is $1 to $3 per day, and 75% of the miners cannot cover basic needs with their wage. Finwatch 2007, 29. The slaves are working long hours, there are no or only very weak unions, bad living, unsanitary and unhygienic conditions, a lack of medical supply and services, and as a consequence the workers are constantly facing diseases. When unions exist they are, however, often weak and in no position of bringing about real change. In some cases the unions are totally controlled by employers, influencing the election of representatives in order to use them for their own purposes. According to workers at Boss Mining, Camek, membership of the union is compulsory. Every month the employer deducts $1 from the salary of each worker as a union fee. There is only one union. We have elected representatives, but they too have sometimes been threatened by the managing director when they have wanted to speak to him about our demands. Finally we went on strike, because the representatives didn't succeed. Swedwatch 2007, 36. This example demonstrates the existence of yellow, instead of red, unions in the extractive ICT-related industry. In addition to the constant threat posed by the lawlessness of the armed groups, inhabitants of the mining zones face numerous threats to their health and personal safety. Miners work without basic equipment and suffer landslides, cave-ins of shafts, and asphyxiation. Malnutrition, exhaustion, physical trauma, poor sanitation, lack of medical treatment, and no clean water supply mean that public health concerns are equally high. Common injuries and ailments include eye injuries, silicosis, conjunctivitis, bronchitis, tuberculosis, asthma, diarrhea, skin lesions, deformed muscle and bone in children due to heavy loads, regular dental problems including abscesses, cavities and lesions, tetanus, fractures and contortions, and contusions and severe bruising. Added to these are the impact of extensive drug use and sexually transmitted diseases. The intense crowding enslaved miners are sometimes forced to sleep jammed together in the mine shafts means that infectious diseases are rampant. One informant stated that after 4 to 5 years working in the mines the body was completely deteriorated. He cited spinal column damage and lung damage, conditions worsened by the extreme pollution of air and water and exposure to toxic chemicals. Free the Slaves 2011, 7-8. In the Free the Slaves, 2011, study, it became clear that the documented slavery on the one hand works with physical violence. Soldiers force children and villagers at gunpoint to work as slaves in the mines. They kill or torture workers if they refuse to work. Also women are violently forced into marrying or having sex with soldiers. But coercion also takes a socio-economic form, in which villagers want to work in the mines or as prostitutes because they live in poverty and have hopes to lift themselves out of poverty. An example, Janine, age 11, was forced into sexual slavery after arriving in Mubi. She had come to work in a pub in order to support her mother in Valikale. Janine soon discovered that, for a girl, bar work meant that she would not be given a salary for the work she performed. Instead, she was told that she would be given an opportunity to be seen by men who would pay for her sexual services. With nowhere else to go and nothing to eat, Janine was forced to engage in prostitution with bar customers, she said, in order to find a bar of soap. Both Credo Centre de Recherche sur l'Environnement, La démocratie et les droits de l'homme and Asodap Association pour le développement de initiatives paysannes discovered cases in which mothers prostituted their underage daughters in this way. 13-year-old Solange, for example, worked for her mother as a waitress while being trafficked for sex to customers of her pub in Omade, Ibid, 18. Muhangakawaya, an enslaved miner in North Kivu, describes his work in the following way: as you crawl through the tiny hole, using your arms and fingers to scratch, there's not enough space to dig properly and you get badly grazed all over. And then, when you do finally come back out with the cassiterite, the soldiers are waiting to grab it at gunpoint. Which means you have nothing to buy food with. So we're always hungry. Finwatch 2007, 20. 6.6. Conclusion. Not every mobile phone, computer, digital camera, hard disk, game console and MP3 player that we use is based, partly or fully, on the blood of East Congolese miners. In 2011, the DRC produced 53% of the world's cobalt, 2.3% of the world's tin, U.S. Geological Survey statistics 2012, and around 10% of the world's tantalum, ISTA 2011, 140. So the situation varies depending on the type of mineral. The DRC is the world's largest producer of cobalt and a significant producer of tantalum and tin. Independent of these facts is the circumstance that the demand of Western companies for cheap minerals has been an important driver of the violence, slavery, and exploitation in eastern DRC. The tragedy of the DRC is that a country rich in mineral resources has been the locus of one of the bloodiest conflicts in the world in the 20th and 21st centuries, and that this conflict has in the form of conflict minerals a connection to the West and the Western ICT industry. The DRC was in 2011 the least developed country in the world, had a very high inequality rate, Gini, of 44.4%, 59.2% of the population lived in extreme poverty, less than $1.25 per day for survival, and the life expectancy was 45 years, under 2011. War and neo-imperialist exploitation of labor and the country's resources, which does not benefit local people but benefits at the end of the value chain primarily Western companies, have created the paradox typical for capitalism that one of the world's countries that is richest in natural resources, 45% of the world's cobalt reserves, 25% of the world's diamond reserves, U.S. Geological Survey statistics 2012, and according to estimates between 7 to 8%, Nest 2011, 18 to 20, and 64%, Goodnick 2008, of the world's coltan reserves are located in the DRC is socially the world's poorest country. In the global ICT industry, African companies are hardly present, but rather companies in the United States, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Sweden, and Finland dominate the computer hardware industry that requires minerals as its raw materials. The largest computer, communications equipment, and periphery producers in the world are Apple, USA, HP, USA, Dell, USA, Fujitsu, Japan, and Quanta Computer, Taiwan. The largest semiconductor producers are Samsung, South Korea, Intel, USA, Taiwan. Semiconductor, Taiwan.